Eu ia falar que às vezes aparecesse, mas quando a gente cortava.
Como é que tá em questão daqui, né, a preocupação? Deixa eu dar uma testadinha, por favor. Tá bom.
Oi? Ela tem que se cuidar. Teoricamente, não mais.
Não, sim, mas ela tá aqui.
Não, ela caminha.
Ai, pode.
Tá cheio. Levou? Obrigado, rapaz. Obrigadão. Paulo de logística, deixa eu pedir um papo. Que é, idealmente, seria
Dá pra deixar aqui, né?
Deixa uma aguinha.
O que eu falo? Bom dia. A gente vai começar em alguns instantes, então, por favor, tomem seus lugares, que a gente já vai começar a cerimônia de abertura.
Boa. Primeiro recado foi dado. A gente dá um segundo.
Exato.
Eu acho que nos próximos a gente precisa...
Não sei. Mistérios da BC, né? Você vai trabalhar, mexe com a coisa, não importa não. Fechar esse aqui.
Deixa onde tá. Você não precisa ficar segurando, tá vendo?
Ah, tá. E aí?
Qual que é a ordem mesmo?
Cara, era pra minha linha abrir ou não? Qual?
Sorte.
Pode. Deixa eu ver aqui, eu acho que eu tenho.
Toque diferente.
Eu, você, Mer, Marcelo. Eu queria mudar de foto.
Será que eu peço pra sentarem de novo?
Não, a Merlin nem tá aqui, cara, eu acho. Eu não vi ela. Vem direto pros 7. Marcelão, eu não entendi. Merlin tá aqui? Não.
Chegando.
Chegando? Chegou.
Ah, chegou.
Boa.
Qual que é a ordem aí? Eu sou
Linda. Sim, é você.
Então, um momento.
PHD, Caio. Chicago. Tá cheio.
Vai ter que me informar, né? Não, é.
Esquema, formato esquema.
Mas você não faz isso,
Obrigada.
Tá em segunda página faz um tempinho. Segundo plano. Tudo certo.
Deixa eu ver o que a gente hoje, tá?
Oi, André.
Só mesmo. Mas assim, por mim, a hora que baixa, né? Você queria tirar foto com a pessoa. A gente fazer em 20 minutos.
Ele tava carioca demais, né? Pera aí rapidinho, amiga, pera aí rapidinho. Oi?
Assim é que vai começar. A gente se aguarda em qual lado?
Ah, a gente vai ficar em oval, tá bom? Pra ter as fotos.
Ó,
E aí, amiga, oval e fotos. Espera aí rapidinho.
bom dia a todos. Vamos nos sentar. Logo a gente está começando o nosso discurso.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Brazil Conference 2026. My name is Márcia Cunha dos Santos. I'm an engineer, scientist. But here in this space, I'm Marcinha, a social impact president. And I'd like to start with a very personal reflection. First time I heard about the Brazil conference, I asked myself, what's the point of discussing Brazil outside of Brazil? To me, that seemed distant, seemed disconnected from reality. But when I moved to another country is when I understood to be in international spaces in important universities creates visibility, naturally. Opens doors, generates influence. Living that is how I noticed if we have that searchlight, why not focus it on what needs to be illuminated? Brazil Conference was born out of that logic exactly. Using these excellent spaces of excellence not as a means, but as an end, but as a means, as a catalytic enzyme for change. And that's where social impact comes from the Brazil Conference. Today, there are 7 programs that reflect different forms of transforming Brazil. Ambassadors with a third sector, We Are for Good, that uses artificial intelligence to deal with social challenges. Hack Brasil, which helps startups that are innovating. The Servindo Brasil, which deals with agents that are making a difference in public sector, and dialogues that deal with medical students. It had 2,500 inscriptions in our programs this year, and among them we selected 25 people that are on the cutting edge, that are not waiting for change, they're building that change today. That's why we, as the presidents, would like to think that social impact is the main focus. The impact we want to generate in Brazil comes first through these people. They're the ones that are there in the communities, in the schools, in the startups, in hospitals, in the public sector, transforming reality every day. But what happens here in these conference days, the conversations, the connections, the ideas, that doesn't end here. This reverberates in the decisions that will be taken, the partnerships that will be born, the projects that will grow, and the lives that will be impacted. Many times, even without our seeing that. Brazil Conference is not just an event, it's an inflection point. And social impact is our commitment, so that inflection not only affect us here, that it get to Brazil and that it be translated in a real transformation today. And I have to thank all the sponsors. We have a very robust structure for financing that allows us to bring these 25 leaders here. From the getting a passport to arriving here in Boston, talking of construction, many thanks to more than 60 organizers for social impact that did a selection process that was human and ethical, and they found leaderships that entrusted their stories to us. Also, Márcia Castro, Leonard Bird, and Rodrigo Verde, professors that help us as counselors, and they've strengthened the work of these 25 leaders. Thank the co-presidents here. I'd like to do that. Thanks for embracing social impact, just like me. May we start Brazil Conference 2026.
Bom dia a todos.
Hello, everybody. My name is Felipe Freitas Daúde. I'm from São José de Rio Preto, in the interior of São Paulo. I study economics and finance at Northeastern University. I'm a senior there on the other side of the river. And I lead fundraising here, and it was a big challenge. We needed a lot of courage, a lot of resilience, but even more, it was a long road of learning up. As Michele Borges, my mentor, would say, being here is a unique challenge, but also a unique opportunity to meet people, companies, incredible institutions that believe in our mission, that believe in our capacity as a student organization. We're here today not only opening a stage for discussions and learning with people that transform our country daily, but also a platform for unique connections that would be hard to have happen elsewhere. That's why the Brazil conference is so special. The conference doesn't end tomorrow. It continues in the ideas that arise, the conversations that start here, the opportunities that rise from these meetings. Maybe the most impressive part is that we're an event that's organized completely by volunteer students that decided to dedicate themselves and go beyond their academic commitments to build something bigger than themselves. That's part of our essence. This is done by restless students with an insatiable desire to build something big for our country. So I'd like to start acknowledging, thanking you, our organizers. Thank you very much to our VVs and almost 100 organizers that worked tirelessly during the last 8 months. I want to acknowledge all your efforts. I'd like to thank our teachers, our professors that have been here for us throughout this thing. Pessoa Nilma, Márcia Castro, and others, thank you very much. In the name of the Brazil Conference, I'd like to thank all our sponsors here for our 12th edition. Among our longtime partners and new partners, thank you Nomad, Ambev, Fundação Itaú, Stark Bank, Stone, Itaú, Zamp, Live Mode, Fundação Lehman, IBG Pactual, BTG Pactual Taco, IBMEC, and others. Fundação Estadar, Fundação Berg, Grupo Moura, Edmundo Mundo, New Hack, iFood, AK, Visafat, Meiuca, Alura, and Brazil Foundation. You are essential for what we are building here. And finally, the participants. The conference is for you. So enjoy every conversation, every panel, every connection you make. Many times these informal moments in the hallways during the breaks, these unexpected meetings that only happen here, that's where the ideas and opportunities that change trajectories and can impact the future of Brazil occur. Welcome to the Brazil Conference 2026. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Good morning. Everybody answered. I was happy with that. Good morning. Melim Batista. I'm talking to the people that are going to help you. I'm a black woman, 1.62 meters in height. I wear my hair a black power style. I'm wearing a blazer and a black and white checkered pants. I have a Brazilian flag tie, and I'm wearing 2 of the ID badges from 2025 and 2026. I'm using a lot of makeup because I love that, and I've been told I smell really great, so I'm very happy. Melim Batista is my name, as I said. I'm the President of Communication of the 12th Brazil Conference. Brazil's future changing challenges into progress. I need to tell you that I have a PhD through Universidade de São Paulo. I did my old doctorate here at Public Health School in Harvard, where I met Márcia Castro. I'm going to start my postdoc here, transforming digital technology for self-care and rehabilitation for our public health system in Brazil. I'm a black woman from the state of Amazonas, the city of Humaitá, 680 kilometers from the capital, Manaus. I'm the first president from the north and of African descent in the 12 years of this conference. Oh, I'm her sister. What I'd like to tell you here is a very important point. Beyond what Massinha and Felipe Doge already said, the Brazil conference, as you will see in the next couple days, and that you're already experiencing, is the result of more than 160 students that work at organizing and academics from 20 states in the U.S. Many stories, many experiences, and most importantly, people. We're talking about 76. Sorry, I'm causing problems. The audio is leaked. I'm bringing numbers here to tell you, but we come from 67 institutions in Brazil and all over the country, from all the Brazilian states. If you guys have just so you have a notion, per week, this group of volunteers dedicated more than 1,000 hours for this dream that you're experiencing here with us so that it could be realized. We're here to talk about the future of Brazil and how to transform challenges into progress. We have more than 60 speakers, more than 1,000 attendees. They're the heart of the Brazil conference. We also have an amazing group that is watching on YouTube from home and all the transmissions that are occurring right now. But talking about communication is to expose to you that weren't involved in the last 8 months what it's like to be here and to think about each detail, each post, each LinkedIn post, well, we marked you, each newsletter, is to talk about my General VP of Communication, Internal Communication, my VPs for Digital Experience, for Tech, and several other people that worked on this. They have expressed our love for Brazil with a lot of care and a lot of respect. We also have press coverage from Brazil that used this moment, that came directly from Brazil. We'll have information, and we'll see what we're doing as a Brazilian academic community here, and also all the Brazilians with our Brazilian flair, our Brazilian smell, our Brazilian style. Also journalists, press, all the press people that are here in the U.S. that will take the essence of our meeting to our Brazilian community that is here. That's a connection there. Having said that, I didn't get here alone. I want to thank Dad and Mom that are in the interior of the state of Amazonas, in Humaitá, watching on YouTube. I want to thank Hannah Batista, who is here. Tomás Aquino, I want to thank all his family, my partner, and my people from Amazonas. Amazonia, the forest, is like a person to me, especially the city of Humaitá, where my friends, my teachers, the Federal University of Amazonas, and São Paulo, the Qualitative, and now Harvard University. I'm also a scientist. Ever since I was 2, I asked my father to let me go to school. My dad is 70, my mother is 52. I asked to go to school when I was 2, and I never stopped studying. So there's no way I can't thank women scientists like Márcia Castro, Professora Dominique, Sueli Carneiro, Sônia Guimarães, Arlene Boom, Amélia Pascoal Marques, Ana Estela Haddad, Vera Rocha, Silva Maria Amado João, and Glaucia Vereno, who empowered me, protected me, taught me to be a woman scientist, who became president of communication of the Brazil Conference 2026. And I have a personal note. They asked me what it was like to be the president and to lead the Brazil Conference, to be able to dream about Brazil's future with a community that overcame challenges every day in different areas and connecting their stories. To me, to be the president of the conference is to lead an ecosystem where the diversity of ideas finds academic rigor. It's a space where we prove that Brazil will only move forward when we connect the cutting-edge knowledge with the urgency of our reality. And I want you to live all of that. And if you see any of these people here, give them a hug, embrace them, because they represent 168 organizers from all over Brazil. And please, if you see me, give me a hug, because I'm smiling because my biggest happiness is to smile. That's how I got here, given the challenges that Brazil faces and which I am helping to overcome. Thank you very much and welcome. It's a long speech, but I'm going to cut it short for you guys. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Lucas Moreno. I'm from Rio de Janeiro. I'm a carioca. It's a great city. I'm here studying government and economy at Harvard with a full scholarship. And this year I had the honor of being the president for logistics here at this conference, and also institutional chair. It was a lot of work, but in practice that meant a lot to me. We were trying to transform some ideas, some ambitious ideas we had, into reality, like Merlin said. And I can tell you, to make sure that everything works, each little detail was put in place so that you could have a good experience, was hard. But we're putting together what we dreamed, and it's happening. More even than an operation itself, here we have this bridge building role. We have people from Humaitá, from Rio de Janeiro, Maceió, Cuiabá, people that have been here in the U.S. for a very long time. This meeting of trajectories, this connection is phenomenal, is the reason we're involved here. To organize it is really an exercise in coordination. A lot of organizers, people from all over the world that are studying and helping out with the conference. So it's chaotic, but it's a really cool chaos. Brazil conference itself shows that it's possible for a group of students put together, align their purposes with excellence, and execute well. We were able to bring something that's enormous. This is now the 12th edition, so it's an enormous honor and a great pleasure to be here with you today. I'm cutting it short. In that sense, we have a lot of people to thank, so I'm going to do this generally. A lot of people, organizers, vice presidents, people on my team, fundraising, social impact. They worked a lot of organizers made this possible. They had a phenomenal commitment. It's sensational for this to happen, so that the event would be possible and would be getting executed now. I would also like to thank the professors. I was very much inspired by them. But in these last 8 months, I needed a lot of help. It was very chaotic. I still only 21, so having this learning experience with you is marvelous. It's helped a lot in this journey as logistics president to be here with these amazing people. Sonia, Marcia Castro, you guys are amazing. And I owe this co-presidency to you. Our organizers, too, did a little fundraising. Partners, thank you for continuing to believe in the Brazil Conference, the 12th edition. We're going to have the 13th, 14th, 15th, and we count on your support. This event is already amazing to me. We're going to see how Saturday and Sunday are going to be, but you can be sure that logistics is going to be working hard. If there's anything we can get out of this whole operation is that great results depend a lot on small details and small efforts well executed over a long time. So the whole team worked very hard all week, having exams, lessons with rain and whatnot. It was insane, but it was also incredible. So I'm very happy that you're all here. Welcome to the Brazil Conference 2026. Good morning. I'm Marcelo Bernardino. I'm doing a master's in political science here, and I'm here dealing. You're going to have 20 panels here today to talk about everything about Brazil, talk about health, education, public safety, but also AI, industry, startups, entrepreneurship, and also our culture. Because to speak about Brazil is to speak about our essence. So we'll talk about Brazilian fashion, music, and soccer. For all that to happen, had a team of 20 volunteers that I thank here. Especially the three vice presidents. If it hadn't been for them, none of this would exist. Daniela Rosete, Clarissa Dias, Marcela Cardoso, thank you very much for your work. Brazil has a lot of problems. We're not here to deny them, but to discuss them. And there are speakers to have speakers that have already made transformational changes in the country and then still believe in doing this. That's our objective here. That all of you leave here inspired and believing a little bit more that Brazil is going to work out and we're going to have a country that's incredible to live in. Many here are graduate students, master's students, doctorates. I know there are a lot of opportunities here, but whether you work from here or go back to Brazil, don't take Brazil off your radar, be it in research, with your work, and yes, with the most talented people talking and working for our country, Brazil. We'll be able to get there. May you all have a great conference.
Gente, bom dia.
Good morning, everyone. I am Caio Silva. I am a graduate student at physics here. I'm in my 4th year at MIT. So we have hundreds of people here in the room. It's gigantic. It's a very beautiful event. It's very interesting to note that 9 months ago, this was just a dream. It was 5 people in a small MIT room discussing how we're going to make all of this become a reality. At that time, there were a lot of hurdles that we had to overcome, a lot of things that made it seem impossible. I remember at that time I was talking to my parents, and they would say, "But Kai, you do physics. You're always in books. Why are you getting involved with this conference? There's nothing to do with what you do." And I would say to them, "If you think critically, you guys are right. This is very different than everything I've ever been involved in." But when I got into the Zoom room talking with the co-presidents, the energy was so positive. The intention is so good to build something from ground up, something that needs to be done. I had no idea what I was doing there, but I am believing that I'm doing what's right to be in this place. And I feel that the Brazil conference can be resumed or summarized in that fashion. We have many vice presidents that decided to have an impact on this conference. If you think in a logical fashion, it would be easier to do your graduate studies, your PhD, and just focus on studies. But this is worth doing. This is essential. The organizers decided this too. They've taken leadership of the conference and responsibility. They are every day during their studies, their PhD, their postgraduate studies, they're late at night, interviews, emails, 6 o'clock in the morning, running after all sorts of things to get taken care of. Something that wasn't necessary for them to do, but they believed it was something that made sense. I don't know if I'm going too far, but I'd like all organizers to stand up. I'd like to ask for a round of applause for everybody that's here to help organize this. Not just the team, but the social impact winners. They received recognition with no name, no voice, no face, but they passed along everything that they've gone through in their lives. But look where I came from, look what I suffered, look what I went through. Do you think this conference is going to hear me understand the importance of my community and my fight, my battle? They decided to believe in the conference, the social impact competitors. So I'd like to thank all of them, the co-presidents, from the little Zoom room trying to take all of this from paper and put it into reality, all the organizers, the sponsors, the social impact participants. Thank you very much for the Brazil conference. I'm going to pass the mic to the Sloan School at MIT, the dean. He has something to say. Good morning. Welcome to MIT. I wanted to start by congratulating all of the organizers of this conference, all of the presidents, vice presidents. I'm going to switch over to English because that will be better for you.
So wonderful to have you here. It's such a privilege to be able to host this incredible conference, the 12th edition of the Brazil conference. My name is Richard Locke. I have the great privilege and pleasure to serve as the Dean of the MIT Sloan School of Management. This is actually my second tour of duty at MIT. I was a graduate student here. I taught here for 25 years. Then I went to Brown University, where I served as the provost for almost a decade. Then I worked at Apple, running Apple University, and I've just come back to MIT, and it's a very, very special place, and it's great to be here. And I remember in my first tour of duty being very involved in the Brazil conference. I speak Portuguese and I understand Portuguese, so be careful when you say, essa cara, like be careful. I will understand. And did a lot of work with large firms like Ito and Vale, small firms, a lot of entrepreneurial firms, government agencies like IPEA, ENAP, and Banco do Nordeste. So it's really a really wonderful pleasure to be here and welcome you here today. So let me tell you a little bit about why I think it's so important that today we launch the conference here, even though this is a conference that cuts across many different universities in this region. The theme of the conference, it's not there anymore, but transforming desafios into innovation, etc. How do we translate those challenges into innovation? I think is really critical these days, not just for Brazil, but I think for the whole world. And that's why I think it's so important that we're beginning the conference today here at MIT in Kendall Square. Kendall Square, like Silicon Valley, are the two most dynamic economic clusters in the United States, and some would argue in the world. And what makes them so dynamic? Two things. One is the incredible partnership, parceria, between amazing universities, not just MIT and Harvard, but all the universities in the region, and industry. It's that collaboration, that partnership, that's mutual exchange of information and people, et cetera, that I think makes this place so dynamic, and where I lived until July, Silicon Valley, also very dynamic. That's what makes it really special, number one. And the second reason why I think these areas are so dynamic, and maybe we can learn something from them, bring some of those lessons to Brazil, is that it attracts an incredible cluster of talent from all over the world. regardless of your background, and I loved hearing the stories of the different presidents and vice presidents and organizers of the conference. People, regardless of where you come from, what you look like, what you believe in, what your parents did or didn't do, etc. You come here, there's a cluster of people, and it's a way of liberating that talent and engaging that talent to work on this innovative ecosystem. That's what makes a place like MIT, Kendall Square, Harvard, Boston so dynamic, and I think there are lessons for that for Brazil. So I was in Brazil last week, just unfortunately. In the conversations I met with, MIT has hundreds and hundreds of alums there, and I did an alumni event and was talking to alums in different organizations, government agencies, universities, firms, and one of the things that we proposed is how can we, around specific ideas, and Caio, you mentioned several of them, around health, around AI and its impact on the future of work, on advanced manufacturing, and how to use advanced manufacturing technologies to recreate well-paying manufacturing jobs for middle-class people. How do we think about climate change and clean energy and sustainability, et cetera? These are big issues that are confronting the entire world, and they're big issues that, of course, are very central to the future of Brazil. And so one of the proposals that we talked about last week when I was in Brazil is, given that these are sort of the anchor issues that MIT is, I'm talking about MIT because that's just my little piece of the world, but it's true for many of you who come from other universities as well. So I'm not trying to slight you, I'm just trying to be very conscious about what I can speak about. At MIT, we have decided to put flags in the ground around a small number of big issues like Gen AI and the future of careers in industry, or climate and clean energy, or health. And by health, I mean not just sort of the service, sort of the work that we heard, the public health issues and et cetera, but actually how do you take breakthroughs in biology and bioengineering and biotechnology and use those breakthroughs to actually promote high quality and accessible, in other words, affordable healthcare for all. How do we think about these issues? So this is what we're working on here. And it seems to me that the way that we can begin to transform desafios into oportunidades is to build those parcerias. So how can we at MIT, or we in this room, coming from many different universities, many different organizations, can we, around those specific issues, so be focused on health, on climate, sustainability, agriculture, water, advanced manufacturing, future of work, can we actually create parcerias with great local universities, local companies, government agencies, NGOs that are in Brazil, and do the work that way? And I think if we focus that way, it's great for everyone, because what I think is important is we're only going to continue being great here in Cambridge or in Boston if we're actually learning from others around the world. We don't have a monopoly of knowledge. We're lucky that we bring so many wonderful people here, but if we can actually have those parcerias with, say, local institutions in Brazil, I think we can have an impact translating our knowledge and helping, but I think equally we will learn from them and be better here. It's just a mutually, sort of a mutual beneficial thing. And I think that that's what we should be thinking about. Specific projects with specific partners around, specific issues that are important, not just for Brazil, but also for the world. And I think if we can do that, then we can show that the parceria, the partnerships, are not exploitative or one way or condescending, et cetera, but they're mutual. And it creates bridges for the future so that we can have the 13th, 14th, 15th, 17th edition of the Brazil conference focused on these issues. So that's, I hope, some of the issues that you'll be talking about going forward over the next several days are how do we actually specifically, project-based, people-based, et cetera, figure out how we actually connect these ideas into projects that we can realize and make a big difference for Brazil, but also for the world. So that's what I hope you all can talk about today. That's what I'm committed to doing at MIT Sloan. That's what Rodrigo and I have been talking about. This is the way that we should be thinking about international partnerships. American universities run around planting their flag around the world. That's not a really good strategy. The way that we should be thinking about is where in the world should we be so that we can be stronger doing the important work that we're supposed to be doing, addressing the world's big challenges, transforming those challenges into opportunities and growth for the world, for Brazil and beyond Brazil. So let me just conclude. I like this, vou cut it short. I think I heard a couple times there. Let me also cut it short by just, first of all, just again, thanking and congratulating the organizers of this conference, thanking all of you who have supported this conference financially, logistically, contributing your talent and your time. It's just really amazing to see such a thing on a cold Saturday morning. And I hope that what happens is that over the course of this conference, but beyond the conference, that we are really always thinking about two-way learning. How are we going to learn from one another so that we can be stronger and that we can bring that strength here to Brazil and make a difference. I just want to say how privileged I feel to be here today and really want to thank you for being here. Welcome again to MIT Sloan, and I hope to see a lot more of you in the years to come. Obrigado.
Declaramos oficialmente a
We are launching officially the Brazil Conference 2026, transforming challenges into progress. It's officially open. Let's go, everybody.
Eu só me candidatei para esse trainee, porque se eu penso em carreira, eu penso em Ambev.
Sonhamos grande e conseguimos. A companhia realmente desenvolve pessoas excelentes. O programa de trainee é um sonho grande se realizando. Eu acho que nada fala mais alto do que o brilho nos olhos de quem está chegando agora.
Fue un proceso muy enriquecedor, fue una gran experiencia. Cuando vas pasando por diferentes etapas, vas aprendiendo cosas, descubriendo cosas nuevas. Todo mundo me deixou muito à vontade para ser quem eu sou.
Eu não conhecia o caminho, então além de ter aberto o caminho para mim mesmo, eu tenho certeza que vai abrir caminho para outras pessoas que vão vir depois de mim.
Podem contar comigo para tudo, de trabalho a amizade, a beber uma cervejinha no final do expediente.
Vamos a meterle con todo a ver si lo sacamos para adelante.
Começar já. Começar? Você coloca o timer, né? Você... 45.
Pessoal. All right, folks. Let's start talking about some solutions for Brazil. Please, let's take our seats. Whoever wants to stand, feel free to stand in the back. To inaugurate the Brazil conference, we're going to have our first panel. That is the exception to the rules. Embraer lessons to build a high-tech company in Brazil. No place better than MIT, which is a front runner in technology on a world stage. We have Francisco Gomes Neto, CEO of Embraer since 2019. One of the most innovative Brazilian companies. Francisco leads a global team responsible for the recent recovery of the company, creating sustainable income for the company. Francisco has over 30 years of executive experience in the sector as CEO of Marcopol. A round of applause for Francisco. To moderate this special conversation, I am inviting up to the stage Professor Anderson Correa, President of IPT, Technological Research, and former Rector of CAPS. He's a ITA professor in Calgary University in Canada. Professor Anderson, the mic is yours.
É uma alegria estar aqui presente. Tivemos ontem também no jantar, muito especial lá no Museu de Arte.
Welcome, thank you everyone. It's a pleasure to moderate this panel here with the CEO from Embraer. That's a company that brings so much pride to all Brazilians, and it's such a special place here at MIT. I've been a professor there for 20 years now, MIT Polytechnic School. I've always interacted with students. Whenever I participate in any type of student event and I see the youth, I say, today they're students, but they will be the founders of companies. There are a couple of sponsors here that are former students. We have a couple that were students and now their companies are sponsors here at the event. So, when you circulate around, you see the future leaders of Brazil and of the world. And here you see it even more. I mean, you're here with MIT and Harvard students, Northwestern, and others. There are leaders, but they will be leading. They're circulating for the future. Astronauts, Nobel Prize winners, maybe a future Barack Obama for the U.S. or for Brazil. Maybe in the future leading the country. Gustavo Bach was the leader of the Department of Education previously, and so, you have to think about the future of the country, and many of you here are candidates that match that description. So it's important, but why? It's important for us to be here at this location because it was important for the foundation, or the founding of Embraer. Francisco is here, the president of a company that was created on the conveyor belt of ITER. There are hundreds and thousands, including at Embraer. Everyone knows that ITA was created by a former MIT student. At first, Richard Smith was the professor of the one from Montenegro, Filho. They came to MIT in 1943, 80 years ago, visited MIT, thought it was very cool, and decided to do something similar, which is ITA in Brazil. So they brought many professors, and Richard Smith became the founding rector. So considering the origin of ITA and MIT, you think that this impacted the founding of Embraer? Did you think you'd be such leaders that would be competing with Boeing, Airbus, or Chinese companies? This Embraer engineering DNA, does that come from MIT? Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation, the opportunity to be here. It's great to see such a high level of energy. Congratulations to all the organizers who elevate this event. Well, Anderson, it's a pleasure to be here with you. There's certainly some MIT DNA within our company. I'm going to try to answer this in a pragmatic fashion. So, let's talk a little bit about the success of Embraer. I think Embraer's success is based on strategic planning that was built in a collaborative fashion. I'll talk about the recent years that I've been participating. It's a very collaborative way, and it's implemented very efficiently with focus on sustainable growth for the company, with two main pillars, efficiency and innovation. We're going to talk probably more today during the day about innovation. We'll talk a lot about innovation, but at Embraer we created a culture to do basic tasks in an extraordinary fashion. So what we do is we focus on that which is essential, and we eliminate the distractions. At Embraer, we have goals that are simple and clear for everyone, and we monitor the execution of these goals frequently and with a great deal of discipline. We create at Embraer leadership events. We call them summits, but each area has your own summit. We use this event to align the teams regarding their goals, but also to integrate people to celebrate the results that we have already reached in the previous period, so that we can do much more than just what is planned. So every 3 months, myself and the CFO of the company, we get together with all the employees. We tell them about the goals that have been met and the challenges that we have coming down the road, and what contribution we expect from each of them. The company values a great deal education, innovation, and the current success of the company is due to passionate and dedicated people, and we continue focusing on the personal development of our people and innovation. I don't want to go too long here, so I'll stop there. You mentioned education, and we are at the best business school in the world. So it's somewhat of a coincidence. MIT was elected now for the first time the best business school in the world. The vice dean is a Brazilian, and also Richard, who speaks Portuguese. I think Brazil was important for Sloan to reach that global recognition as number one. Well, we're talking about innovation, and this week you led a number of events. You were talking about all this coordination that you do to reach your goals. The results are coming through. So for the first time in the history of Latin America, or the Southern Hemisphere, we made a supersonic, and there's going to be a number of them. It's not just making it in Brazil, but it's also giving it to Embraer and then exporting it to other countries. You guys did a demonstration flight of electoral, a flying car, and it's flying well. How many intents to buy do you have? Over 2,000. That's the most in the world. There's no other company that makes that type of drone for human transport that has 2,800 intents to purchase. It's the most in the world. You also celebrated 25 years of PE this week. It's a program with ITE and Embraer. So those are the results. So to reach all of these results, do you guys do this alone, or do you have partners? What is the network of partnerships that you have in Brazil, the United States, and in the world? That's right. Last Wednesday was a very special day. We spent the entire morning with the president and a number of heads of departments throughout the country. We showed the first fighter jet, the supersonic. We presented it, and we had an opportunity to show the president the flight. I think 35 flights so far. It's getting better and better, yes. But let me talk a little bit about the innovation, then we'll get to the partnerships. Innovation always had its DNA in Embraer. Ever since Bonarant in '68, right? That was the first product at Embraer. At Embraer, we have a true innovation ecosystem. But innovation for us is not just disruptive innovation, from improvements, continuous improvements every day in our production processes, but also disruptive innovation, which was mentioned, an airplane that is completely electric with vertical takeoff. We have a number of annual events to create visibility and promote innovation that puts technology and innovation at the forefront of Embraer. In a month, we have over 50 projects for all the employees of the company, projects that were developed over the last 12 months. We have the Green Light, which is a program which gives money to individuals that have good ideas to develop those ideas. They have good ideas. We have a commission set up to give resources to them to develop those ideas. And we have the Hack IMB, which is an event that we focus on digital intelligence and artificial intelligence. So how do we finance all that? About 5% of the company's income. That's for us. That's a lot. It's a lot of income. We're projecting $8.5 billion this year. So you can see how much we put into research and development. We invest a lot in R&D. That's the company's money that we put in there to guarantee that this money is directed towards the right things. We have 6 vertices. We have autonomous flight, special materials for the fuselage, artificial intelligence, data science, cybernetic security, and passenger experience. So we have these 6 vertices of innovation that we direct this money toward. These are innovation vertices. So we are investing in a lot of new technology, but we're also doing studies for the next cycle of products at Embraer to guarantee sustainable growth for many decades to come. We also work with resources from FINEP and ENBS. These are for innovation. It's very important for the company. And we also understand that partnerships with academia and research institutions are very important. So we have partnerships with about 66 organizations that are about 35 international organizations. So we have a small office here in Boston that I went to visit yesterday. They went to present it for me, how we structure the work with students connected to these 6 innovation vertices.
So it's a company that invests in innovation. When they ask, what's their secret? Is it because they don't have any competition? They're lucky. Yeah, they're lucky too. But they do invest in innovation. And that's what companies have to do, be it in Brazil or elsewhere. Who wants to be a leader? Anybody who wants to be a leader has to invest in innovation. They put 5% of their resources, along with FINEP, FATES, BNDES. It's the country working for Embraer. Francisco, we're here in the U.S. I came from New York yesterday to Boston. I took a picture. The plane was built by Embraer. Delta was the airline. It wasn't a international flight. It was an American domestic flight with a Brazilian plane. I took a picture. You thought it was cool too, right? You liked my photo. If you're not following me, please do follow me on social media. And I posted about Cafu yesterday. If you could give me a like, it would increase. But regional aviation here is dominated by Embraer. They have more planes flying here than in Brazil. It's a lot more. The plane that flies the most in the U.S. for the 15th year in a row is the Fano 300. It's the one that flies the most here in the U.S. in executive aviation. The biggest consumer of this market. And we also have a factory here in the U.S. in Melbourne, Florida. I don't know how many people you have there. I'm going to ask you to talk about that a little. Another one in Jacksonville, building the Super Tucano. The American Air Force uses Brazilian-made planes. And these vertical takeoff and landing, they're going to circulate here too. Embraer was saying Miami, New York, even Boston is going to have a landing pad for vertical takeoff and landing planes. So you have a big impact here in the U.S., not just in Brazil. Embraer is really potentializing things here. Have you looked at the impact you have here in the U.S.? Of course, last year when I saw the tariff story, I turned into Chief Tariff Officer, CTO of Embraer in the U.S. I spent months not doing anything else except trying to show the importance of Embraer to the U.S. Embraer has a big link to the U.S. We've been here over 40 years. Today we have more than 2,500 employees, qualified employees, almost $3 billion in assets, and American employees. Now, most of them are American, yeah. The employees are local people, Americans. Our company is traded on the stock exchange in New York. It's been 25 years. 75% of our shareholders are held by people from North America. So it's our bonds. We have bonds that we issue here in the U.S. So we have a big link to the U.S. Our planes, the delivery of planes. 40% of our commercial planes come to the U.S. and 65% of the private jets come to the U.S. That's why you're the Chief Tariff Officer. Otherwise, it would have been a big impact. 50% of tariffs on that. I never traveled so much to Washington, D.C. as last year. You were the first one to be received by the American government here. A lot of people were trying to call to speak to them. And you were able to do an end run and talk to the Secretary of Commerce. I was very well received. It was a very good experience. I learned a lot doing that. All of them understand Embraer's role. For example, I said that Embraer has 2,500 direct employees, but our planes, 40% of what's in there in that plane is American. We have more than 300 American suppliers for parts. So I wanted to show them, like, look, not just the 2,500 employees we have here, we also have 10,000 other people here in the U.S. that depend on that work for our suppliers. So according to our growth plan, we're going to buy $21 billion in equipment in the next 5 years here in the U.S., and we're going to export 13. So we have a $8 billion surplus for the U.S. You're also helping the American industry. It's a great partnership. Since 2010, we've been building private jets in Melbourne. We have a small factory in Jacksonville where we put the Super Tucano together, which is a light attack aircraft. It's not just for the U.S. Air Force, but we export it also to other countries in Africa and Middle East and whatnot. Another interesting fact, there are about 1,000 commercial airplanes. One is the one you flew yesterday, 1,000 commercial airplanes that transport approximately 100,000 passengers a year. That's almost 10% of all the passengers transported in the U.S. Airlines. American Eagle, Delta Connection, United Express, JetBlue, Alaska Airways. A lot of companies use our commercial jets. 100,000 Americans fly on Embraer jets. Another 1,100 private jets operated here by private owners or companies that lease them out, fractionals. So it's a very close link between us and the United States. It benefits Brazil, but also benefits the clients and industry here. So any student, MIT, Harvard, so on, they fly on planes built by Embraer all the time here, right? Now, Francisco, do you have, you're going to turn 57 soon? Embraer is going to be 60 soon. A lot of airlines, aviation companies went downhill and went out of business, but Embraer is still going steady. Not just in commercial aircraft, but in all the sectors. Sometimes it's better for defense, executive, commercial. You're doing well in all the areas Embraer operates in. Going overseas, closing new sales. You have the biggest backlog in history. You have a great future, new technologies, new advances. So you said, yeah, you have luck, but besides that, what's the secret for lasting so long and being so resilient when Brazil has so much difficulty? When I think about it, just the last few years, the COVID you guys had to deal with, the tarifaço, the dispute with Boeing, that was a lot. There was a stock market crisis last year here in New York. And you never fall. You're always getting back up. Along with the Brazilian energy, what's your secret? What can you pass to us here? I'm going to say even more. The Ukrainian and Russian war is another crisis. Hyperinflation in countries like the U.S. and Europe. Supply chain crises. The tariffs. And now the war in the Middle East. I've already spoken about the well-elaborated strategic plan and well-executed, focusing on the basics, to do basic things in an extraordinary way, not reinvent the wheel all the time. But without a doubt, Embraer's engineering has had a fundamental role in the company's growth. Human resources, right? If not, we wouldn't have the products we have today. Let me just do a little propaganda, a little publicity for our products commercially. We have 3 models we produce. A175 that you flew in yesterday, which is a complete success in regional aviation, has about 88 seats. A190, which has 114 seats, and the last one has up to 146 seats. We sold more than 200 of these planes last year, $7.4 billion in new orders for these planes. We sold them to Japan, Australia, to applaud. Let's show of hands, Scandinavia. We have to applaud. We sold them to the U.S., to Velo. Latam in Brazil after 30 years. The biggest buy was the Latam sale, right? That's up to 74, but the initial order is 24 planes. I think Azul was the first. We sold to Porter in Canada. That also flies to the U.S. We sold 75 planes to them. I'm saying a Brazilian company. What was the sale that you made to them? Azul, if you consider A1, A2, it was the one that really started using Embraer planes in Brazil. And then there was the executive aviation, Finalist 300. These two models, the Finalist 300 is the most sold private jet for the last 14 years in the whole world. It's a Brazilian, and there's a lot of competition here. And both these private jets are built in Florida. And there's the mid-size, the super mid-size model, which has been a great success. We now have that has a 42-inch TV. Everything automated, electric windows. It's selling well. We have private jets ordered that we're going to deliver in 2029. We're backed up until then. And then we have a military transport plane, which is the best in class in that category, up to 26 tons. Several countries buying it. We started producing in 2019. We've already sold 50. To Europe, South Korea, Hungary, Holland, Austria, exactly. So we have this great contribution from our engineering department, but we also have factories that are really strong, really world-class factories that have delighted and enchanted anybody that goes to visit them from other countries because they're clean, they're super organized, they have really well-structured procedures, assembly lines, the efficiency of these factories. So to sum it up, how does Embraer get through all these crises? We have planning, very good planning, very well executed plans. We have a portfolio of modern and efficient products put together by an incredible engineering department. We have world-class factories. And we have passionate people. That's our recipe for overcoming the crises. I'm going to write down that recipe so everybody can do it. It's very simple. Just do the basics well. That's all you got to do. But you have to have a good president too, right? Thank you. You have to have confident people. People are making some angry faces at me now. I think we're running out of time. Oh, okay. That's the amount of time we have? How much? 15 minutes. Let me ask you this. Francisco, we can't just, boast about MIT, Embraer, ITA. Brazil's bigger than that, right? We can't just talk about ourselves. It's great. We're happy here. We're happy about Embraer's future, all the advances. But as Osiris Silva would say, Brazil's too big to dream small. This success of Embraer, of course, there are companies that are similar, that invest in technology. I can talk about WEG, Petrobras, Vale, Natura. There are good examples. There's one that Marco Polo, Embraer, the bus version. There's amazing buses that they make in Rio Grande do Sul. So we have good examples. But why don't we have what Embraer does? Why can't we have 100 like biotechnology companies, semiconductor companies? Why don't we have our own AI in Brazil? Why don't we have a strong pharmaceutical industry that could export to the whole world, create vaccines in the private sector so that we don't depend? Why not build our own microchips? Why not have our own automobile manufacturers? Is it possible to do that in Brazil, or we're just going to have islands of excellence in Brazil? That's a great question. I think it's possible, yes. Brazil could go deeper into those technologies that are strategic, you could call them. So my experience with Embraer, with Marco Polo that you cited, and other companies, multinational companies in Germany that I work for, this technological competence is linked to a vision for the future, qualified personnel, internationalization, and execution capacity. If you look at Brazil, Brazil's already a reference in biofuels. If you look at ethanol, biodiesel, they're examples. That's important for aviation, right? Yeah, especially the now SAF, which is being discussed a lot in Brazil. You talk about AI. We have amazing talent in AI and software. A lot of them are trying to be, people are trying to recruit them from outside the country. So these technologies are not outside of our reach. I just think we need we have to make a decision, a strategic choice that's consistent and long-term. Long-term is a word that sums up Embraer. One time I was in Japan talking about ITA. I was the dean there at the time. And this Japanese guy, I forget what university, he said, "Congratulations to Brazil. Embraer created ITA to train their engineers for him." I don't know if he understood what I had said very well. I don't even know if I said it right in English or not, or if he understood. I said, "Sorry. ITA came first, and then Embraer." And he was like, "Really?" And I was telling him the time that it took to get that together. Casimiro came here in 43, taking Smith to ITA. ITA was created in 1945 in Rio de Janeiro, and then Embraer was put together in the Bandeirantes flew in 68, and Embraer was created in 69. How much time did it take from Casimiro to come here, sell the idea to have the first flight in 69? 26 years. How many governments, different governments and presidents that we have? So there was some continuity there, wasn't there? I think the ITA example is emblematic. It was born out of a conspiracy, a partnership with MIT, but it didn't copy MIT. It started with a purpose to create technological capacity of their own for the aviation sector. It applied to the Brazilian reality. Yes, I think that model, this learning model, could be replicated in other sectors and be as well.
Brasil tem mercado.
Brazil has a market, has talent. Brazil has good examples. Look at the ITA example. I think what's missing is continuity. Maybe what we need is technological ambition and leaders, public sector and private sector leaders that think in decades, not in short cycles. I'm going to tie this to this event here. You guys are here having an opportunity to study here at these islands of excellence like MIT. You can be these leaders, yes. These leaders for the future that will help grow this long-term vision to promote technological development in Brazil in strategic sectors, as was done with aviation. So you're basically issuing an invite to these, just like Casimiro came here to take Richard Smith to the U.S. He was American. He left this country when the U.S. was growing. He went to a country, as Osiris Sivas said, didn't even build their own bicycles at the time. He went there. I remember his first lecture is, it's in Casimiro's biography. Smith got there in 45. There was no Brasilia yet. He went to Rio de Janeiro. He said, Brazil, future aviation power. 81 years ago. Imagine a lecture like that. I would say that now, but then He said that 81 years ago. He said that at the Secretary Department of Education in Rio. He was a lecturer there. He said, don't buy foreign planes, even if they're free. You have to build your own, because if you buy them, you're going to have to keep using old, used planes, fighter planes. You're going to have, most importantly, you have to build schools for aeronautics with research labs to be able to support this industry. So it's a company that, now people in 1945 believed that. Smith left MIT and went there. He was a senior professor here. Astro has a picture of him on the wall, and he went to Brazil. So I think it's a invitation to the Brazilians here too, is to stimulate leadership that will have impact in Brazil, that will have social impact, like Marilyn said. This conference has this purpose of taking progress to Brazil. There's an area that Embraer works in, which is space. We haven't talked about that yet. We have, everybody knows that aerospace program is important for any country, especially for a country like Brazil. In the U.S., the number of satellites they sell. If you go to China, that learned with our aerospace program, but they did it quickly, they've launched more than 1,000 satellites into orbit. They have 5 launching sites. Brazil has 2, Alcântara and Bahia do Inferno, but never had a successful launch yet, and never had a satellite be launched from Brazil up to now. That's incredible. Huh? India, every time they launch a rocket, it's got 100 satellites on it. Russia, South Korea, France through French Guiana, and Kourou. Brazil hasn't been able to do it. They even have satellites, but they launch them in other countries. We don't have an aerospace industry yet. It's part of the government. Do you believe this sector can go somewhere? Besides being a power in aviation, that we can be in space, aerospace too. When we talk about Visiona, a lot of people don't know, but it builds other things beyond planes. We're a technology company, so the whole system of air traffic control in Brazil. Software was put together by one of our companies, ATEC. We also build radars and systems for border control. The radars for that are built by Embraer. We also build platform management systems for frigates that are being built for the Brazilian Navy with ThyssenKrupp. And then another one you mentioned here, Visiona, has contributed to this process, Anderson, with the development of a geostationary orbit satellite. I think that was successful. But now, with Visiona, we've been working more in the private sector, energy, mining, environment. The good news is that last year, another company, a state-owned company, Alada in Brazil, within the Department of Defense, and the objective of that company is to develop the aerospace sector. So they want to turn Alada into a new space agency in Brazil. It's going to start as a government, but it could be privatized in the future. And we're going to help with that to develop Brazil's aerospace technology. Now, with these new companies that are being formed, this new investment in technology on the part of the Brazilian government, do we think we have a way forward in space? And pretty soon you'll be doing satellite support. We're building satellites. It could be exporting those. There are even companies building satellite launchers in Brazil. These companies with Embraer could enter the aerospace market, which is enormous. Why does Brazil need an aerospace program? communications, GPS, precision agriculture, all those need that. And aeronautics, if you have a company for that, it bleeds into other sectors too, right? For example, even agricultural aviation, and you have an alcohol-powered a plane that flies on ethanol. That famous astrophysicist, forget his name, Neil deGrasse. He made a great video. He said, "Did you know that Brazil builds alcohol-powered planes? Americans just drink alcohol. They don't use it in aviation. And we do both." There are 500 Ipanema planes. There's a picture of the employees. And it's for agricultural crop dusting and whatnot. And drones, too. So the aeronautical industry doesn't only serve that sector, it bleeds into other sectors and impacts economy, industry, agriculture, communications. It transcends, it bleeds over into other sectors, which also helps the country. True. It's a technology mover, and we can do that. You can also compete outside of Brazil. So you're giving everybody a message here. I'd like to close this theme out saying, I talked about Richard Smith, who was a MIT professor that went to Brazil. Do you think Brazil can still be a place for entrepreneurship? Do you think we have a chance there to repatriate some of the people that are here now at this conference? As you said, to do some entrepreneuring, to be involved in these future products. Do you think there's room for them to be part of our Brazilian team, be it in person or from a distance from the U.S.? Do you think Brazil has the potential for that? Certainly. Yesterday it was great during the cocktail reception. I was talking to some students here. I was even more enthusiastic about this. I want to, stress the point I made earlier. If you have an opportunity to be in these islands of excellence, yes, you could be drivers for Brazil to accelerate technological, strategic development. I think you have a great mission ahead of you. To close out this panel, I'll remember a phrase from Casemiro. He got an honorary doctorate at Unicap, and I'll tell you what he said when he received that. I never believed in messiahs. I believe in group work and working in teams. So believe in yourselves and teamwork, cooperation, and to be here, you co-presidents, it's an amazing experience. Your leadership, that's what Brazil needs. So we need you, all of you. Embraer needs to come to Brazil, come work with us, and create our country's future. Congratulations for your great explanation here.
Dia primeiro inaugura o ITA lá no Ceará.
Ah, isso aí. Eu ajudei a fundar o Ceará. Uma foto, vamos tirar, acho que é aquela ali, né?
Pessoal, lembrando que agora...
Just a reminder, we're going to have two panels going, one here and another in Wong. You can take a look at the app and decide which one you prefer.
Tem dois, eu tô reservando, mas reserva mais. O pessoal papelzinho, né?
You want a hand? We'll make it easy. Okay.
Valeu pela dica aí.
Posso tirar uma foto rapidinho?
Fica aqui. Fica aqui, ó. Vai dar melhor. Deixa eu ver. Ah, lá embaixo também tem um painel, né? Não pode tirar. Eu tirei já. É que ele tá dando reflexo. Lá embaixo tem outro. É que a luz tá ruim. Nem corta, nem. Não vai sair bom. Senta nas cadeiras. Aqui, ó. Não, mas eu ia tirar uma metade da corpo inteira pra ficar lá o pessoal. Vamos lá para outro prédio? Não, só dali, não. Bora, tira aqui.
Só um minutinho, vai dar certo. Não. Pronto, agora vai dar certo, Antônio.
Ele falou. É um colega seu que não tem graça, né?
Obrigada. Quer tirar um aqui?
Sim.
Tá bem. É que amanhã. É o seguinte.
Na Brasil Conference, acreditamos que o respeito à pluralidade humana é um compromisso coletivo e inegociável. Por isso criamos o DC Acolhe, um espaço para escutar, orientar e apoiar todas as pessoas que participam da conferência. Se você vivenciar ou testemunhar qualquer situação de desrespeito ou desconforto, pode registrar uma ocorrência de forma simples, pelo aplicativo da Brasil Conference, acessando o QR Code disponível no evento ou procurando diretamente o espaço do BC Acolhe. Estamos aqui para ouvir você e contribuir para que a Brasil Conference seja um espaço seguro, respeitoso e acolhedor para todas as pessoas.
E os speakers já estão. Vamos começar aí. Olha, depois dessa foto a gente vai encerrar.
Obrigada, desculpa.
Pessoal, vamos sentando.
All right, folks, let's take our seats, please. Our next panel is going to start.
Começa.
Pessoal, vamos começar.
All right, folks, we're going to start our next panel in a few moments, please.
Tá. Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to start now our next panel. Elections 2026, political marketing and opinion research. How does Brazil see itself and how do we see Brazil? In this panel, we will explore how political marketing in Brazil and opinion research influence our understanding of the present, the projection of the future, and influence how we choose our representatives. With that, we have a pleasure of having Felipe Nunes, PhD at OCLA for political science. He's a founding partner of Quest, one of the main research consultant firms, and Felipe Nunes is one of the greatest specialists in quantitative analysis and public opinion in the country. Welcome. We also have with us Duda Lima. He is one of the main political marketing strategists currently in Brazil. He has led highly competitive campaigns, 2022 presidential campaigns and municipal in 2024. He's a specialist in polarization. He focuses on the integration of AI and data analysis in the construction of political communication strategies. And we have Iracema Rezende, Director of our research, quantitative research in political marketing. She follows the Brazilian scenario with participation in her part on campaigns for Lula and Fernando Collor, psychoanalysis. Iracema Rezende leads candidate campaigns. Charles Sacconi is our moderator. João Sacconi, political analyst, focusing on the intersection of power, economy, and culture. The mic is yours. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our speakers, Iracema, Duda, Felipe. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I thank you in the name, on behalf of the Brazil Conference. It's a pleasure to have you here and focus on how we think about Brazil and how Brazil thinks about itself. It's a pleasure to have you here, especially since in 7 months we will all be together, I hope, electing our next Brazilian president for a second term. Just like 150 million Brazilians qualified to vote, who will vote for our next leader for the next 4 years. It's very important. It's important that we count on your research to bring to us what you think is going to happen in October. And no beating around the bush. We already talked a little bit. I'm a journalist. When we ask this question, we know. But we need that each of you in your area, Felipe in quantitative research, Iracema in qualitative, and Duda with your political analysis. Share with us what you think is going to happen, and then we will guide our conversation to other topics that go through political polarization, AI, and other systems that are important for this moment in Brazil. So we'll talk with Felipe, our man of the numbers, the leader of one of the greatest research institutes in Brazil at this time. What do you think is going to happen in October of 2026? Please. Well, I'm from Minas Gerais. You think you're going to get a response like that from someone from Minas? No way. You don't know where I come from. We like cheese, cheesy bread. But I'd like to first say good morning to everyone that's here. I was a doctorate student at UCLA here in the United States. I'm here looking at this audience. I'm seeing myself seated in the audience in 2019. Every time I come here to speak with students, I always say the same thing. Go back to Brazil. We really need all of this technical training that you guys are receiving to build this wonderful country. I have said that mutts are good things because mutts have more fun than other dogs. So we need to be Brazilians. We need to use all of our creativity, our culture, our diversity to develop our great country. Congratulations for this event. On behalf of João, I want to say thank you. It's an honor to be here. It's beautiful to see you Brazilians here occupying Harvard. We're speaking in Portuguese. We're here at MIT in such an important place. So congratulations. You guys are really doing a great job. It's a pleasure to be here with Duda. He is a master at this area. So, well, folks, I know everybody wants to talk about the presidential election, but I'm going to do the opposite. We Brazilians need to start paying attention to the legislature elections. That's why I'm going to inverse the order of my talk. So, there's a lot of value today when we talk about National Congress. It's tremendously important, and everybody's looking to what's going to happen with the presidency. But the first thing I want to say to you is that maybe in history we have the highest rate of re-election in the House of Representatives. That comes from institutional change. That's very important. That makes it so candidates have money to build relationships with mayors. They were highly re-elected, the highest rate of re-election in the history of Brazil in 2024. A great deal of mayors re-elected. These mayors have electoral connections with the congressmen and women. So that is probably going to change the pattern of careers and relationships in Brazil. The second vote that's fundamental this year is for the Senate. I really want to begin my talk focused on the Senate because we have the most different election for the Senate in all of our history. Few people know that in 2018, the current senators that are seated now, 57% of the Brazilians, more than half, did not vote on senators in 2018. That means 43% only of the Brazilians elected 2/3 of the Senate. This year, I think it's going to be the opposite. The electoral abstinence, I think, is going to be minimal. I think it's going to affect, on a federal level, the way that the Brazilians are afraid of the Supreme Court. They feel obligated in a certain way. And more than that, they are thinking that the Supreme Court went beyond its limits, so I think that's why it's going to change this time around. It's important to talk about the presidential election, but I think we Brazilians need to learn to talk more about Congress. All right, in a little bit we'll go back to the presidential question, but let's go to Duda and Iracema. But Felipe, just with you a little bit. When we talk about the legislature, you brought this up. It's very important because of this relationship between what happens in the Supreme Court and the legislature. But if we think about the zip codes throughout Brazil, the municipalities, which is very important in Brazilian elections, beyond just who's going to win and who's not in our little game here, but what state, region, zip code, or city do you think will be a determining factor in Brazil's choices? We know that Minas Gerais, we have Iracema's state as well, because it's the largest due to the Electoral College in Brazil. We know that it can be a thermometer. We have the Northeast. Going back a little bit to how we're to do these projections for 2026, we were talking about a scenario where we have very possibly a re-election of President Lula. We also have Flávio Bolsonaro that's trying to inherit his father's votes as a senator, based on what he already had in Rio de Janeiro as a senator, and the electoral foundation as a family. But not only do we have Minas that we already know about, but we also have the Northeast as President Lula is fighting for re-election. How do we look at Brazil regionally speaking? Well, it looks a lot like the American election. Everybody knows how California's going to vote, right? Everyone knows how Texas is going to vote, right? In Brazil, something very similar is happening. The Brazilian Northeast, the last 5 election cycles, voted 70% in favor of the PT, the Workers' Party. We had Dilma, Lula, and Daci. And 70% has been basically stable. The same thing happens in southern Brazil. In this, you have about 65, 67% of these 2 regions go to the strongest PT candidate. So this is a calcification of the Brazilian electorate. High stability. That in the book that I published in 2023, I explain this. What happens, João, the electoral geographical scenario is important because within those spaces, and here in the United States, they call them swing voters or swing states. Those are the areas that can influence. In Brazil, the most important city for us to understand the direction of the country is São Paulo. São Paulo has gone through great variations, very significant variations. After São Paulo, I would look to Minas Gerais, but not entirely, because northern Minas is like the northeast. The south of Minas is similar to São Paulo. The Minas triangle is just like the Midwest. So you have to look at the metropolitan area around Belo Horizonte. That's the important area. There's another area. Camaçari is a region that's a swing region. There's a part there that's above Salvador where you don't have a determined vote. Also, the Baixada Fluminense. If you look, there are 4 places to look. If I understand where São Paulo is going, the Baixada Fluminense, the metropolitan Belo Horizonte region, and north of Salvador, basically we will understand the direction things are going. That's very interesting, that comparison to the U.S. It's interesting because we're all living here as students, but I wanted to take advantage of this topic and give the mic to Duda so he can give his 2 cents, but also explain a little bit to people, how does this calcification scenario influence what you do as a marketer? Does this calcification change? And if you believe in the calcification's existence, I'd like to understand a little bit about how this impacts what you do and how you think the Brazilians will vote in the 2026 election. Let's not forget that. Well, everyone, first off, I wanted to congratulate all of you that are here. I understand that you students, whether it's graduate or postgraduate, doctorate, you had to give up a lot to be here, and I really respect that, your effort. Congratulations for being here. What an honor it is to share this time with you. I'm very proud to share my country with you as well. I want to also congratulate the organizers. You've done an incredible job. I haven't seen any flaws here. Marketers always see flaws, and I haven't seen any yet. So, talking a little bit about Brazil and the next election, I spent the last 25 years of my life trying to understand, decipher the numbers and publicity strategy and try to change these numbers. When we talk about power, necessarily the dispute for power involves an adversary. You have to have an adversary to be able to fight for something. So that's going to lead to polarization, at least a little bit. When you have well-defined extremes, maybe I can't change 10%, but I might be able to change 2 or 1%. That's enough to win an extremely polarized election. So what I see now, an election where the strategists, the marketing specialists, are starting to have a value that for many years they didn't see in Brazil. It's fundamental to understand this behavior and connect with the electorate. Communicating is one thing, connecting is another, and we do need to connect. We have a great deal of ability to make that connection and change. Just like Felipe said, well, it's a little divided. I understand what he's explaining. Looking at São Paulo, my candidate there was this or that. I need to get out of this polarization so I can win, but I'm going to get out of that, right? That's zealous, and bold, but he would lose if he didn't do that. So he went there and got all the votes from the right. So this connection with the voter is fundamental, and it's going to be more and more important, especially when the situation is as such in the country with polarization. Marketing is able to do that. I'm going to follow along those same lines, Duda. Excuse me to Sama before we pass it along to you, but this is a very important topic. You mentioned the election from 2024, and we're talking about São Paulo, the municipal election, where you were the political strategist for Ricardo Nunes, the re-elected mayor. We can also look at the outsider candidate who got some right-wing votes, but also some political alliances. So we're talking about Pablo. I have to remember sincerely a moment during a debate where you ended up being attacked physically by an employee from Pablo's side. So I'm asking you about that because when you talk about this connection to the voter, I want to see, are we able to connect with the voters? Is it possible to connect with this voter when they are highly radicalized, such as a scenario that I'm mentioning? Can you still have politics outside of radicalism? Yes. In fact, I only believe in political campaigns outside of radicalization. I contributed with 6. Oh, I got 6 stitches. 3 here and 3 here. That was a real contribution. I ended up with 6 stitches. I gave my blood, quite literally speaking. I was working backstage, and I was always hiding, and then all of a sudden, I'm all over the place on the news, and, well, that's the point we reached, right? We laugh a little bit, but look at what point we've reached. It's not supposed to be like that. I understand. When it goes beyond the point, there's something left behind, which is reason. The reason. We talk a lot about backstage, but what is the reason for being in politics? It's to serve the public. So it's terrible when you have a certain group of people that they're there and they don't even have money to eat. They run out of money. They can't even eat. There's so many Brazilians that are drowning in debt. This is the situation in Brazil. That needs to change. But when we sometimes get off of this focus a little bit, we lose a little bit of the temperature. I understand that elections in this fashion, the idea is to burn out the other side. But when you have an election that it's fundamental to explain who's better and who's more prepared and who's going to be able to care for the country best over the next 4 years, that's a certain technique. But when you abandon that and you start to just put flaws on the other side, it's something that's unnecessary. Someone needs to say, stop. This isn't supposed to be like this. And you know something? The voter understands that. The voter understands. So maybe I'm the last romantic, but I believe in that. I think it's very possible for you to approach these problems head on and talk to the voter because they're going to understand. I feel that in this next election that sometimes someone's going to arrive on the scene and shake things up and say, hey, everybody, stop. Let's talk about the country. Let's focus on the country. This will probably happen in a short time frame. This has to happen. and then we'll have someone who will be chosen, not because they're better or worse, but because they had a better proposals to care for our country. If you look at the ball on the ground and you look at this voter messaging, and if you look without criticizing the other side and focus on what's better for the country, Sam is here. She deals a lot with this. She does a research project that's a little bit different than the research that we typically see on TV. She does qualitative versus quantitative. So she might be looking, for a candidacy, and she puts everyone together, and the voters are observed from behind two-sided mirrors to see how they react to certain issues. So on her first talk here, how does this polarization, how does it reflect on these two-sided mirror meetings where you conduct your research? How does the polarization have come into play with that?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Glad to be here. I'm going to try to clear things up, give some opinions. As you know, Mineiros, of course it's going to be a polarized election. There are two very divided camps. We see it's going to be an election that involves rejection. They're polarized and tied, same high level of rejection of both, although one is more structural and the other one is also, in terms of qualitative analysis, what are the connections, what do we try to hear? I tried to hear voters that are not too radicalized, not too polarized, so that we can have more of a debate, people that have a tendency toward one or the other, but not completely radicalized. The radicalized voters don't really feed the campaign very well. We're going to try to understand what's going on so that things can connect. How is Lula going to reduce rejection? How is Flavio Bolsonaro, in psychoanalysis way, there's some transference there from the father. He wants to change his image a little bit. Is that going to work? What Lula's going to try to show, is that going to work? So it's going to be a war of rejection. And the candidate's able to reduce that rejection and attract the voters, because we have a pretty high level of voter absenteeism, people that aren't engaged. There was a poll where 54% are not engaged, they're invisible. They want change. They're not so involved with this polarization. So we want to hear these voters to understand, so that the campaigns can mobilize those voters to make a difference. I think there is a way to make a difference, and the winner is going to be the person that can feel the pulse of that voter, but I can't say who it's going to be. I can't tell. We're going to discover in October, everybody together, no problem. Iracema understands the candidate's mindset, not just the voters. This brings her an inside view of the campaigns. She is co-author of this book, The Candidate's Head, and Brazil in the Mirror, this other book. Felipe's book, recently published, a bestseller, and also a theoretical success. You talk about calcification. I'd like to ask you, Felipe, can you explain what is calcification numerically? Since we're at MIT, I think we can talk about numbers here. We talk about Brazil being divided between the left and right, but Lulistas, Bolsonaristas, and independent voters. How can we understand that? After the election in 2018, I started noticing that there was a slightly different movement. The polarization between PT and PSDB, which was clearly a party division and that lasted a long time in Brazil, was a dispute about themes like privatization or the role of the state in the economy. That's what the issues were. And polarization is fundamental in civil society. It's important to have differences of opinion, and so that democracy can work out a solution. But in 2018, it seemed like Atlético and Cruzeiro, Flamengo and Fluminense, Palmeiras and Corinthians, it was a different dynamic. It's as if the voter put on the team's jersey during the game and never took it off. It started to impact our lives. And looking at that, talking to some American political scientists, we brought to Brazil what I'd call emotional polarization. The other one is no longer an adversary. Now they're my enemy because they are a threat to my existence. The other signifies something I don't tolerate at all. That's where I noticed, the need to create an indicator that could make us forget about how I vote and start being able to see who am I, what's my identity. That's where we get this 5-point scale. Lulistas that love Lula, 95% of them are fixated on Lula as a candidate. The Bolsonaristas, same passion, same idolatry, same fanaticism on both extremes. Then there's the left that is not Lulista, but has progressive values. The right that has more liberal, conservative values, but doesn't like Bolsonarismo all that much. And then the independents that suffer. They're stuck between the two sides, trying to understand what they're going to do with their vote. What is impressive about the political math in Brazil, since we're at MIT? If we put together Bolsonarismo and the right, that's 35% of the country. If we add Lulismo and the left, that's also 35%. So it's a tie game. Look at the voting polls now. It's 35% to 35%. Bolsonaro says, "Oh, my son," and he's at 35. Lula's at 35 for a long time. That's the dynamic of the calcification. You choose a side and you act like a team. But they're not the ones that are going to decide the election, not the 35 on each end. It's the other 35 that are left over. The other 30. Of these 30% that in the middle, the majority of them is not going to vote. They're going to abstain. So not only do you need a strong marketer, a persuasive marketer, convince people to vote, they're going to need to mobilize people. You're going to have to take the voters to the polling places, which the U.S. does for a long time very well, because here the vote isn't mandatory. We're going to have people that will mobilize the voters and persuade people to go vote. Now, there's another story, the 10% that decide the election. That 10% are ambiguous, ambivalent, paradoxical. They're not conservative or progressive and everything. Those are the ones you're going to have to figure out what the heck they're thinking to understand them, because it's very hard for them to decide. What do I worry about? That the 30% completely give up the decision, and then we're stuck with the polarization, and that's not good for democracy in Brazil. So before talking about that necessary mobilization, I'd like to ask Felipe one more thing. Just to understand, you say polarization is part of civil society, democracies. We have that kind of thing here. Two sides that have different ways of looking at things politically. Calcification, which I think is happening here too, is a newer phenomenon, and it creates some problems in having dialogue and impacts public policy probably. Can you get out of that calcification? Of course. The biography of the Abyss, my first book with Thomas Trauman, was let's get used to this, people. That's part of the game. 35 on each side. 35%. Americans are used to that. The problem is when the polarization becomes violence. We're here next to a guy who was working and was involved in open warfare. It was like a Viking raid or something. We don't want that in democracy, because when we fight, we don't talk. We don't have dialogue. What we show in the biography of the Abyss is that there's space to break the calcification and the polarization as long as there is mobilization of independent voters. If it's a war that drives the independent voters away, it's going to be very hard to break the deadlock. But if there's an effort to mobilize, engage, excite, and to give these people hope above all, it's going to have to be a very different conversation. Then yes, there's space to break the calcification. And then we get to Duda's work, because in the spaces that he works in, he helps candidates connect to the voters. I'd like to understand within this scenario of polarization, calcification, and with other social components that all of us know, two things. First, is political polarization interesting to a politician? Because we're here talking about this, political marketers, pollsters, trying to understand what's going on. We also have professionals of several sectors. How can we find a third way? How can we end that calcification, polarization? Is it worth us thinking about it and the politicians not thinking about it? Is polarization interesting to the politicians? And another thing, artificial intelligence, which I think is going to be behind a lot of the communications that political campaigns are going to make. Is that a tool that could help break this calcification? Good question. In the beginning of my career, I worked in the ABC Paulista. That's where the union movement in Brazil was born. That's where Lula rose up as a politician and got to where he got. I know what polarization is, people. I lived it. I'm talking about 35 years ago, 40 years ago. History is going to tell this moment in a different way. Yes, this too shall pass, because in practice, if we're in a power struggle, you need to have an opposition, you need to have an enemy, and what feeds the right is the left, and what feeds the left is the right. It's fundamental that they polarize, because that's where they generate their energy. Let's talk about the bubble, so that the bubble can be mobilized. As Felipe said, we need to mobilize the sides. The great energy driving force is the other side. Talking about the other side. That's how it works. What about the people in the middle? Yes, it's not going to last very long, because sooner or later, people are going to ask, why am I fighting? What am I fighting for? What is this fight all about? At some point, this is going to get to the voter's head, and they're going to think, okay, yes, I have my personal opinions. I think it's better to go this way or than that. But at some point, we're going to have to talk about one country, public safety, education, health. We're going to need to talk about those things. There's going to have to be space for that. And in this case, for example, artificial intelligence can help a lot. Let's say somebody has 100,000 followers. He posts one post, okay? And then Meta is going to deliver that to his followers. And Meta can make 100,000 different posts, one for each individual. I saw this in India recently. I don't know if anybody followed this. It was so much fake news, people that were already dead, giving speeches. There's no control mechanism, what you need. But I'm not talking about scaling up. I'm talking about the technology to bring the candidate closer to the voter. If you send me a video and I answer that video with what I think. If you look at my timeline, if I get a candidate's timeline, everything they've said, and throw it in a library, and create videos only based on what's in that library, I'm going to make videos that are interesting so that the voter may understand what I think about that, because I already talked about it. It's possible it's going to happen in Brazil. This big leap is going to happen as it's happened here in the U.S. with Obama's election. It's what I see in 2026 in the world, starting with Brazil. Very interesting, Duda. Duda, from 2024 to now, observed elections all over the world to see how AI gets used in these. You talked about this direct contact with the voters through videos, exchanges, and whatnot. And I'd like to ask you, Sim, about this. This question is for both of you. So we have the idea of getting closer to the voter and break the calcification, dialoguing directly with the voter. But Duda mentioned this excellent example of India, how fake news can take over the debate. So if you're a marketer and you need to lead with fake news or some kind of deep fake video that they the other campaign put together, how do you deal with that? How do you keep your politician on the level and without going off the rails if he's attacked with deep fakes and other things? How can you keep the debate within the sphere of reality? And also psychologically for the voter, when we see the voter in that hall of mirrors, do you think the voter can understand the difference between reality and what isn't? Between truth and lies? Starting with Duda. Well, folks, I think about, I always try to put the weak points of my candidate before those of my opposition. I am much more intense in my destruction of my candidate. I'm going to do that with the other candidate, of course. But then I put together a defense. I put together a bunch of material. When you hear people, social media already does that. When you're recruiting people, you already know what people are thinking, why they're sitting there. So I just deal with stimulus. The most important thing is to foresee and vaccinate. So you're thinking, oh, they might do this, they might do this. You see this little post. Social media is a living organism. Rarely do people invent things. They get something from somewhere else, curate it, and you have to do that quicker than them. Why? Because they're going to do it. There are a lot of jerks who are going to do that. So I'm telling people to identify AI. Who can do that? Who can identify what's AI and what isn't? It's artificial. You need to have software that will identify AI and quickly, because that's going to happen. I also understand all these absurd things people are saying about AI tries to bring in real things. When things are well done, I can't tell what's real and what isn't. You can't tell because they're incredible. Very well done. If we find a mechanism to bar that, that's going to take away the incentive of somebody that is planning on selling people a bill of goods and a fictional product. I don't know if that was clear, but the sooner you foresee and vaccinate people against something, the sooner you're going to resolve that. Otherwise, people are just stay in the bubble. So this 10% that Felipe is talking about always here, they're more skeptical about that. They're more cautious. Whereas this mechanism of real or fake, what's happening with voters, I think it's interesting when you talk about the independent voters, the 10%. I did a big qualitative research with right, center right, evangelicals, radical left. What do you notice? It's very hard to control digital media and AI. The electoral courts are trying to figure out a way to avoid that, but it ends up causing mental confusion in voters. They don't know what to believe. Is this true or isn't it? What we noticed was that the voters at the extremes are very affected by it emotionally. They don't even check the information. The evangelicals, we saw that a lot. People on the right, they get that information, they trust it, they forward it. The left questions a little bit more, but the center voter and this undecided, they're less emotionally invested in what's coming out of AI and social media. So they're wondering if it's true or if it isn't. I'm not going to get fake. I'm not going to get mistaken about this. There's all these people trying to get their vote. So you start seeing these voters on all different socioeconomic levels. They're getting smarter so as not to be sold a bill of goods, but it is a problem. These people who are in the middle, they're building an armor and they're being more skeptical. They don't want to be deceived. The middle voter says, hey, wait a bit. Let me think about my life and Brazil. I can't be stuck in this war, this soccer rivalry type of political arena. That's just a mess. Yeah, it's a problem as to do with the candidates and the research institutes. If we go back a little bit, remember that in 2022, we talked a lot about the research institutes missed what was going to happen, not just in the presidential election, but also in relation to Congress. There's a big change in 2022 because the right got a lot of seats that they didn't have before. So, Felipe, do you think AI can increase this suspicion that the voters have about the research institutes? Maybe Quest had their image tarnished so much, but other institutes, more traditional ones, did have their reputations tarnished. I'd like to ask you, what's the AI impact on that scenario? So, João showed you the book, Brazil in the Mirror. That's the biggest research poll done in Brazil about this. Global does a lot of polling to understand what's going on. This is one of them. I had the privilege of coordinating it with a Global's team at Quest. We put together this poll. Why am I talking about this? Because chapter 6 talks about what I think is our biggest crisis. The crisis of suspicion. Brazil is the country that has the lowest level of trust between people. Only 6% of Brazilians trust each other. Who here, who's studying political science, have you studied Douglas North and other people? In that theory, you're going to remember and notice that without interpersonal trust, it's impossible to have economic development because economic transactions depend basically on trusting others. And another problem as well, beyond the very high level of economic challenges, when we live in a suspicious society, we start mistrusting institutions, and then things get very serious. So if there's something that worries me as a political scientist, it is how are Brazilians going to deal with this problem of mistrust? We need to find ways to change that because that's impacting the trust in the press in the media, in the parties, Congress, in the Supreme Court, in the courts as a whole, in the polling institutes, but not just that. Our work at Quest, I always speak well of other research institutes in Brazil. We have very good people doing polling, is to recover our credibility, show people that they can trust them, because it's being done scientifically, carefully, independently, apolitically, and I think we're doing that. Quest is just part of that. So this interpersonal mistrust is the origin of all economic, political, and social mistrust that we need to change. That's what we have to focus on, and I hope politicians are aware of that, because this is only going to get worse, and AI with that tends to make the scenario worse. And in this context of our needing to trust each other more and deal in the electoral context, I'd like to ask the panel to give their closing remarks here. I'd like to thank you, Duda, for coming here, for working here with us on this panel. Give us your closing remarks. Thank you for being here. All right. Here we go. Elis Regina said, living is better than dreaming. But for some people, a lot of people in Brazil, dreaming is better than living. And the big problem is that some communicators understood that. So during a good long time, many people lived in dreams. I think it's time to live more than to dream, because reality is complex. I'd like to end this inviting you, actually making an appeal to you. Brazilian politics needs people like you. Please, I know there's a lot of doors and windows here for you, a lot of opportunity. Look at politics carefully. Brazil needs minds and brains and people like you. Please, go into politics, participate. If you don't want to be a candidate, you don't have to, but you could be the right arm or the brain of Tiona Carroça, who's very popular, who's going to win the election. Just be there. Brazil needs people with the skills and qualifications that you have. Please go into politics. Thank you, Duda. And the name of the Brazil Conference, Iracema. Your turn. I also thank you for letting me be here. I think what Duda just said says a lot. We need Brazil to change that viewpoint. We need the politicians to change. There's a new generation of politicians in Brazil that intend to... Problem is, politicians are elected and then they stop trying, So the new ones, they really worry about what people want. They want to improve people's lives. They want to improve Brazil. Winning isn't the only thing, and it's worth it. It's worth your being there in Brazil and participating in our process. Thank you, Iracema, on behalf of Brazil Conference. And now, please, Felipe, just say goodbye and thank you again. I'm going to repeat, I love being a mutt. I think mutts are much better than little toy poodles. It's so good to be Brazilian, to be a mutt, to be affectionate, to like social interaction, to physical contact, that we like things, that we party. That really matters to me. I believe in Brazil because of events like this, because I have an audience here that I'm sure have the same dream as me of having a better and better country for everybody. Thank you, and let's make this country work. Thank you, Felipe. Thank you, Duda Iracema. Thank you, everybody that participated. Don't forget that in October, we have a commitment at the polls, and it's important to be here and see what's going to happen in our country up till October, what has to happen already, and to make our choice. So reflect on that together during the programming here. Thank you, folks.
Todo mundo tem um caminho, longa estrada. Ao mesmo tempo em que não existem atalhos, não faltam desafios. Para muita gente, as dificuldades são tão grandes que às vezes esse caminho é interrompido. Pessoas que podem ir bem mais longe do que vão, que só precisam de uma coisa: ter a chance de continuar. Todos, com as mesmas chances de aprender, se desenvolver, liderar mudanças, porque toda pessoa é uma potência, que não deve ser desperdiçada e que pode transformar o Brasil num país mais avançado e mais justo. O caminho é longo, mas a gente acredita. A gente acredita e investe em gente. Fundação Lehman, por um Brasil que acredita nas pessoas. Por pessoas que acreditam no Brasil.
Ih, agora ficou. Agora ficou preta mesmo. Meu Deus, eu vi teu nome, eu falei, cadê esse povo que nunca chega? Mas eu depois que eu me liguei.
Peguei
Tem um problema, eu comprei.
Coloca duas
separado.
Coloca duas mesas, então, né? Estão um pouco mais separadas as cadeiras.
Isso daí não podia faltar. Fui também. Jordan. Eu tô fora, uma loucura. Aí deu tudo certo. Foi?
Perdeu?
Que merda. Merda do caralho. Nunca vi.
Eu tava lá no
Na Brasil Conference, acreditamos que o respeito à pluralidade humana é um compromisso coletivo e inegociável. Por isso criamos o BC Acolhe, um espaço para escutar, orientar e apoiar todas as pessoas que participam da conferência. Se você vivenciar ou testemunhar qualquer situação de desrespeito ou desconforto, pode registrar uma ocorrência de forma simples, pelo aplicativo da Brasil Conference, acessando o QR Code disponível no evento ou procurando diretamente o espaço do BC Acolhe. Estamos aqui para ouvir você e contribuir para que a Brasil Conference seja um espaço seguro, respeitoso e acolhedor para todas as pessoas.
Carolina, vai fazer a abertura? Também não sei. Cadê a pessoa que vai fazer a introdução? Pessoal, muito rápido, por favor.
Tá, qualquer coisa que eu te mando lá. Eu queria chamar
Na Brasil Conference, acreditamos que o respeito à pluralidade humana é um compromisso coletivo e inegociável. Por isso criamos o BC Acolhe, um espaço para escutar, orientar e apoiar todas as pessoas que participam da conferência. Se você vivenciar ou testemunhar qualquer situação de desrespeito ou desconforto, pode registrar uma ocorrência de forma simples, pelo aplicativo da Brasil Conference, acessando o QR Code disponível no evento ou procurando diretamente o espaço do BC Acolhe. Estamos aqui para ouvir você e contribuir para que a Brasil Conference seja um espaço seguro, respeitoso e acolhedor para todas as pessoas.
Peraí, deixa eu ver meu crachá aqui, vai. Obrigada.
Só botar isso. Ei, presta. Eu já passei essa merda, não sai. Ei, tira uma foto minha aí. Daqui pra cima. Me fala se tá bom, se tá alguma coisa ruim. Bora. Eu já quero só sentar e tal.
Tá. Gente, pessoal, se todo mundo conseguir se sentar, porque a gente vai começar o painel em uns instantinhos.
If you could all please take your seats, we're going to start our next panel momentarily.
Quê?
A mocinha ali vai estar filmando, tá? Então você...
Tá bom.
Depois eu te mando.
Tá bom. Pessoal, se todo mundo conseguir ir se sentando, que a gente vai começar o...
All right, folks, if we could all please begin to take our seats, we're going to start our next panel momentarily.
Pessoal, tudo bem?
How we doing, folks? I'm going to ask you to kindly take your seats. We're going to get started now, please. Whoever doesn't have a seat, please, we will need you to exit the room due to safety regulations here at MIT. Whoever wasn't able to find a seat, all right, folks, we need everyone seated now, please. Whoever was not able to find a seat, good morning, everyone. Let's start our next panel. How to explore entrepreneurship in Brazil. We have many different members of this panel that can show us a little bit about bringing entrepreneurship to Brazil, marketing to business building with real marketing. We are going to discuss the challenges, decisions, and strategies behind transforming ideas into companies that grow and connect to the public. For that, we have the honor of receiving Anna Funtz, founder of the Female Entrepreneurship Network and president of W20, an engaging group in G20. One of the most influential women in Latin America. She's focusing on strengthening female entrepreneurs. We also have with us Bianca Andrade, born and raised in Quilmes. She has one of the greatest examples of entrepreneurship in the country. The holding company Boca Rosa. She's the leader and focuses on innovation through your makeup brand or as a digital influencer. She's a great example of strategic growth. A round of applause. The moderator will be Danielle Hassett, BU student, where she focuses on marketing and international studies. A round of applause. The floor is yours, please. Good afternoon, good morning. I wanted to thank you all. Anna, Bianca, it's an honor to have you here with us at Brazil Conference. It's a privilege to speak with you. To start, I'd like to ask a little about who Bianca is, who's Anna, and how you guys met each other. How we all doing? Good afternoon, right? Or good morning. It's an honor to be here. Whenever I'm asked where I came from, it's like a video going through my mind. I lived in the Mare complex until I was 20. I'm an entrepreneur. I work with a lot of purpose. I was born in the middle of diversity, so building a cosmetic brand, it's a tremendous challenge. I have my friend here, Anna, and we've met during this challenge, right, Anna? Yes, we did meet during this challenge, myself and Bianca exchanging ideas. We did mutual mentoring to each other. It's very cool to see women like Bianca occupying these spaces that are currently spaces that where we need to be. So, well, good morning, everyone. I haven't had lunch yet, so it's still good morning. I'd like to say it's a tremendous pleasure to be here. I'm happy. We had 2 attempts to be here at the Brazil conference, and this one worked out, and I'm happy because I got emotional last night and this morning with the opening with these wonderful people, all of these people that are building the Brazil conference. I was very happy to feel represented and to see our country here being represented in such a cool, privileged space. So everybody that's organizing this deserves a wonderful round of applause because you guys really did make a difference. Because you can never really normalize being in spaces such as these. Just like Bianca comes from a story. I was born in Lagoas. I grew up in extreme poverty. Unfortunately, it's still a very poor region. I am one of 10 children. My parents had 10. I am the 8th. I didn't realize I was the 8th until a few years ago because somebody asked me what was my number in the 10, and it took me a little bit of time to process that. So, from Alagoas, my parents moved to Diadema, so we always joked that they took us out of the frying pan and threw us in the fire because it was considered for decades one of the most violent parts of Brazil. So what changed a lot for me and my family, it's not a secret for anyone, it's education. I studied at public schools my whole life when the public schools were, right, they were hardcore. It was very cool. And then afterwards, I went to college. I did advertising and journalism. I was on both sides of the force, we'll say. I always joke about that, but I had executive roles at a mega corporation, a worldwide organization. But I realized that wasn't making me happy, and it wasn't what I wanted for the future. So I asked to leave. Everybody said I was crazy. Everybody thought I had some sort of mental health problem. I said, no, I'm very clear on what I want. And so I started venturing as an entrepreneur. And now I lead the largest entrepreneurship organization in the world for women. We have 3 million women daily connected. We help these women with education, connection, access to financial resources. And we also donate money to these women. In the last 4 years, we've donated 55 million reais for women who need that help. I'm very happy because we donate between 2,000 to 10,000 reals for women from north to the south of Brazil, throughout the whole country. It's not a little bit of money. It's actually a lot. You can buy a mixer, someone who mixes sweets. They spend a lot of time with their arm doing that, but there's a special tool you can buy that does it for you automatically. It saves them a lot of time and effort. So I feel honored to be here in these spaces. I never imagined that, as that little girl that was in Alagoas, I never imagined I'd be here. So I'm very happy to be here with Bianca. She's an incredible entrepreneur. I really admire her a lot. It's important to have more Biancas in this space. over the next years, of course. That's all. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. I'd like to talk a little bit about the entrepreneurial trajectory for both of you. Bia, you started on YouTube making videos at home in the Mare complex. And with all the difficulties you faced, did you imagine that you would get so much engagement and build such a company? Well, I came from a time when everything was in the woods, so to speak. I got to know the internet in 2011. It wasn't like it is now. You know, now you have all these different influencers. There were bloggers back then, but you know, afterwards I put up my YouTube channel. But it was very interesting. I told the story about the name Bocarosa, Pink Mouth. Why that name? And I started my blog when I was 16. I was following Andresa Goulart. She was an idol for me. I really looked up to her. I was 16 when I started watching her. And so I saw the makeup videos, and when I clicked on a video of a little blonde girl, and she's like, "Hey everybody, how's it going?" And I was like, wow, she's teaching makeup in the bathroom. Is this like a course? Are they going to charge me? My dad's going to kill me. I was 16, right? And so I started doing my makeup. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I like to dress up and look my best. I was always very concerned with how I look, so I started teaching makeup that I was doing to go out. You know, I like to dress up, blah, 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 whatever. So I always had a characteristic that I had to teach makeup with cheap products. That was a pain point for me, but it became creativity, so I had to teach these tips. Instead of a $60 lipstick, I would use one that was $2 or $5. That's what I could afford. So many women, a lot of girls at that time, in a similar situation, they started to see in me a way to feel beautiful and everything else. So then I was like, okay, well, I would teach everything through posts on the blog, and I was like, man, now I need to work more. I was in the slums, so I worked as a waitress, whatever, but I always liked to work with my mom, so I was able to buy a camera, and I was like, now I'm going to go on YouTube. I was 16. I was like, well, I'm going to start my YouTube channel, but I'm not going to just focus on me. It's not makeup that I'm going to use to go out. Now I create, I research. I was doing a makeup course. I studied, and I've been a makeup artist for 15 years. I've been formally trained, but now I show tricks for them. It's not about me anymore. It was Bianca Andrade, so I'm going to change it. I'm going to make it like it's a magazine because it's a meetup point, right? So I'm going to come up with a name. So at school, I was always like, dressed up, and I was like a talking doll. I never stopped talking. So they would call me the crazy pink mouth girl. They would always say stuff like that to me. Pink mouth is there. What'd you do now, pink mouth? And I was like, wow, pink mouth, that's a wonderful name. It's a symbol. Everyone that looks at the mouth is going to remember me. Everyone that sees a rose or pink color is going to remember me. So it was all something that happened naturally. So I became one of the most beloved makeup brands in Brazil. At 16, I love that. It's incredible. You also started a trajectory, and when you left the corporate world, you started your blog about your courses for female entrepreneurs. You started with 1,500 women who didn't pass the entrance exams. So you grew to over 100,000 members quickly. Was this something that you had in mind and was your idea, or was it just something that worked out and you decided to invest in it? Well, it all happened very organically. When I went through the program, it was a social program at CV. It was a 3-month program for micro businesses for women. I studied at private schools, but private schools in Brazil were known as schools that were not the best quality. So when I went to GV, it was something very startling for me. Like, whoa, I'm at GV. When I was there the first day, the two coordinators were there, said, hey, you're the 35 people that were chosen for this program. We had over 1,500 registrants. So on one side I was happy, but on the other side I was like thinking in my head, like, wow, 1,500, and how about the other ones, the other 1,500? So I became friends. You know, we become friends in the first week, all the girls. So I spoke to the coordinators and I said, hey, can I write about what I learned here in the classroom? And you'll send it to the 1,500 that didn't pass? And they said, sure. So then I created a blog. It was a tool. It was called Blogger. It was an orange-colored blog. It doesn't even exist anymore. But there was a little tool there to sign up. So GV sent it to the 1,500. 3 months later, there was 100,000 women following me on this blog. The difference was that I didn't speak in professor language. I would talk about DRE, CRM. I learned about DRE, but I spoke about it in a much simpler language. So then those 1,500 spread to many others, but at first I had two other things. I started to do my entrepreneurship outside of the network. I had a platform of positive recommendations on the internet. It was called Elogia Aqui, compliment here. You guys know that, right? Right? It's tough, but this platform, it was my first ones. So the network was something where I had social interaction, but it grew so ridiculously. I had some coffee with some people from São Paulo in my co-working space for 10 women. 90 people showed up. I didn't have food, coffee, or anything because it was 90 women. So I was like, wow, I think something's going on here. But indeed, at first I didn't know what to do, what it was going to be, how I was going to be able to grow. I just knew that I really had a lot of desire to help other women. And I also really wanted to do this with other people. I didn't want to replicate the corporate model. So there was a woman who'd say to me, oh, I know how to talk about sales. I'm like, all right, go ahead, talk about it. Oh, I know about mentorship. All right, go ahead. So we started building it like that at first, but 3 or 4 years later, when we were like much more robust, I closed out the co-working space because I didn't really like that business model anymore. It was very difficult. And I sold that to another corporation. So when we were like 3 or 4 years in, I remember I was doing a lot of information, content, social networks. We had opened a page on Facebook. I remember that I received a message from a woman from Minas Gerais, and she said, look, Anna, I'm very happy with what you are doing. I learned a lot in your course. And my business, it's a little store that sells everything. We're bringing in 2,500 reals per month. She put a message at the end, and she said, because of this, I separated from my husband. And I was like, oh, man, I created a divorce network. What am I doing? So then I went to study, and there were two big factors. Emotional and financial dependence that were at play. What I understood from that woman, and when I went to understand her story, she was suffering physical abuse, and the fact that she was making $2,500 a month, she was able to raise her kids and care for them and not have to stay in that abusive relationship. And then, wow, that just became like my forever mission. Let's improve these women's financial situations, putting money in their hands because it makes a difference. It's not that you have to get divorced. No, it's not like that. But it's, financial autonomy that makes you enter a position where you can make decisions, and that makes a difference. Everything that we do in the network is to put money on the table for these women so that they can have this decision-making autonomy. We've already talked about this throughout the world, and I'm very happy that we were able to open that space for women in Brazil as well. Absolutely, Anna. We know that it's very difficult for women to enter entrepreneurship, and the makeup market is very saturated, so we know that's tough. How did you deal with these challenges? What are the lessons learned, abilities that you've acquired for women throughout the world? What's the importance? What do you take out of this, and what are the biggest lessons you've learned in terms of entrepreneurship? I think it's very important for us to gather ourselves in the middle of this journey, right? Because you have to have a purpose, right? I was just joking with some people. Why do we have so much purpose? Why? You could have so much more profit. Why focus so much on purpose? But at the end of the day, every business has a certain purpose, right? There's a story. I say, I came from a slum. Anna did too. We learn out of necessity. The woman that's selling cupcakes on the side of the road, or a woman who's abandoned by the children's father. These are common stories. I had the same reaction as you, as someone from the slum. Oh my God, there's a divorce. What's happening? But then you start to understand that there was, a total link, that the woman recognizes herself in a free space and doesn't accept tolerating these things that she didn't want to tolerate because of, a financial reason. So when we are entrepreneurs with purpose, we have to make decisions all the time, having a middle ground, right? There's always a way. There are extremes, but I think this is very lucid. Sometimes it takes us a little bit longer to make these decisions, but it's like, oh man, now what? Where is the middle ground? We have impacts, environmental impacts, diversity, price. It's very common in Brazil that, we have to understand what the economic situation of our country happens to be at that time. So it's a challenge, but oh my God, it's so nice when you see women being impacted, right? We're here, right? So it's so nice to see that. So I'm very happy to be here with you. There are days of fighting and days of glory. There are days I think about my company, family, right? I think about, a friend of mine, Monica, much richer than me. She's doing great. But it's really nice to see at the end, when you look at the end of the day and you look at them and all the people that you end up impacting with all of this. So this issue of my journey, I know that unfortunately I'm one of 1 million, but thinking about the slums of Maré, and what are we going to do with this whole situation? Other than a successful company, we have millions of followers. So what am I going to do with that? So sometimes I have to position myself, bring debate. This also affects us a lot. I've gone to psychiatrists, of course, because sometimes we lose it a little. There are a lot of opinions, a lot of people giving their 2 cents. So cancel culture. You have to look out for that. So, but I do everything with a great deal of purpose. I would do it all over again. And I'm a woman who owns my decisions. I know people can, give their opinions, but I was born to do this, and I have the courage to do it. So let's go, even though we're afraid. Something that I love to say, we cannot be afraid and just keep trying. So you're better off trying, right? Give it a go. There were a lot of challenges throughout this process. I think the entrepreneurship world speaks very little about mistakes. We like to focus on what worked out, but I like to talk about, true things, challenges, things from life as it truly is. That's the person that I have always been and continue to be. We make many mistakes, and as a social entrepreneur, because I have an NGO and I have a social entrepreneurship network for women. And the thing is, every time for a social business that depends on philanthropics or people who donate, whatever it may be, this model is not an easy task. My role today, the most important role, is obtaining funding and support, financially speaking. So I navigate many different worlds. I see a woman who's
dealing with her personal issues in her life, babysitters for kids, etc. But there's also the other side. I have to show the investors that which we are doing does generate an impact, and how that is going to bring transformation to the lives of women throughout Brazil. And so in these two worlds, it's not an easy task. You have to breathe very deeply.
Tranquilo, e eu sempre me conecto.
And I always connect with people that are around me. I'm not a perfect person. Nobody is. But I tried to connect with people that are around me. And so I think that there were some moments, obviously, I'm not going to speak of all of them. I think in 2017, we received our first large donation by a gigantic company that had the goal of impacting women in the north and northeast of Brazil. I had worked 1 year designing this project, and the financer was Google. We spent a year creating this design for this project. We were able to reach many, many women last year. It's connection and access to financial resources. It was very interesting. There were a number of other donations, but the first was $1 million US. When they announced it, the day that they gave it, $1 million, they announced it to the media. I didn't know what to do. There were so many people asking to borrow money, and I had to explain to people that money was not for me. It was for the project, and it's a coincidence. If Luciano Huck's listening, he's going to remember. It was the same week that I went to be a judge on Caldeirão do Huck, the TV show, for an entrepreneurship challenge similar to Shark Tank. So I was like, I want to meet Luciano. No, people were saying to me, I want to meet Luciano Huck, introduce me. And I was like, listen, I don't know him. The money's not for me. It's for the project. So, ever since then, for us, it's a great challenge because you have a line of thousands of women who want to participate in the programs, but you have to be able to provide the program for free for them, but you need the financer on the back end. So I'm always in that dilemma. I have to service one side, but get support from the other. To impact them on the other side, I have to show to the investors, hey, this is important. It needs to be done. And so beyond just that, you have to show the real life transformation in the lives of these women without re-victimizing. That's a non-negotiable rule of the network. We do not put the women in situations of being judged. We don't show them getting their EBT cards or anything of that sort. We don't show them crying. We show them like, hey, I bought this pan, this mixer platform. I did this, I did that. We want to show the women in their moments of power, not in their moments of need. We tend to always show them in their moments of need, right? We don't want to do that. So we have these values inside of the network. But, sometimes we're, the investors ask, hey, can't you show this? And we say, no, we can't because we want to respect these values. So these dilemmas in our entrepreneurial lives, they're always there the entire time. Beyond just that, we are people, like Bianca said. We come from the same origins. I have two daughters, a 23 and 18-year-old. I've been married for over 30. I have a dog. I have two businesses. I'm part of 4 committees, private and public. So life, it's not, it's not rainbows and lollipops, as they say. It's tough. So I have to connect with people, and that makes a difference. I tend to go off the beaten path because, I don't want to get into that world of craziness. And no, I'm still Anna from Alagoas, and I'm inspiring entrepreneurs, and that's what I'm going to be, and that's what I want to do for the rest of my life. So that's it. Sorry, I spoke too much. It's really great that you tell us this. We need to see this impact get generated in Brazil, these barriers and everything. But changing the subject a little bit, I'd like to ask you, Bia, you talk a lot about branding, about your image. What's the importance of, even if we're not a big entrepreneur, big time, and you, Anna, with the women you help to be an entrepreneur, so how can we do that? when we're starting out a business. I love talking about this, folks. I talk about this, it's been 15 years now. I've been talking about it. So 15 years ago, internet wasn't so democratic still. It wasn't simple to create content. Now, there are programs that'll you just put the pictures there and there. You know, I'll never give up a chance of making. It's like a showroom, show window. Oh, she's got a blog. That doesn't matter to me. I don't even goes into my plan because I'm focused on my business. If I think that's going to bring me a cheap result, I have a company that creates content for several other brands that are partners. It's not free to me anymore, but for people that are starting out, it's a way, it's visibility. I didn't even give up going to Big Brother. That's a much more complicated, you know, some people don't like to be on display like that. And that's fine. But if you have a personality like mine, if you're like a born entrepreneur, you've got everything there. Let's use that opportunity. My mother thinks, oh, what should I post? What shouldn't I? She likes to work behind the scenes. Mom, you know what I think what I do when I'm in that situation? I don't think, I just do. You know, what's the worst that could happen? Oh my God, a picture that came out in our last collection, the Easter collection. If you have access, buy Boca Rosa. It's vegan. Clean beauty. These things are expensive. People don't it doesn't go viral, but I think it's good to talk about that here. They are very responsible towards our consumers. She wanted to post this photo of us, and I said, I always try to use humor. I said, oh my God, you look freaking awesome. And so she's like, yeah, I posted it and it ran off. You could identify with my mother, Monica. You know, sometimes you wonder what the purpose of your posts are. My mother's a great entrepreneur. There's some, my mother is I'm only a small part of what my mother is, but my mother is a little more reserved about that. We need to respect everybody. You know, now that you know about Boca Rosa, oh, I'm going to post everything without thinking about it, without fear. No, you need to be pretty clear-eyed about it. I always knew what I wanted to show. When I talk about a story, I was always an entrepreneur that used social media to talk about my work. When I was did makeup, I would add a blog I already had. I saw it was this revenue stream working with my mother, doing their makeup, my mother's clients. I'm going to put mix business and pleasure. That's what the internet does. So it's going to be interesting. A how-to video is going to be interesting. You might fall in love, as I did. And for me, social media now, my conversation with my public is a community conversation. Last week, for example, I released some contact with a friend of mine, Sabrina Nunes, who's the owner of Francisca Joias. He's a great entrepreneur, my first mentor. I thank everybody that was part of my journey. I learn a lot from other women. We made a series of videos supporting each other because, you know, being an entrepreneur can be very lonely. Yeah. So they identify with each other. When we identify ourselves as entrepreneurs, we see we're very alone. And then when we have a support network, even if it's just a friend that we drag into it, there's more clarity because there's that exchange within the female business world that's scarce. You know, men grow up with that. And sometimes you have to kind of act like a man. Learn how to talk like a man, you know. Yeah, I get it. So that they'll pay attention, you know. And then I can take that info and take it to other women. It may be crazy. Oh, really? No, you're making that up. But it's true. And I also tell a lot of my story and what I learned very transparently, because I really can't hide all my mistakes. I then decided to go on Big Brother. It wasn't a good idea if you wanted to hide your mistakes. People like humanity, I discovered. They like to see real people, which is scarce, especially in the business world. We want to post our success, because posting our sadness is hard. You know, you get kind of vulnerable. But I think it's important to be this community of women that tells each other the truth. We feel more welcome and sheltered. I'm not afraid of making a mistake. You know, you're going to make a mistake. If you're afraid, you can get all mixed up and you could lose your business. So I think it's a little bit of all that. Being an entrepreneur involves making mistakes. There's no book. I remember when I opened my first company, a consultant told me, make a business plan. Okay. That was 18 years ago. I made a business plan, 45-page business plan. What was it good for? Who was it good for? Nothing. For nobody. I put it away in a drawer because you put one thing on paper, but real life hits you in the face. And it's very different. But social media, it took me a while. I'm not like Bianca. It took me a while to understand. There are a lot of haters, and today I deal with that fine. You have haters? Oh my God, I'll send you some screenshots. Really. Especially when I talk about inclusion and diversity and combating inequality, that women need to be in positions of power. We're 52% of the population, and we're mother of the other 48%. Just so you know, just saying. But, you know, we need space in all these different public spaces. And there are a lot of haters attacking me. Really. I only had 2 or 3 that were more violent. I had to take screenshots and threaten them with lawyers. Most of them just curse at me, and they attack when they're attacking women, they attack the appearance, not the content. They call you old, say you're ugly, that you're fat, all that. And now you're not going to be able to call anybody fat. So stop bothering me. I'm just kidding. I have diabetes, okay? I take Manjaro for diabetes. But you got to laugh so you don't cry, right? Yeah. What I tell the entrepreneurs in the network, I'm going to use a very quick example, 30-second example. An entrepreneur came to talk to me and said, things aren't going very well. I'm kind of bothered by that. I have my social media. He had 5,000 followers on Instagram. And then another competitor in the same sector had 10,000 followers on Instagram. So I turned to her and I said, look, there are a lot of followers in social media. It's like being rich in Monopoly, the game, the board game. So don't worry about that unless you can transform those followers and that community into money. Because today everybody wants to post, everybody wants to show that they're, you know, what's a good restaurant, what's not. They don't want to show like me, oh, look at my fridge, there's some rice and an egg. Nobody wants to post that, you know, chopped tomatoes, rice, and eggs for dinner. What I tell the entrepreneurs, what I try to practice in my social media is to be real the whole time. I post reality of being a social entrepreneur. What are our struggles, our challenges, our battles? I give a lot of advice to women. I talk about this reality of women not occupying positions of leadership and power. That's why we have such a horrible situation in the U.S. Brazil is 5th in the world in violence against women, every type of violence. It's impossible to live in a world where I look at my daughters and I think, oh my God, they can't walk on the street without being bothered. They can't be in all the public spaces because we have certain limitations of access and rights and whatnot. So I try to use social media very responsibly because I know it's a serious responsibility. I try to use it to disseminate this idea of inclusion and to combat inequality. We can't be in the 9th most unequal country where 2% of the people have 60% of the wealth. For me, social media is used for that and not to attack people. I use it to say, look, do you know you have these privileges, these rights? How many people don't have this access to this or that? I think that's the way. Of course, for business, as Bianca said, and in my case, of talking about inequality and combating inequality in all the sectors. But you have to take a big breath. Sometimes it's not easy, especially when there's a lot of unrest, a lot of polarization. There's a lot of violent attacks. People don't want to know who you are, what you're doing, or nothing. They just want to attack you because on a computer screen, everything's easier. So I deal with this mental health issue. I take care of myself. I do therapy. I do other things. I tell women self-care does everything, especially for women. Self-care is not the same for everybody. Everyone chooses a model. Some people like exercise, yoga. I don't like exercise, folks. I like to watch TV. I like to watch series. Love the series Largados e Pelados. I'd never take care. I'd never participate in that. But I think Naked and Afraid, I believe it's called in English. It's a daily exercise of trying to understand what people do in this life. Certainly, in going on about self-care here, you built 2 very big businesses with a lot of impact. But there's also the challenge of leadership, being great women. You're also responsible for a lot of other women in your network, and Boca Rosa has a lot of other things you're working on. How did you learn how to work in that space? I'm learning. I'm 31. I look at my mother who's 54. I'd like to go in a time machine to have her maturity that she has at 54, because I deal with dilemmas that my mother doesn't anymore. So I take a lot of advice from my mother. I learn a lot from her. She's my perfect balance. She's like the Brazilian Kris Jenner if I was one of the Kardashians. She's a goddess. She has her faults. She's she's got a temper. But when I want to take a decision, I go, Monica, can you help me? I talk to her, I listen to her, but at the same time, I'm finding my own way. It's been very challenging. Last year, I had the famous burnout. I finally suffered that. I was just rehearsing burnout for 15 years. Last year, I really got it. And a lot of it has to do with guilt. We feel guilty about everything. We judge ourselves, imposter syndrome, every decision. We keep rethinking and rethinking. And when we realize we're leaders, women, the idea of giving a harder, tougher feedback as a man would, when I have to be tough with somebody, it really hurts my heart. Do I really need to be that way? Even now, I still have to be that. Yeah. But I've evolved. I think time is the best ally of the entrepreneur. What I was wondering about last year, I don't wonder about anymore. I have new doubts now, of course. But what I can tell women entrepreneurs, that's my role, is to transmit messages whenever I can. There are times when you're going to make mistakes, but you have to be generous with yourselves with time. You want to take care of everything quickly, and I'm still learning. I'm still in this process. So sometimes I am really tough on myself because I'm still finding my middle path, but I'm doing better than I used to be. This is already a great news for me. Now, when I give feedback, my team knows me. I've created a corporate culture. And somebody told me the other day, oh, you're a great leader. I almost cried. And my team today, Miguel, that works with me day and night, see, you're a great leader. And it's so good to have that positive feedback so I can believe. I try to keep the energy good and positive. That's the biggest challenge. If you come with bad vibes, if you bring problems from home, if you create a heavy environment. I've been that bad vibe kind of person. I would wake up, work out, do everything I had to, everything the therapist told you to do. Yeah, go work out, go read. At noon, I wanted to beat up poor people already. I wanted to. I never actually did hit anybody, of course not. But then you think, holy crap, how does this person not understand what I'm saying? You do get the urge, but then you have to, breathe deep and think, why get so stressed about this? You really need to take a step back. Women leaders, don't get involved with every crisis in the company. You want to get involved with everything. And see, somebody out there is doing this. Women, right? Well, you want to get involved in everything. I went to Shark Tank once to be one of the jurors, one of the people on the panel, one of the sharks. And Bruno was saying, I do this, I do that. Who takes care of your social media? Me. Who does this? Me. And she was like, like this. That's the biggest mistake you can make. And then you turn into the bottleneck in your company, because a lot of women say, I don't have to get involved in everything? So I'm not procrastinating, I'm not making a mistake if I don't get involved in anything? That's what makes people burn out. You can't be involved in everything. No brain can do that. You should really take care of your function in the organization. Now I feel much more peaceful. Everybody does their own role. I was talking to Miguel. We had a big problem the other day, a really hairy one. Those kind of things where you say, oh my God. It's been a while since we had something so big. And I like to take decisions quickly, too. As a leader, I learned that. I used to sit around thinking. Now I just say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. If I decide too slowly, I could lose even more. So I was there wondering, how am I going to do my hair? What kind of makeup? It seemed like a big deal. Miguel does my hair, and I said, look, do whatever you want. You want to put a bird's nest on my head? I don't care. I'm not complaining. I'm going to let each person do their job. I'm giving a silly example, but that ends up reflecting in other areas. So now I let each person do their things. I let hairdresser do his job. I let social media do their job. That's very important, folks. But women think it's, being Wonder Woman is doing everything. Long term, that's the worst thing you could do. That's fantastic. And I know we're running out of time. Dunny's looking at us. I think it's very important that we be aware of the society we live in, a society that judges women for everything. If you get married early, if you get married late, if you have 1, 2, 3 children, we're judged about everything. There's a lot of social pressure that creates guilt in all environments, not just personally, but in business. We have to be aware of that social pressure. It's very important to work on self-care and mental health. That's what's going to make a difference so that you can be a good leader, as Bianca agreed. The second point that I think is important, I read a lot, I study a lot about leadership in Brazil and elsewhere to find out how to be a better leader day to day. And I look at the day-to-day activities with a lot of care. Sometimes you have a lot of people around you that are more intelligent than you, and they may have a better solution than you. So I work on the problems we have in the network with our leadership group to get to a solution, that vision of the past, where only one person had to decide, the leader had to know what to do. That's a very old and obsolete concept. I think showing your vulnerability is important. A leader that doesn't show it is not going to be able to keep their team together. Sometimes I say, I don't know. I have no idea how to deal with this. Let's sit down together and try to figure out a way to change things. I think that's very important so that we can have a leadership structure. But really, it's really hell. Because every day you get bigger and smaller challenges, really hairy ones, like Bianca said. And if you're not really connected with what you're doing, with your purpose, the chances of you giving up is big. There's a lot of young people here that are entrepreneurs and have space in private spaces. Don't be afraid of being vulnerable, saying you don't know. Have empathy with others. Listen to what's going on around you. I think the good leader, Simon Sinek, Adam Grant, talk about that all the time. Renee Brown talks about that vulnerability, show who you really are, and draw people in to be with you in this leadership process. Lead with people, not out in front of them. There, I'm done. Well, I think that was a great point to end our conversation on. Thanks again, Anna, Bianca. It was an honor to be here. I learned a lot. I want to thank you for being here. If anybody wants to give their last remarks for all these students, academic people, entrepreneurs. My parents are here. All right, I'll start. Folks, I think, first of all, I'd like it if you go back to Brazil. Think about going back to Brazil. Our country needs you. Needs minds like yours. Look at Brazil from top to bottom. Brazil, this country that's almost a continent. Understand our country. We're a beautiful, creative country with people that make a difference. Look at this room here with all these Brazilians making a difference, learning a lot of things. So look at our country and look at it with the mind of Brazilians who are optimistic, who want to create solutions. I really believe in this young generation that is building the Brazil of the future. And I apologize in advance for my generation, which is leaving a lot of problems for you guys to solve. I apologize in advance in the name of my generation. But I'm absolutely certain that you're going to build a better country, a better society. And really, it's not men against women, us against them. It's not about that. It's about a more just and inclusive society and not leave 52% of the people behind. We can't not look at that. I can't put my head on my pillow thinking that more than half of the population is being left behind. And when you look at the racial question, it's even more difficult. So keep that in mind. It's not silly. It's not just arguing for nothing. It's for a more just and inclusive society for everybody, okay? Awesome. I just want to add to what Anna said here, just to wrap it up. This is one of the first places I came to lecture and talk where I've seen so many men applauding things that women said, like Anna. No, seriously, guys. It's very important for us because, of course, we can't compare one thing to the other, but I'm a white person that's white woman that combats racism inside my country. So we don't have to feel the pain to be worried about it, for it to be a pain that we care of. So men, try to get interested and understand what's going on. Study male chauvinism. Find out what's happening to women. We're not here talking about this because we want to. Men are the ones that do this. We're the victims. We'd rather have every man getting disturbed about the number of murders of women. I don't want to, dampen the mood here, but it's important to talk about. Every man needs to care about the statistics that just keep going up. Women protect themselves, take care of themselves. And what are men doing in that conversation? So talk amongst yourselves. Be part of this evolution so that women can have more space. We can only do it with you. We can't do it without you. Thank you very much.
verdade, na hora de investir, você precisa saber com quem quer contar. Com quem tem mais de 3,5 trilhões de reais em ativos sob gestão e administração. Ou com quem foi eleito o melhor time de macroeconomia do Brasil. Ou com quem tem uma plataforma aberta com produtos de investimento de mais de 120 gestores de fundos do mercado. Itaú, mais do que um banco, mais do que uma corretora. A powerhouse de investimentos do Brasil. Invista onde grandes fortunas investem. Invista com o Itaú.
Tem que avisar que não é almoço agora. Não é almoço. Não é almoço? Não é. Odinho. Fala
Eu falei o quê?
O almoço é...
Por que você não quer falar?
Eu não quero. O almoço é depois da Hack Brasil que vai acontecer agora. O almoço não é agora.
Agora tu me deixou com vergonha. Eu falaria, agora tu me deixou com vergonha do nada. Gente, o almoço não é agora. Agora vai ter a Hack Brasil aqui no mesmo palco com a Bianca. Então, se quem quiser ficar para assistir, depois...
It's not lunch yet. We're going to have Hack Brazil with Bianca. Whoever would like to, sit around and take a look at that. And then afterwards we'll have lunch.
Se não vai conseguir teu time, deixa eu clicar. Pode botar os dois. Não tem problema. Não tem problema. Pode deixar então. Pode deixar assim. Pode deixar assim.
Na Brasil Conference, acreditamos que o respeito à pluralidade humana é um compromisso coletivo e inegociável. Por isso criamos o BC Acolhe, um espaço para escutar, orientar e apoiar todas as pessoas que participam da conferência. Se você vivenciar ou testemunhar qualquer situação de desrespeito ou desconforto, pode registrar uma ocorrência de forma simples, pelo aplicativo da Brasil Conference, acessando o QR Code disponível no evento ou procurando diretamente o espaço do BC Acolhe. Estamos aqui para ouvir você e contribuir para que a Brasil Conference seja um espaço seguro, respeitoso e acolhedor para todas as pessoas.
Tá. Deixa eu só ver se é tudo certo.
Aqui para aceitar as pessoas? Aqui para aceitar?
Eu vou falar no microfone. Fala, quer falar?
Pessoal, a gente precisa que todo mundo comece a sentar para a gente começar o próximo painel.
We need everyone to sit so we could start the next panel, please. We need everyone to take their seats so we can continue, please. Everyone, if you could please take your seats. We'd ask you to please not save seats with your bags.
Na Brasil Conference, acreditamos que o respeito à pluralidade humana é um compromisso coletivo e inegociável. Por isso criamos o BC Acolhe, um espaço para escutar, orientar e apoiar todas as pessoas que participam da conferência. Se você vivenciar ou testemunhar qualquer situação de desrespeito ou desconforto, pode registrar uma ocorrência de forma simples, pelo aplicativo da Brasil Conference, acessando o QR Code disponível no evento ou procurando diretamente o espaço do BC Acolhe. Estamos aqui para ouvir você e contribuir para que a Brasil Conference seja um espaço seguro, respeitoso e acolhedor para todas as pessoas.
Pessoal, boa tarde.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just another moment for us to start the hack. If you want to take your seats, we're going to get started momentarily. Just a moment, please. Please don't save any seats. Whoever's here, please take a seat. We're going to start very soon.
Deixar aqui. Tranquilo ou não? Eu acho tranquilo. Será que quebra?
Vamos deixar avisado. Eu acho que não, acho que dá.
Acho que é tranquilo também.
Tem os nomes, né? Tá.
Os nomes?
Olá, boa tarde. Boa tarde, pessoal. Oi, 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 oi. Estamos começando então Brasil. Meu nome é Wonder.
Good afternoon. We're going to start Hack Brazil. My name is Wonder. We're going to get started here. Today We have 3 startups. The building of Hack Brazil was something that unites what we consider to be the best of entrepreneurship and social impact here inside the Brazil conference. You're going to see that this was the most competitive Hack Brazils we've ever done. I hope you guys really like them a lot. We worked with 4 different phases to present these 3 magnificent startups. They represent different regions with different problems from all over Brazil. Well, of course, for us to have this competition, we have 4 judges with us. To my left, to my right, we have Ana Fontes, an incredible entrepreneur. And then we have Christian, representative from Canary, our partnership. We have from Taco, one of our judges. He needs no announcement, no introduction. And then we have Amanda, an angel investor who's on our judges panel for Hack Brazil 2026. Well, of course, we need a presenter. Why not bring a tremendously successful businesswoman, Bianca Andrade Boca Rosa, to do our presentation. A round of applause, please.
Olá, gente. Tudo bem?
Hi, everyone. Long time no see. I'm very happy to be part of this moment here. It's a pleasure to be here. I loved the talk with you guys and Anna. Now it's a new challenge for me as a businesswoman who came from the Complexo de Maré. Spent through my whole life going to public schools. It makes a lot of sense because entrepreneurship is not easy. Working with a purpose, to work, coming from where I came from, many people that are here listening identify with this. It's a tremendous challenge. We were just talking. It was the joke I mentioned at the beginning. Why are we going to have so much purpose in our entrepreneurship? Look at where we ended up. But our country needs us. The future needs us. So it makes a lot of sense to be here because of that. Thank you very much for choosing me. You guys are so loving. I feel very loved and welcomed here. So thank you so much. I really want to thank you for that. I'm very grateful. I've been so well received. So thank you. We're here to celebrate, right? The 3 of them are already huge winners with us here. We have some presents for you after. Have you told them? No? Okay, all right. So it's still a surprise. Sometimes I'm the last one to know. You know, it's a surprise. We have a surprise for you for after. So let's start. Should I call all 3 of them out, or how are we going to do it? You'll call the first one? All right. Our first one to come to the stage, Jorge Mateus, please.
Apresentando Painter Robot.
Presenting the Painter Robot.
E não é composto, é o nome.
Jorge Mateus é maravilhoso, gente.
George Mateus is wonderful. He wants to defend himself. You were born first, so tell the story. It's not St. George, it's George Mateus, because then people remember I came first. I came before him, so they copy me. I have to charge them some royalties.
Eu vou falar na lapela. Vocês estão escutando?
All right, I'm going to use the lapel mic, so I think we're all set.
Eu só... Peraí.
Grandes ideias.
Eles vão botar a apresentação. Aí, agora sim. Bom, então hoje eu vim falar aqui para vocês não sobre
So today we're here to talk about not just a robot or just a technology. We're talking about saving lives, being more sustainable, and improving the quality of work for painters. Hello, my name is George Mateos. My graduate studies are in mechanics and technology, mechanical engineering, and I'm the founder of Painter Robot. One day, I was arriving home and I saw some painters painting the front of the building where I lived. I was like, wow, it can't be that they're just hanging there running this risk. I need to improve this. So I started researching more about exterior painting. Every 24 hours, there are over 100 deaths worldwide. That's just one piece of data. But when I heard from the painters, they said a friend had fallen and had to go to the hospital. That's a reality that can happen to any of us. So we created a solution which is a robot that automates cleaning and painting the outside of buildings. It's quicker, safer, most importantly, more safer, more efficient. So we have some technologies that are used on the job site, and this technology is inside the robot. So here you can see, this is the largest building in Rio Grande do Sul. This is the primer coat being applied. It's a painting test on a job site in Rio de Janeiro. So our business model currently is to rent the machine, because renting it, we have a larger profit margin and we can reach a larger part of the market. Builders and painters from 2 teams or more, the robot can save 41% of your labor costs, and it can multiply your productivity by 4x. 0.06% of the painting market in Brazil. So it's an annual opportunity of 7.5 million reals. It could also be adapted for internal painting or interior painting. So with the award from the Brazil conference, we can make another robot to close out some contracts with some more builders. With that, we'll be able to gather more financial support to expand and produce and rent 11 robots in our first year, scaling to 150 robots by the 5th year of operation, reaching our target population. So competitive analysis, it's easier with a lower production cost and more productivity with our robot. So we make the only robot that adapts to the painter and not the other way around. Our robot can paint the highest building in Brazil or just a smaller building. So in 5 years, every building that could be painted by a person will be painted by the painter robot, being operated by a person. Thank you very much. Perfect. I think we can open it up to the judges. Absolutely. Let's start with Anna. Okay. I'm curious. I understand the business model, 5,000 reals renting, but you have a problem with making more robots. Why don't you accelerate that in another way, maybe with a builder being like a partner or something like that? Because I think 5 years is a long time for 150 robots. I don't know if it's too long. That's a possibility that we are structuring with our current builders. We want to set up the rent not just for builders, but become more accessible for painters themselves. So you're going to use both business models. Exactly. Oh, okay. what is the most frequent objection that you get? Well, the building companies currently, they're going to apply a primer coat, then they're going to apply a texture coat. So they want complete technology today. They want something that does both. We're working with them to implement the first robot to do the primer coat, so then we can evolve the technology to apply the textured coat. That's why with the award from today, we would develop the technology to do that as well. That's what they seek. How is the competition for you? Are there other companies that do this in China or wherever, maybe? Yes, there are some other players in the Asian markets in Europe that are coming to the United States. In Brazil, we have one company that rents, what they do actually is they provide the exterior washing services. They use the Chinese technology and then they provide the service. We are the only ones that have the intent to rent the technology, not just provide the service in Brazil. Two questions. One, how much does it cost to build the robot? I'm sure with time you can optimize that, but the second question is, when you acquire a client, are they able to operate it alone? Or you said you tried to make it as simple as possible to operate, but do they use it alone or does your team have to be involved? Correct. So currently it's about 50,000 reais to build it, but it can be built at any factory in the world. We set up the equipment. The technology is all ours. It's patented. The issue of ease of use of the equipment, that's why we preferred projecting it from zero, using technologies like a high pressure washer or whatever it may be, and put it in the robot. There's a remote control. They're going to press the button. We're going to do the whole setup inside the machine. He's going to click a button and the robot will do the process, so he doesn't need to have additional training to utilize the robot. He's just not going to be up in the air. He's going to be on the ground controlling the robot. Jorge Mateus, muito obrigado. Now, I'm going to call up Thais. She's from the same place that I come from. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am Thais from Floritech. Well, we're going to talk for 4 minutes here. During these 4 minutes, this is the time that it takes me to fill 2 commercial airplanes with trash. But this trash is not being properly recycled. But Brazil loses annually around 14 billion reais for not recycling. 3% is recycled. That's it. Imagine how much we're losing in our country. But not only that, we also don't have data to show this. Why? Thinking about that, Floritech developed a means for you to recycle, not only to eliminate a cost for the company, but also as a means of connection with the consumer, sales and acquisition. We're not even going to remember that we're recycling because it's so fun, the process. Why is this important in Brazil? Not only is there so many planes that we could fill with trash, but regulatory pressure, low engagement. We don't have any incentive for the consumer. We recycle, but they don't get anything out of it. So today we work with a patented machine, hardware and software. You throw something out And what you get here is we have a lot of brands here. Boticario, Natura, a lot of different brands. They give capsules of coffee, 25% of the average ticket price. So it pays the investment. So we work with recycling co-ops. These are the areas we work in. Over 15,000 people recycle with us. They had a very positive experience. So we have monthly rental costs. That's the income that we make. We have the installation, collection. But for the companies, not only do they have more contact and an increase in sales from the consumer, they receive post-consumption data. They currently spend about $6 billion in marketing, but with Flori, they get return regarding who their public is, and they can connect and generate more value. We are in the market currently over $1 trillion residual market and retail. So Flori stands out because it's different, it's well designed. You give an experience through recycling and your throwaways. So we are from Rio. We have mechanical engineers, designer. We have everything to make Flori currently be seeking growth over 500 machines. We have a machine network so that we not only improve recycling but also generate much more data about Brazilian consumption. The plane that I said is no longer going to be throwing trash away in the wrong place. With Flori, it's going to go to its proper location, but it's going to generate a lot of data around all of the consumers. The idea with recycling, it's not a cost, it's an investment. And Flori is here to build this future with you. Thank you.
Uau! Gostei, Thaís. Trouxe uma provocação.
I like that. You brought up a great analogy there. Awesome job. We're going to give the floor to our judges now. Well, first off, congratulations for your presentation. I thought it was really cool. I have a question about the technology to do the recycling. That wasn't very clear to me. That's my first question. My second question, I could see that you have a lot of contracts already. You have reverse logistics for the machines. Is it open market? Our focus is not to do the collection. We do it, but we let the specialists, the recycling co-ops, handle that. Our focus is the technology for post-consumption data collection. Okay, I understand. Regarding the scaling, I saw that you have a lot of clients, but you're thinking something differently for a business model, not only just large brands, or a lot of things that we do are events. We had a pink machine in São Paulo. We have a lot of clients and pilot models in and out of Brazil. In cosmetic markets, for example, we have a model also to bring publicity. It's like per minute of visualization with that consumer, so that's what's on the scale. Media, okay. Help me to understand the size of the market and how you define the market. You said you're not necessarily in collection, you're focused more on technology. I saw that the numbers go from 1 trillion down to $10 million, 10 and 30 or something in the short term. So what are you thinking about? What type of company? How are you getting there? Short term, it's 3 to 5 years. especially Brazil at this time. Latin America, we're studying, but we thought about just residuals because otherwise we're in like trash collection and we're not in that category. Our case is technology. What do we consider? We have clients in negotiations and we have our own. For example, I have such and such client that has 4,000 stores. We are in 5. I consider that, and I also consider the contracting time in at least 2 months. Just to add, today, the bottleneck that you have to grow more, is it more machines? Is it client demand, acquiring more trust from clients? What else is blocking you from further growth? Well, the bottleneck right now, it's a change of sales. We need sustainability, and we understood that it has to do with marketing. So we're making that transition. Both benefit from this, but we are in a moment where the bottleneck, so to speak, is entering the company and show that we're not trash collection, we're data, we're loyalty, but take away that cost idea. But production bottlenecks we don't really have. We have the structure in 5 days. Electronic is quick. It's more commercial and relationships. Okay, thank you. How does it work? The data economics for you, is it by machine or? Well, how do we do it? We do monthly rental. It's usually $1,800 per unit. We have a scaled model, so the client requests 10 machines. Some want 50. So we were able to give a discount regarding the volume of the request. We are also in the acquisition phase. Big companies, they want it to be their active machine. So we do support. We give support with the software.
Any other doubts from the panel? I do have one more. Does the company get back? They have recycling, which you get some kind of financial return to the company, right? How does that work? Okay. We need to have the partnership with the point of sale to be able to have access to how much it generates. This photo here is from Boticário. We got a 50% increase in the ticket in 4 days, and we have to know the sales data, and we have to know the people that we can triangulate and bring them that through the campaign.
Obrigada, Thaís. Bom, agora temos o nosso último finalista, Bernardo. Bem-vindos.
Now we have our last finalist, Bernardo. Welcome, Bernardo. Good afternoon, folks. A lot of us have lost a friend like this too soon. It was like that for me. My first dog, Laika, and animals are important. Who doesn't care about the well-being of animals? Pets are part of your family these days, aren't they? All animals deserve to be treated well. Animal health is important, period. I'm a biotech researcher. My name is Bernardo. We're revolutionizing the discovery of new therapies using AI for animals. If it matters so much, why are there so few new therapies for these animals? I'm going to tell you. For this to be produced, this medication takes 15 years. They spent $150 million, but the failure rate is 95% after all that, after spending all that money. The first part is the problem, discovering the pharmaceutical. What if the risk was smaller? How many diseases could we avoid? So peptides does this. The discovery of new pharmaceuticals happens 3 times faster, 12 times cheaper, and with 50% of a success rate compared to the traditional methods of the pharmaceutical industry. We do this because our platform has a proprietary data bank, and we use 3 AI strategies to create a peptide. It's a molecule. Ozempic, for example, is a peptide. So it's like Legos. Peptides are amino acids that when you organize them, you can create several different molecules that deal with health problems. And we're already doing that. And in this way, we can create new therapies that before were impossible. That disease had no cure, reduce side effects, and also reduce use of antibiotics. We're doing this, MassPep, dealing with bovine mastitis, and without antibiotics, without chemical residue, and no quarantine, reduces 40% of the loss of milk. We're also working on Ozempic for dogs that are a little too roly-poly. The market's about $50 billion. We license our PPI. We have royalties up front and royalties after sending. Our team is researchers and people that work with. We were the head of Nature. We're on the cover of Nature magazine, and talking about peptides. And this is to avoid that other animals don't end up like Leica did. That's what we do. That's why it matters. Thank you.
Parabéns, Bernardo. Muito obrigada. Bom, vamos deixar agora com os nossos jurados.
Thanks, Bernardo. Let's hear from the panel now. Congratulations, Bernardo. Question, you said this activity has a lot of investment. A lot of times it doesn't work out a lot of times, and it's a global market. How do you see your competition in a world with AI and using AI for biotech is expanding rapidly? What is your differential, and what elements are already proven that give you the confidence to think this is going to work? The pharmaceutical industry is going through a big change with AI because they're using it to help optimize discoveries of molecules, biological substances. We chose peptides. We built this data bank over the last 20 years. We also have, for every new disease, we have a new information. We're always using different forms of AI. We're always restructuring our data to optimize the process. A lot of people are involved in this. We chose animal health for several reasons. It's less regulatory hurdles, and it's a big market that wasn't being explored, whereas human health has a lot more competition. But yes, other companies are probably going to get involved in this, but in peptides, we are sure that we're a strong competitor. Congratulations as well. My doubt, maybe you can explain your business plan, because you said it reduces 50% of the research time. And I understand, do you have contracts with pharmaceutical companies? Can you make that clearer? There are 2 phases, drug discovery and then drug development. Drug development is done through industry. It's very expensive. Hardly ever could a startup get in there, since the failure rate is bigger in the discovery phase, because we project molecules depending on the molecule we want to treat. These illnesses we know after talking to the pharmaceutical industry. Then when we have a proof of concept, and I license the molecule, the recipe for it, and then the industry is going to develop it. That's when you get paid. That's first the upfront payment. Every time they advance, they pay me a little bit more until they get to the end, and then they commercialize it, and then we get royalties. How do you create this database that you talk about? How are you positioned to do that? We work with peptides. It's been 20 years, even more. And we were testing various peptide sequences against various illnesses, bacteria over the years. So we know which peptides work and which don't, which is very important to know which ones don't work. So it's basically a sequence of amino acids where we've noted down what bacteria that kills. And using the platform is what we do is this one has a chance of working, and then we optimize it to correspond to a specific illness. That's the database. They're public databases, but we also have our own proprietary one that gives us a step up. So your database you've built over the last 20 years, and now you accelerate it with AI. Exactly. It's as if these 5,000 peptides already had a better chance of working, but I still modify them considerably to adjust them to each specific disease molecularly. How do you work with your clients? We have NDAs signed with all the big pharmaceutical industries, all of them, and that is the process. When we give them the proof of concept to them, that's when we talk about licensing. We deal with per revenue. We have 3 companies that are ready to go, interested in peptides. We got $1.5 million in funding to get the proof of concept for these 2 first ones that I talked to you, advance the other 3, and then deal with the licensee that we have to negotiate. What is the size of these projects? Between $150 million, Ozempic for dogs, it'd be over $1 million, depending on the illness and the size of the market. Thank you. Thank you, Bernardo. Thank you. You really shone here. Now I'm going to ask the panel to go to a jury room, and you're going to have 10 minutes very long 10 minutes to decide here who's going to be the winner. And while I want to call the finalists up to the stage, please. Thaís, Jorge, Matheus, and Bernardo. Matheus também, as well. I want to talk to you guys a little bit about what you lived through here with Hack Brazil. And thank you once again for inviting me to be the moderator. This is historic, I think, already. And I'd like to ask each one of you a question. What was the experience like of living through this moment with Hack Brazil, and how do you feel now? You have your microphone on lapel there, so. Can you hear Thais? No. Take my mic. So, we had heard about Hack Brazil for a long time. We tried to get in, but we were right at the beginning of our idea. And this year we really worked on it, and we got the notice right before Christmas. It was the best Christmas present ever. We had the support of an incredible interdisciplinary team. And for an entrepreneur, we get really saturated sometimes about talking about the same thing, presenting things, thinking it's clear. We had a whole training to be here, bring body language, and to explain something in the most simple way, in a way that even a 12-year-old could understand. So we had all this help, this very affectionate procedure that helped us feel sheltered and supported. And I really want to thank everybody that helped us be here. It's indescribable to be here. What's it like to be a startup here, be it in Silicon Valley or MIT, Harvard? You know, to see where Mark Zuckerberg started out, and now we're here presenting our pitch. It's been an unbelievable experience. Thank you. So I think this was our third attempt to join the hack. And they asked me, why do you want to be here? I'm a teacher, and every teacher dreams of working at Harvard someday, or being at Harvard. Just being here by itself is already a dream come true. Honestly, the prize is not even as big a deal. Just being, I want to be at Harvard. And just being here with all these people here, one of the things that really gave me a lot of happiness was to talk to people that I wouldn't have contact with in my day-to-day. I want to know their stories. I wouldn't, beyond being able to tell the story, talk about peptides here. And the researchers that do the work is to hear about people and their stories and overcoming challenges. Well, it's tough to talk after these guys, but it was a surreal experience. It's the dream of any engineer, just be at MIT, to be able to present something here. When I started, when I was doing my studying at Liberato, and my senior study there too, I never thought I'd come here and be able to be part of the Brazil conference. So it's really special, very gratifying. Just to be able to present and pitch this here to you, everybody that's online, is a great gift. Thank you. Well, and I'm here in the name of Hack Brazil. We thought this would be a special moment, so we have a prize for you to take home and never forget this moment. Applause for them, please. Look. That's yours. It's got your name and everything. It's all personalized.
Toda grande inovação começa com uma pergunta. Uma pergunta simples. E se fosse possível fazer diferente? Porque é das perguntas que nascem as ideias. E algumas ideias podem mudar o mundo. No Brasil, grandes empreendedores estão transformando ideias ousadas em soluções reais. E é aqui que essas ideias encontram seu palco. Hack Brasil, a competição de startups da Brasil Conference at Harvard e MIT. Hoje, algumas das startups mais promissoras do Brasil apresentaram suas ideias para um público global. Porque toda grande empresa começou exatamente assim, com uma pergunta e uma ideia. Mais do que uma competição, a Hack Brasil é um espaço para ideias inovadoras ganharem visibilidade, conectando founders, investidores e líderes que acreditam no potencial do empreendedorismo brasileiro. E onde inovação encontra oportunidade. A cada edição, startups apresentam soluções que podem redefinir indústrias, da tecnologia à saúde, da sustentabilidade ao impacto social. Hoje, vimos o resultado de meses de trabalho, coragem e dedicação. Ideias que começaram como perguntas e que hoje ganham forma diante de nós. E essas histórias não terminam aqui. Nas próximas edições da Hack Brasil, novas ideias continuarão a surgir, crescer e alcançar o mundo. Uma iniciativa organizada por estudantes brasileiros nos Estados Unidos, reunindo organizadores, jurados e moderadores para dar palco às ideias que estão surgindo no Brasil e conectá-las ao mundo. Hack Brasil 2026, porque toda grande empresa começou exatamente assim, com uma pergunta e uma ideia.
A gente olha para todas as câmeras.
Não sei pra onde olhar.
Oi, temos.
Vem mais. Pode vir mais um pouquinho, velho. Aí.
Aê, foi, obrigada. Arrasaram, gente.
Muito bom.
Agora vamos pra lá. Você vai ter que levar.
Ela vai trazer daqui deu certo.
Compra papelão na Calunga e arrasa. É isso.
Parabéns, obrigado.
Muito legal. Foi muito bom, gente. Adorei. Vocês arrasam.
O que é ser global?
Demais.
Muito obrigado.
Você utilizam demais. Foi muito legal.
É se sentir em casa em todo lugar.
Conhecer diversas culturas, dançar ritmos variados e provar diferentes temperos.
É não se limitar ao lugar de onde nasceu.
Exploradores movidos pela descoberta e guiados pelo próximo destino.
Investidores que já entenderam que proteger e expandir seu patrimônio exige ir além das fronteiras.
E para ser assim, é bom ter um grande parceiro ao seu lado para te impulsionar e te dar confiança, sem esquecer que liberdade é fundamental.
A Nômade é a solução completa para romper barreiras e derrubar fronteiras.
Somos uma marca brasileira que entende o que significa ser global.
Falando sua língua, compartilhamos seus sonhos e acompanhamos o seu ritmo.
Descomplicamos sua vida global com muita tecnologia para transformar o complexo em simples.
Nômade. Conta pro mundo.
Tá aqui.
Perfeito. Obrigada, viu?
Nada.
Vamos tirar uma aqui. Uma aqui.
Tudo bem, prazer, joia. Vocês são de qual parte lá do Brasil?
A gente é do Rio Grande do Sul, Novo Hamburgo.
Fantástico, muito bom o projeto de vocês, cara. Agora aqui, negócio testando o nosso IA do nosso.
Na verdade, agora podemos tirar uma foto.
Pode!
E aí a gente está agora fazendo IA dele autônomo. A gente tem um FPV que voa a 140 km.
Se não for...
Peraí,
Mas não, mas tem uma pegada ambiental. Já falei com a Thaís aqui.
Ah, ótimo.
Mas...
vem tirar só uma fotinha.
Claro, tira assim, um segundinho. Claro, claro. Só um minutinho. Eu entro em contato com você, mas muito obrigado por entrar.
Ele vai falar.
Hey, 222 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. In fact, I can just mute it and just send it right to your phone. Hello, how are you? Yeah, there's a little bit of delay. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, of course. So you want to see it on the outside, right? So I got to set that up. Hold on. Do you want to see the title slide in the middle, right? Yes. Okay.
Pode ser. A cara dele nos dois no canto e o title slide no meio. Yeah, that would probably be best because then everyone on both.
There you are.
Sim, né? Tudo certo? Tá. Yeah, it works.
What do you want to see in the middle, too?
I mean, honestly, three. All of them will be
Yes,
fine.
of course.
Can I leave the meeting?
Not yet, please. I'm sorry.
Just test your sound real quick. Just talk into your phone. Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
I'm saying.
How are you?
They want the person who's gonna go in to test it as well, just to make sure like his internet
Yeah.
works and everything.
Oh, yeah,
So
you
he's
bet.
sending it to him right now.
Okay, great.
How's it?
Good, not bad.
So hopefully he'll get it.
Okay, cool.
Let me stop my video.
Yeah, stop and mute your microphone too. Perfect.
Is this a phone charger or something? Oh no.
You may have something you can lend you.
No, I have in my bed. I just like was wondering for now because I have
it going over there?
30%.
Smooth now.
All right, cool. Well, smooth. I'll take that.
Going in was
like.
hairy, like,
And then
probably
like this
over here.
is the same Zoom he'll use for the time.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you for pointing that out. Just kidding.
No.
Hey, it's
So
there.
that was big because I've been here a long time. It was just afterwards, I was like, oh my God, where can you see?
No, I've done the same thing, or also the patch thing. Sometimes I've tried that and it wouldn't come up. And it's like, what the heck?
So sometimes you do have to reset the customer?
You usually shouldn't have to. The install guys are like,
don't do that.
Don't.
Okay.
But
well, Jim and I were like, who's on campus? And we were like, probably not anybody. And then Jeremy said, well, Doug's here. Poor Doug.
Hey there. How are you?
Hey, I'm good, and you?
Good, thanks. This is Jim, the audio engineer. That's why you can't see me. I'm like the Wizard of Oz, like the guy behind the curtain. So, how's everything in your world?
All good, all good. Actually, I just sent this link to Charles as well. Charles in Brazil, in São Paulo. From my side, it's working, this link. Yeah. I will wait for Charles to answer as well because
Sounds
he's
good.
in another place. But I don't know if he's joining right now. But I already sent him the link.
Okay.
So for us here, it's working. So
Okay.
let's see
Okay,
when
cool.
Charles joins.
Are you able to see us okay?
Yes, I'm just seeing like a screen. Voltaremos em breve, Brasil conference, and now I can see me and I can see all these chairs.
Excellent. I'm actually going to get up in the middle of your camera feed here. Give me half a second, then you can actually see who you're talking to because I see your face.
Okay, no worries.
Miles, you want to take a single of me, please?
I'm seeing you. Yes, I'm seeing you.
Hey, where are you located? I'm in here in Boston. Where are you?
I'm in Boston as well. I'm with Diego.
What?
Yes.
Why aren't you here? We need you here.
No.
We need your energy.
I'm with Diego. Diego will co-host the panel with Charles. So Charles was not able to come, just Diego. So Diego will be there in like 30, 40 minutes. And we are just waiting for Charles to join to try the link.
Good.
Maybe he will be able to join in 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, no worries. All good.
But the link is working.
Yeah, it's
anyway.
all working, all good. So yeah, so everybody's running around. Everybody thinks it's great. And you know what? You look good, you sound good, and we are good to go.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
See you soon.
All right, see ya. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Gotta have some fun. We have one more guy coming in.
Depois, se tu quiser colocar meu telefone, é 100%. Se quiser colocar meu telefone.
Tá bom, Dani. Não vai falar, não. Eu já tô doente.
Oi. Fala, Charles.
Tudo bem, gatão?
Beleza?
Deixa eu te falar uma coisa. Tu vai querer o telefone de pé ou deitado?
Pode, vamos ver. Deixa eu perguntar pra ele aqui. Aí
Hello,
a gente
everybody. How are you?
Hello.
Yes, you can.
Charles here.
Oi, pessoal, é a Dani, tudo bom?
Oi, Dani.
Oi, Dani, tudo bem?
Tudo, deu tudo certo aí?
Tudo certo. Dani, vocês preferem o telefone de pé ou deitado?
É, deitado, porque a gente vai transmitir aqui, ou o computador, o que for... Isso, assim fica bom.
Isso. Vai ficar assim pra mim.
Tá ótimo.
Então tá perfeito? Quando for 3h30, quando for 4h30 eu entro?
Isso, vai ser esse mesmo link. Talvez tenha uns 10 minutinhos de atraso de painel, mas assim, eu vou avisando, vou mandando mensagem pra vocês. Mas é isso, a gente tá...
Então vamos fazer o seguinte, ó. Quando for 4h30, eu já deixo ligado aqui, né, nessa pegada aqui.
Isso, tá ótimo.
Então tá bom, tá fechado então. Obrigadaço vocês.
Obrigada a você, Charles. Obrigada.
Valeu, Charles. Valeu, meu lindo. Tamo
Valeu.
junto. Amor, olha só.
Boa tarde, pessoal.
Good afternoon, folks. If you could please start to take your seats, we're going to be starting our next panel very briefly. Thank you.
Na Brasil Conference, acreditamos que o respeito à pluralidade humana é um compromisso coletivo e inegociável. Por isso criamos o BC Acolhe, um espaço para escutar, orientar e apoiar todas as pessoas que participam da conferência. Se você vivenciar ou testemunhar qualquer situação de desrespeito ou desconforto, pode registrar uma ocorrência de forma simples, pelo aplicativo da Brasil Conference, acessando o QR Code disponível no evento ou procurando diretamente o espaço do BC Acolhe. Estamos aqui para ouvir você e contribuir para que a Brasil Conference seja um espaço seguro, respeitoso e acolhedor para todas as pessoas.
Boa tarde a todos e todas.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Isabella Salvares. I am a business student at Northeastern University. I'm part of the organizing team here for the Brazil Conference 2026. Now we're going to start our next panel. Marks that are everlasting, Brazilianness, scale, and authenticity. So what makes a brand last a long time? One strategy is scale and negotiation on a global scale. The other is a mark that has overstretched generations. We are looking for a balance between strategy and innovation. For that, we have the honor to receive Daniela Kashish, president of the Beyond Co. at Ambev, where they develop non-alcoholic and alcoholic drinks beyond beer in the Southern Hemisphere. Unilever, Heineken, PepsiCo, Ambev, some of the brands she's represented. Daniela is known as one of the most influential women in Brazil and one of the best CMOs in the country. She was elected the best marketing professional by Cabaret. Also, we have Cece Freeman with us, marketing director, the strategic mind behind rebranding and global strategy for one of the most well-known brands in Brazil. A graduate of political science and economy in Georgetown, having gone through the Harvard Business School. She has become a power in Paris, London, and New York. All of that without losing her Brazilian essence and roots. We have Pereira, Harvard student, moderating and vice president of social impact for the Brazil Conference 2026. The mic is yours. Hello, can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Brazilianness, scale, and authenticity. I think it's very interesting for us to think about what these three words together tell us about brands that not only do they grow, they continue to be relevant for a long time. So, thanks for having us here. We'd like to hear about building and maintaining brands long-term, brands that use authenticity to cross borders. I'd like to start, Daniela. Throughout your trajectory, you were responsible for directing one of the largest consumer brands in Brazil, including now Ambev. What does a company of that size teach you and teach us about brand building? Well, first off, thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here and to represent a company such as Ambev. That's a Brazilian company that in some way ended up going out to the world and becoming one of the largest companies for drinks in the world. The thing that we talk a lot about at Ambev is to dream big. Ambev really likes people that dream big and that want to do grandiose things. We have many goals, and I learn every day that what a corporate entrepreneur is at Ambev. We are able to dream big dreams and execute these things. I'm at the front end now of what we call Beyond Beer. It's a portfolio of non-alcoholics and alcoholic drinks that are not beer. They're ready mixed. It's ready to drink. So this is an avenue for growth, with a very dynamic portfolio, but it also has a very Brazilian brand, which is Guaraná, Do you guys know how old the brand Guaraná is? Do you know? Take a look so you'll know. It's been over 100 years that the brand Guaraná exists, so it's a tremendous source of pride for us to represent a brand from over 100 years. And we see long term, we can see, doing this with Guaraná. It's a very structural way, both with the product, the functionality of the product. Guaraná Zero, fiber Guaraná. But we can also see how we can connect Brazilianness to a brand that's over 100 years old, to the current target audience. So we end up having the role of respecting the legacy that's been created thus far, but also to build with consistency, looking at mid to long-term goals, things the way they are now, and the impact that they will have. Because many people made decisions way back when that brought the brand to where it is now. And so I say, when we say the word Guaraná, everyone smiles. I never saw anyone drinking Guaraná crying. When we talk about that, we create an emotional connection because, like it or not, when I was small, I used to drink it. My kids drank it when they were small. So it's very gratifying to be in a company that allows for us to innovate, but at the same time, be consistent with the entire legacy that built and brought the brand thus far. So I'm very happy and proud to be here. This image is beautiful, the image of a dream. All the verbs you used, innovate, grow, all of these depend, creating, they all depend on the other verb, which is to dream. So I think that's very beautiful for the discussion we want to have here today. Talking about a brand that has so many years of history, how was your path before taking over Granado, and what was your biggest challenge to lead a brand that's over 150 years old? Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I was very honored with the invitation. It's almost like a flash. As was said in the presentation, I came to study abroad. My father is from England, so I studied in an American school, so I came here with a certain mindset. I think he never imagined that the company could be a family known name. He has a history of being a banker. He was hired to sell the company. He ended up falling in love with the story, and he said, would you guys sell it to me? So when I came to college, it was really with the mindset of staying here. And then he called me to work with him on a project which was rebranding. So the marketing director was going with her husband to Argentina. I said, all right, that's fine, 6 months. I actually left the apartment in New York for a year, but 6 months has already turned now into 22 years. So it's a story that has a lot to tell, but it's very special because in all the talks, you talk a lot about what you learn, you take your experiences back to Brazil. So in a certain fashion, I'm here as an example of that because truly my experience helped me a lot to think, when we were in Brazil, it's such a big country. We don't really think about expanding the brand abroad because just the Brazilian ecosystem is already gigantic. And so for us, I think in my experience, what helped to break that idea a little bit, like, why not, right? So I'm very happy, and this is the largest challenge, I would say, because we locally at times, you asked what the biggest challenge was. Well, what you have is that passion, like you said, like for Guaraná, people have passion and love for the brands, whether it's Granado, Freddy, Gerson, any little thing that you're going to mess with. Even today, a few people are like, hey, what's your favorite product? And, we can't take things out of the production line. So, you can't mess with that stuff. I went to Brazil at 8 years old, so I don't really have an affectionate memory of Fable, of Granada, that the majority of Brazilians have with the Granadas from Rio de Janeiro. But I think we have to respect that when we think about continuing on this trajectory. I think fragrances, colognes are very deeply connected to memory, sentimental memory. We're talking about a material that represents the immaterial. You think of a perfume, it reminds you of a house or a person, but at the same time, we have products like Guaraná or other drinks. It's something that stimulates memories of something you were part of. You know, maybe an event where you share a drink with friends or whatever it may be. How do you transform these objects that at the end of the day they are objects, but it makes the public connect on such a subjective emotional level? And how does that objective become strategy? Because we're talking about marketing, so we're also talking about objectives. How do you make the objective become a strategy that's consistent and scalable? That is a profound question. So I think in the case of Guaraná, we work a lot with platforms. I think the brands, when they, the platform is what we call a passion point. It's where you can connect very emotionally. I'm going to bring two examples that I think are interesting. One is soccer. Guaraná has over 25 years sponsoring male and female soccer. Also, this popcorn platform. What do you mean popcorn on the platform? Because there was a jingle with popcorn and Guaraná. It was very famous for a long time. So we started to think, how can we bring this back? Obviously, many young people here aren't going to know, but if I start, I'm not going to sing. I'm terrible at singing, so I won't sing. But if I start to sing the jingle, people will remember and they'll talk about it. So we noticed that a brand also can connect with people beyond just the functional benefit, beyond your original, flavor. It's the original Brazilian Guaraná. But we started to think that in the past, people would watch movies with popcorn and Guaraná, but today we have a great deal of migration over to streaming. So with that logic, we started to think, how can we start to talk about nostalgia, and how can we bring nostalgia from the past but make it significant in the present? So we made a partnership with Vandinha on Netflix. Here in the United States, it's Wednesday. It's what's most seen worldwide on Netflix, Wednesday. So we thought, how can we bring the jingle that's related to Wednesday? So we created the idea that Hora is popcorn without Guaraná. And that was the idea. It was very interesting because we connected with people from the past with Jingo, but also the new generation that's a consumer of streaming and Netflix. So I think our responsibility, our role is, how can we keep ourselves up to date but also offer experiences? So we had a series of experiences set up. We had a little hand which was like a gift at the sale point. So we had all this for the consumers. We did a lot of things for the very reason of being able to engage people beyond just what the functional benefit of the product is. So that's one side. Everyone's like, oh, what's the next series of Guaraná? We can't say, but we're working on it. But the second one is related to soccer. So for those, we're in a World Cup year. So for those who are watching some things, you'll see there's a Guaraná logo on the jersey, on the practice uniforms as well for the players. I think it's very interesting to talk about people that came before me that took the initiative to make this decision, that Guaraná is part of Brazilian pop culture, just like soccer is. In Brazil, soccer has an impact that few nations in the world have. So they made the decision to make a partnership with soccer, with CBF, also with female soccer 25 years ago when you didn't talk a lot about female soccer. So, I think Guaraná has a role in accelerating certain movements to be a spotlight or a lighthouse for something that can be much larger in the future. But someone needs to start that. Someone needs to make the decision and say, I'm going to do that because at some point in time, this will be something big and powerful. So next year, for the first time, we'll have the Women's World Cup happening in Brazil. So something that I like to talk a lot about is, what is your authority to talk about that topic? So Guaraná has a lot of authority. Over 25 years, there's been no World Cup that the brands were there that Guaraná was not involved. So I think there's a legacy there with what the brand is doing at that time. And this is a huge legacy. It wasn't even me. It was people that would have been at the organization for much longer that made that decision. And so I have to continue building this because first, I believe in it. I believe in the brand, Ambev. But we left a legacy. I'm going to say a number to you that's rather shocking. For each new female soccer player that enters in Brazil, there are 500 in the United States for each one in Brazil. If we do not work on building a stronger base, we are not going to be able to perpetuate, because Marta is going to retire. Tamires was a player that was discovered in the Guaraná Cup. So we have to look at the basic level players. We have some projects that is to attract, develop, and amplify. We have to have technique. We have to be very intentional. We have to look and say, what can this brand leave as a legacy? Because that's what afterwards people will connect to. It becomes something that people say, that brand, you can talk about that. They left a legacy. So I think those are two fronts that we've been working on, and they are very aligned with the universe of consumption, streaming, Guaraná, popcorn. But the other is because I truly believe that working and building brands, you can leave a legacy for our country, for sport, for social awareness. So we are very proud to see women's soccer acquiring more space, and we hope to make a big impression next year on soccer in Brazil. Wonderful. We will patiently await that moment. I think there are also many examples that you have that Granada can give regarding this transformation of objectives or goals into strategy. Well, one of the things that soon after going to work with my father, I think there was a mantra of some of our main contributors is that the consumer is not silly. They're not stupid. You can try to make the product cheaper, but you can change the formula. But with that, you're going to end up losing the consumer, at least your most loyal ones. So we always took that with us. When we bought the brand Fable, we went into a joint venture with Sara Lee, but when the brand came, it had already gone through a number of brands, including Sara Lee, but people would smell the soap and they'd say, it seems like Fable. It's similar, but it's not. But when we met the perfume specialist and we would show them, they would cry and they would say, that's the smell of my mother. So we changed the formula. That was more expensive, and the sales went up exponentially. So we always bring that with us to invest in quality, because I think that's what creates loyalty to the product. Imagine if you're drinking Guaraná and it's not the same flavor. You lose that consumer. So those are some things. The other thing is the experience, whether it's through the packaging. In a certain way, we were lucky because now unboxing is something that's very new, but we saw it as a strategy. Well, you don't have the money like Embraer to do selection worldwide or global soap operas, whatever it may be. But I can make my product stand out at the sales point. It will be more expensive, but it's a low investment, because maybe I can do 10,000 or 20,000 units, and that made the product attract the consumer. If I use the soap on my son, Why am I not going to maybe buy the shampoo from the same brand or perfume from that brand? So that, the stores, the experience, I think that all of these points for us helped us to do this storytelling and show that it's true. I think there are many brands that sometimes, especially in the United States, because it's Brazilian, they say it has something in the formula. And no, I think the truthfulness, this long-term, helps you to win and keep the clients. So I think we understand how branding can create this differentiation to help stand out and create loyalty with the consumer and an emotional connection. I want to go back to the point that you mentioned about brands that use the narrative. Thinking about the Brazilian narrative, I think today there is Brazilian culture is highly recognized in global branding. We are in fashion. Do you believe that Brazilian culture in general today has become something that is strategic to brands? How do you see this perception of Brazil outside of Brazil? Discussing Brazil outside of Brazil. We were talking about that yesterday at dinner. Brazil is in right now, culturally speaking. We see a lot of films being awarded. Tomorrow we'll hear more from Katya about this, but we think, especially in Europe, this passion for Brazil, I think in the U.S. it's relatively new. What we see in our case here for us, that maybe it took us some time, when for many years the perfume production was influenced that abroad was better. So, for the perfumery, we had the mindset that things from abroad were better, and we didn't really focus on local markets. But what we see today with this highly technological, digital, social world, you do this, first thing it says, you're imitating such and such thing. You're copying them. So when we started to go abroad, it's been about 10 years, we were called to an event where they were going to focus on Brazil. We were thinking about the idea, toying with some projects abroad, but we were like, all right, we'll go. So that was when we saw the power and the interest that foreigners, especially the French, had at that time in Brazil. What they looked at in the packaging, what were the products that enchanted them the most. And the products were completely different than in Brazil. The perfumes, the products that stood out in Brazil, Minha Carioca was what sold the most. Buck Tropical, which has cashew aromas in it. These things, at first we were kind of unsure. They're going to think this is kind of weird, but currently that's why the market stands out. I think that helped. Even the providers were helped to understand that it doesn't make any sense to bring something that already exists, whether it's a flask or whatever it is. I want something that I can relate to. So perfume now talks about the history of Rio, the ingredients, and I think that's what makes us stand out in the market. Yesterday, as it so happens, we came out with a banana-scented perfume. 156 years, and now we're coming out with a banana-scented perfume. It's never too late to be new. There's another one, and from France that just did the same thing in Brazil. It's very cool to see this change in the minds of people. I think it's a lesson. Sometimes we want to do the same as someone else, but it's better to do it with authenticity, and that's what's going to make us stand out as unique.
I agree with what you said. I think we're at a moment where Brazil is quite visible. I think we are all so recuperating our self-esteem as Brazilians. When I see that Guaraná is sold in more than 20 countries now, there are countries that come to us and they ask us to export Guaraná to that. It's like Post Malone that goes to Brazil, tells everybody he loved, Guaraná Antártica. Yeah, it was at COP30. So gringos are going to Brazil, and they're drinking Guaraná. And they're saying, what did you notice there? Pão de queijo, Guaraná. So this is our flavor. This is what we are. It's authentic. I think the Brazilian brands are in their best light when they don't try to be something they're not. When they don't try to be something from outside. Brazil is a trendsetter. There's a lot of people that say when people ask, who would you like to be if you weren't your own nationality, a lot of them say Brazilian. I think I work with people from all over the world, many countries. Brazilians have a DNA of perseverance, resilience, not taking no for an answer. We're going to have to find a creative way to do this. If this takes a month, how can I do it in 2 weeks, but in an ethical and correct way? We need to try to bring that to some people that work outside our system in the ABI ecosystem. Brazil is the first to deliver. I say, wow, I'm glad I asked Brazil to do this because everybody else is going to take twice as long. We can't lose that. That's a competitive advantage. I think Ana Fonte said, we need your talent in Brazil. There's a lot of talent. And it's great that students come here, they get trained, but they need to apply all this in Brazil. That's what's going to make us go even further ahead. This country has a lot of potential. Brazilian brands have an absurd amount of hype behind them. And when we are proud of what we are, connect to what we are, that's the best us possible. Instead of trying to be a brand from another country, which we're never going to be. Sometimes I see that, the grass, people think the grass is greener, always greener on the other side. And people come and say, oh, I want to be like you, and we're like killing ourselves. So I think there's something really cool about brands and professionals and putting brands together. We set up a partnership for Carnival, Ivete as our Guaraná ambassador. Ivete is very much Brazil and Carnival. You can't think about Carnival without thinking about Guaraná. So how can the brands get together? Because Ivete is a brand herself, and she represents Brazilianness. When we put Guaraná and Ivete together, we're leveraging Brazil, each in their own segment, and we need to do that more in our country. And we start doing here, of beating our chests and being very proud to be Brazilian. What do you think are the principal challenges of creating innovation and creating a differential in a company like Granado or Ambev? How do you leverage that expansion, be it international or national, keeping that Brazilian identity, this Brazilian essence, and tradition too? Because with so much history, I think we also build traditions. Within Ambev, we have the delivery, which is a more than 70 million orders, many users. We have access to the consumer intimately. We look at Zé as a great platform for testing innovation, understanding what happens. The entrepreneurs here talked in their pitch about learning to fail, test and learn. We do that with Zé a lot. Why do I say that? Bev is very big. When I press a button to start something, it's going to be in 1 million points of sale. If you don't understand that it's going to be well received by the consumer, that would be a big gamble, because it's going to be sold in more than 1 million places, and if the product's not that relevant. So we're using technology a lot to reduce development times. Just so you get an idea, in the past, you would take 2 years to introduce an innovation in a company like Embraer. Now it takes 6 to 4 months to launch a new product. So the innovation timeline is much shorter. And in some stores, some cities, we check in real time if things work. We launched a Guaraná with added fiber and 0 calories. I didn't sell it everywhere. I sold it on Zé. I tested everything. Buying, repeated buy, see if people, after 6 or 8 months, we're going to expand nationally after checking in limited points of sale how it would turn out. So imagine Bev's portfolio: Corona, Stella, Budweiser, Corona, Skol, Michelob Ultra, Stella Pure Gold, and on all the soft drinks: Guaraná, Pepsi Black, Pepsi, Gatorade, Lipton, because of our partnership with PepsiCo, and all Beats. Now, it used to be Skol Beats, now we have new brands. It's very complex. How can I innovate within a machine that is moving a lot of volume? I think Zé is a good tool for us to accelerate, to understand, and to scale up. And then we start noticing that we can export this talent. So the Beats, which is the leader in categories of ready-made cocktails. It's a Brazilian brand, only exists in Brazil. Now we're starting to pilot it outside of Brazil. So the fact that we're in a huge network like ABI and Ambev within that helps us. And also to bring in from outside Ambev, other countries where we work, that we bring in test in Brazil. That helps us a lot. Helps us innovate in a bit inside a big company. Before I let Cisa speak, I think there's a concept of innovation that's pretty cool. Innovation and exploitation. We have to explore and take advantage of opportunities. We're here with examples of brands that are able to do this very well. Putting together creativity and organization to be able to generate innovation. I think our format is pretty similar because our store project, Granado, was founded as a drugstore. We had 2 or 3 actual stores, brick and mortar stores in Rio. Now, with our retail sales, we make all our products except for, sanitary wipes and perfumes. It's a change of mindset. We were an old company that sold 1 million SKUs. Now we have 30 million, 50 million units, but it's worth 30 times more. But to people, that it seems small. It's units, not value. People just look at units. So it's a process. But if everyone understands the strategy, the reason why, and those pillars are defined, we want to be a Brazilian company known for its quality. We want to be in several categories. We want to be in the house of certain people. We want to become young again. It becomes easier when we get this agility and a more effective decision making, because we don't have to go back and try to figure out what to do, because when it's too fast, if it's not clear, innovation can, well, to your point, I think it's really cool that there are different levels of maturity for brands. And we have to decide that the KPIs for each of them are going to be different. I'm not going to have the same KPI for, I don't know, with fiber, or for the new flavor of beets that I'm going to have for Brahma beer. There are different types of brands. They are different in different sectors, different market shares. They have the ready-made cocktail categories very big and developed here, but not in Brazil. But it is growing in Brazil. What's the point of that innovation? The function of that innovation, does it maintain a core solid, or does it build a new avenue for growth? A future for a small category that could be big, and in the long term, it's going to bring a lot of value to the company. That's very important. We have to understand that one size does not fit all. Not all brands are going to be developed the same way. Maybe with one brand, I want to guarantee that I have growth in market share. With another brand, first I want people to adopt it and buy me, and then buy me again. And that's more important than market share. Market share is going to be a consequence of people looking and saying, this product is good. I like the taste. I like the value. I'm going to keep buying it. I'm going to put it in my brand repertoire. So if you have a big brand, but you have several categories within it, like you do, what's the role of the energy drink, the sports drink? Each one has a different type of maturity. I think it's important to reflect on not trying to measure everything the same way. That's the biggest enemy of innovation, because any innovation is going to start small. It's going to not have future, because you already have brands that are established. So I think that's a good balance when you're thinking about opening up a bigger portfolio. When you have a brand like Stella Pure Cold that has been growing several digits percentage-wise, because it's a gluten-free beer with less calories. These innovations start small, but then they ramp up. If we kill them off when they're small, they'll never get to ramp up. Because innovation, the hardest part is people say, oh, this is so much work, but you have to have patience. And it's great when you see, oh, we launched this brand. It used to sell a lot. After 5 years, it's selling 10 times as much. Somebody had to start that. So you asked about, what do you need? You need a lot of resilience and consistency. We can't change strategies radically one year to the next. Consumers will get confused. Some companies change all the time, and they think the consumer doesn't understand. No, it's not that. It's that we're not making it easy for the consumer to understand this. We have to look at the consumer and see what we want to pass on to them. And from our side, since we have consistency, it's very important to develop things in a consistent way. That's my mantra, consistency. And what about categories where, compared to another within the same portfolio, may be less mature? You're leading Beyond Beer, which is a unit that's trying to innovate beyond beer and Ambev. And beer is beer. I want to understand, how do you set up a brand when the category and the identity are being built at the same time? It's quite a challenge. But it's interesting, because beer is a national passion. It's part of Brazilian culture. It's interesting because not every country is used to drink beer in 600 milliliter bottles, and then they drink them out of small glasses. To a Brazilian, they think that beer heats up too fast, gets warm. But in Brazil, the beer is always cold. Obviously, we have a bottle that's on ice, and we serve it in small glasses. So people say, "Oh wow, Brahma Chopp is the best beer in the world." There's a reason they use small glasses in Brazil. You can't deny that. But you have to remember that part of the population in Brazil doesn't drink beer. More than 40% of Brazil doesn't drink beer. Why not? They don't like the bitterness. So our job as a company is to understand that consumer and understand that there are consumers that are sweet seekers, as we call them, who like alcoholic beverages but want something sweeter. My job is to attract that consumer. I'm already attracting the beer consumer because we have a lot of incredible brands. But we have so many. We have Original. We have all these brands already cited. At the end of the day, I don't have to create a new beer. If I think that Beyond Beer may be a way to grow products that are going to attract principally women who usually like sweet drinks more than men. It's not really a gender issue. It's a choice, really. When you see gender-based decisions about drinks, some categories women prefer other things besides beer. So how can I bring incremental changes? What person today looks at Ambev's portfolio and thinks, they don't have a lot of things for me, and my job is to figure out a product that we're going to launch for you to say, oh, okay, now they have something that's for me. They're making something for me, Ambev is. When we try to decide who we're going to bring in, what product we're going to bring in, incrementally, we can show our value. In the last few years, we brought a lot of new clients because we come into occasions where beer sometimes is not an option. So we have to look and think, oh, and we're attracting consumers that weren't Ambev consumers. That's the beauty of being in a company that reinvents itself through time, that looks at the trends of what's happening. We have a team that works at UFRJ, University, Federal University of Rio, that is always looking for other products that we could develop to be able to offer to people. We'll look at our portfolio and think, it would be good to have a more incremental portfolio. Great. Now asking Cisa, when you see these new brands that Granada is adding to their portfolio,
players nessa construção de identidade do grupo como todo?
As players in the group identity formation, sure. When we started working at the company, iconic was the foot powder, the antiseptic foot powder. And I came here to Henry Bendel. At Thanksgiving time, we had to contract those women that stand around spraying perfume. Since it was Black Friday, we weren't able to find anybody, so I went there, and the woman that worked with me, after 3 days, my feet were full of blisters. All I wanted was to put my feet in a salt bath, Epsom salt bath. And foot powder is something that's really thought of for men. Why not make one for women? Women are so vain. They work, they stand up all day. why not create something? And we created the pink line. It's as a cuticle wax. All the women are like, oh, really? A lot of products for the feet, and also speaks a lot to younger consumers. You have to understand, as Dani said, the role of these product lines. We acquired Care, and coincidentally, Mari used to work there. It's a clean beauty brand, pioneering, sustainable, with a great story. And that's frustrating to us because as a pioneering company in no animal testing, no cruelty, no formulas, the market didn't see us as a brand that was sustainable, even though we did all these things. Even if we had a factory in Japeri, which is a very poor area, even though we did all these social initiatives, we brought the brand, that brand in to help us not just learn, but to start talking to that public, their audience, so they'd know who we are and they'd look at our brand differently. You talked about the pink race. I thought of another topic for us to talk about here, about a future brand, the expansion of the brand beyond the product. We've talked about that a little bit, but we could expand on that. And new formats, new experiences. We could even talk about ice cream for Granado. How do you guys decide how far to go in these experiments without losing your essence? And what orients your what you do with these new products? We invest a lot in experience, stores, influencers, races, sponsorship of races. But there are these pillars. Is this relevant? There was a trend about something about your mustache, and then I thought, no, that's going a little too far. That's not this brand's DNA. You're gonna focus so much on the younger consumers, and you're gonna exclude the whole rest of the consumer base. But in general, we see it as a very educational thing. So when we're talking about the ice cream, that's why you have to test things. It started out as a summer campaign in shop windows, 2 months at the Itamana store. We showed this at several malls. They said no. We have our own stores. We'll do it in our brick and mortar store. So 2 years later, we have a store in Rio, one in São Paulo. What was the concept? We can describe very well what we like to eat. So when we go to an ice cream store, we know our favorite flavors. But we don't know when we just go to describe a perfume, say, see, people say they don't like sweet smelling perfumes, but there's cotton candy or sugar in that perfume that they like. Oh, I don't like floral flavors. So we created with an ice cream maker. I don't know if that's the most respectful name for him. Lucas is his name. And he works at several fairs. He made a toast ice cream, and then we gave him all these ideas. And there was a line for our ice cream. That shows us that this passion for the brand can go beyond. I posted a bag that we had some stickers on to commemorate the city of Rio de Janeiro's birthday. So maybe going back even to the first question, we noticed that people today don't want to just buy a product. They want to be part of that brand. The brand is part of their day-to-day, and how we can offer these experiences that are not just digital. Yes, we have digital, the sulfur soap that went viral 2 years ago. It's a product we've been making in for 100 years, and now it's the fourth most sold. It went viral because of its tradition. That shows that it's something that's old can become cool. So it's this feeling of, through all these actions, offer incredible experiences. Then when somebody goes to the supermarket or the drugstore or goes to the site, they're willing to try this product, not because it's 2 cents cheaper or more expensive, because it's that brand that sponsored that race. Or when I was at the airport in where the diaper changing area, my son had an accident. All that is part of the brand identity and being part of someone's family. So we have products even for pets. I'm not going to repeat because we're almost done with our time here. But if you put together a strategy for a product that is really good, that's 50% of the success. But it can't just be that. I'll give you a quick example. We launched a spritzer. Imagine Embev launching a spritzer. It's very much a feminine style product. We studied very carefully what women wanted in that kind of product. And we formed a partnership with Bridgerton, and we thought, what else can we do? We brought to Sao Paulo the dresses that were used in the previous seasons and had an exposition so people could try the product. So it's cool. It's a way to attract people to try our product, but not because of the product itself, but because the dresses were on display. We had lines, enormous lines, because everyone wants to see the Bridgerton dresses. We were even able to bring some from the current season, Sophie's dress. So it's interesting to see people want to have that experience. They want to consume something that only you can bring to them. At the end of the day, your product's going to be at a bar, at a supermarket, in our case. They're going to have access to it, but what else can that brand do to give them access to things that only that brand could offer? Oh, it's a global partnership that ABI has with Netflix. Yes, but we could just sponsor the series. We could have just done that, but we thought, what else can we do? We thought, yeah, there's other brands that sponsor this series. When we brought the dresses, I know some of these people, and they wrote me and said, I can't believe you guys pulled that off. Everybody can try. I think brands need to dare. And they said, how did you think you could do that? Well, I went there and knocked on Shonda's door, because Shonda is the one that decides everything, and she said yes. But they said not just 3, no, 10 dresses. Great. And we did it. I think the reaction from the audience for things that are relevant, I think, is very strong. People want that human contact, the concrete contact. They're tired of screens, just being on a screen. But as marketers, we have to be very intentional in what we offer, because offering just anything, you won't get people to leave their house that way. So we're continuously searching for what else we can do. How can we surprise people in this universe of brands and consumption? All right, we're just about to wrap it up, but I wanted to give some encouragement that people that want to inspire themselves in terms of Brazilianness and authenticity. Our country creates creativity that's admired globally. But for you, for a brand, what's missing to transform that creativity into a global positioning that's consistent and lasting? I think you have to really be proud of being Brazilian. I think I started. That's what I started saying, and at the end, that's it. I think for a long time we were that, stray dog country, the mutt country, and everything from somewhere else is better. And now this Brazil core that we talked about, all these brands that come here and are admired. Now it's time for us to show our talent. We always, 90% of the time we work with Brazilian artists. We want to show Brazilian culture. We make a point of saying who makes the ice cream, who are the artists behind this. And then we see other brands working with those artists and we think, wow, that's cool. That across the platforms that our brands and companies are, we can help the whole ecosystem. That's it. And resilience. It's not going to happen overnight. You're not going to create a product to go viral and after a year it's fine. Granado's been going for 156 years. My dad has been there 32 years. 32 years. I've been there 22 years. So I think it's a mix of our Brazilian swing, but also discipline. We need to be a little more disciplined in some respects, but we can't lose our swing. That is a very potent combination. Groove, swing, discipline, Brazilian creativity. That's how we're going to end this panel. Thank you, Daniela and Cisa, for this great conversation.
E aí, mais pra lá? Mais, né? Um pouquinho pra cá. Deixa eu mais pra frente aqui. Ok. Bora. E aí, Dilma, tá tudo bem? Deixa eu...
Assim atrás da câmera. Deixa eu ver como é que ficou. Eu tava com o cabelo. Eu vou conseguir nesse.
faz um anúncio aí. O pessoal vai começar a sentar.
Na Brasil Conference, acreditamos que o respeito à pluralidade humana é um compromisso coletivo e inegociável. Por isso criamos o BC Acolhe, um espaço para escutar, orientar e apoiar todas as pessoas que participam da conferência. Se você vivenciar ou testemunhar qualquer situação de desrespeito ou desconforto, pode registrar uma ocorrência de forma simples, pelo
Sim, eu preciso de
aplicativo
uma
da
cadeira
Brasil
reservada para
Conference,
assessor.
acessando o QR Code disponível no evento ou procurando diretamente o espaço do BC Acolhe.
Está cortado.
Estamos aqui para ouvir você e contribuir para que a Brasil Conference seja um espaço seguro, respeitoso e acolhedor para todas as pessoas. Na Brasil Conference, acreditamos que o respeito à pluralidade humana é um compromisso coletivo e inegociável. Por isso criamos o BC Acolhe, um espaço para escutar, orientar e apoiar todas as pessoas que participam da conferência. Se você vivenciar ou testemunhar qualquer situação de desrespeito ou desconforto, pode registrar uma ocorrência de forma simples, pelo aplicativo da Brasil Conference, acessando o QR Code disponível no evento ou procurando diretamente o espaço do BC Acolhe. Estamos aqui para ouvir você e contribuir para que a Brasil Conference seja um espaço seguro, respeitoso e acolhedor para todas as pessoas.
Oi, pessoal, tudo bem? Se vocês puderem se assentar, a gente vai começar nosso próximo painel com o Charles Oliveira e o Diego Lima. Então, se vocês puderem sentar. Não, eu falei pra ele. Oi, pessoal. A gente vai começar o painel, se vocês puderem sentar.
All right, folks, we're going to start our next panel. If you could take your seats.
Bom, boa tarde a todos. Vamos dar início agora ao nosso próximo painel.
We're going to start our next panel, Building Champions from Martial Arts. We're going to explore what is behind the creation of a champion, discipline, resilience, recovering from failures, and the fighting as a means of social transformation. We have Diego Lima, head coach from Kickbox, the world-renowned kickboxing team. Diego is one of the most cited voices on the world stage. Innovative methodologies. He has trained elite athletes throughout Brazil. He also runs the Institute Diego Lima, where he focuses on social impact and citizenship. We also have Charles do Bronx Oliveira, ex-champion of the UFC, and BMF current champion. He has become a symbol of inspiration and overcoming. Also, our moderator is Caio Silva, MIT student studying physics. He is the Institute Chair and Vice President of the Research Program for the Brazil Conference.
Aí tu fala que aqui não tá ficando nada.
Good afternoon, good afternoon.
100%.
Charles, can you hear me? 100%. Great. It's a great honor to be here with the two of you. You guys are an inspiration not just in fighting, but in life. You touch a lot of people in many different regions. It's going to be an honor to touch on this subject with you guys. Thank you very much. I wanted to start with you, Charles. Many people already know you from UFC, from fighting, but I want you to tell us a little bit about your origins, where you came from, and how you came to
primeiramente, obrigado pelo carinho, obrigado pela oportunidade.
Well, first off, thank you very
tanto para mim
much
como para o Diego estar aqui aí com vocês, né? Porque meu coração está aí, né? Com certeza é algo muito importante para mim. Então, muito obrigado. Cara, na realidade, eu sou um moleque muito sonhador, um moleque que saiu da comunidade de Vicente Carvalho, né, Guarujá, no litoral de São Paulo, na onde que eu tinha um sonho de ser uma pessoa reconhecida nesse mundo gigante aí, sabe, de poder fazer história, de poder deixar um legado, né? E aí, só que a minha história não começou tão fácil, né? Comecei desde molequinho já tendo meus problemas, tive sopro no coração, reumatismo nos ossos, os médicos falaram pra minha mãe que nem uma bola de futebol eu poderia jogar, mas como eu acabei de falar, eu sempre fui um moleque muito sonhador, eu sempre acreditava, né, que as coisas poderiam dar certo, que eu poderia, tipo, dar uma casa pra minha família, viver bem, andar na rua e ser reconhecido. Eu fui um cara sou um cara de muita fé, né? E graças ao bom Deus eu encontrei pessoas gigantes no meu caminho, como o Diego, como esse cara que tá na frente de vocês aí. Esse cara é um cara que Quem conhece ele de verdade sabe do coração dele, sabe que quem eu sou hoje, né, a história que eu tenho tão gigante é porque ele acreditou no meu trabalho e me impulsionou para que tudo se tornasse real. Então, eu, um moleque de comunidade, um moleque lá de uma casa, um quarto, sala, cozinha e banheiro, sonhador, encontrou pessoas que acreditaram no meu sonho e me levaram ao palco, né, tão grande que é o UFC e poder proporcionar essa história gigante que eu tenho no meu nome.
These dreams. Thank you very much. Many people know you as a trainer for world-class athletes. How did you come to be involved with martial arts, and how did you know that you not only wanted to train but wanted to be a coach? Well, first of all, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I appreciate the invitation. I was always in love with martial arts. I started in judo when I was 6 years old. I think everyone that starts at that age wants to be a fighter, but then time went passing by, and then at age 14, I went to Muay Thai, which is another form of martial arts. At 18, I went to live in Curitiba. Actually, my coach went to Curitiba, and then I couldn't train with anyone else. So my trainer left me at the gym where he used to work, and I started to teach there. I started training other people there, and so I think that's pretty much what it was. I wanted to be a fighter, but at 18, my trainer left, and so I stayed in his spot training others, and so then everything started to change. Some of my students at 14 years old, they said they wanted to be fighters, and so I started to focus on training them to fight. So things started to happen, and here we are. We have a wonderful team training UFC fighters, and we are the biggest team with UFC fighters in Latin America, so that's how it's going. I wanted to hear from each of you. How did you guys meet each other? How did you create this partnership? If Charles could share his...
Cara, na realidade, eu treinava no Guarujá, né, numa equipe que tinha aqui no Guarujá, que era uma filial da Macaco Good Team.
That was part of Macaco Good Team.
Eu sempre, quando eu subia pra São Paulo pra treinar lá na Macaco Good Team, a gente tinha a oportunidade de treinar na shootbox Diego Lima, né? E o Lima sempre me tratou super bem, sempre tratou a nossa equipe muito bem. Só que, como eu falei, comecei falando aqui, sempre um moleque muito sonhador, chegou um momento que a equipe que eu tinha aqui no Guarujá não tava mais me ajudando naquilo que era o meu sonho, sabe? De continuar fazendo história. E aí eu desliguei de tudo, o único cara que eu fiquei foi o Macaco. E eu falei, cara, não deixa eu ficar aqui quieto, eu quero pensar direito o que eu vou fazer. E aí a gente parou, e aí, pô, eu falei, cara, liguei e falei, ô Didi, posso treinar aí, tal, saber como que é, quero fazer parte da sua equipe. E de todo o coração dele, ele falou, não, você já faz parte da equipe, vem pra cá, você já vem treinar aqui, tal. Eu falei, não, mas eu quero saber tal, como funciona, como que é, né, pra virar atleta, né, pra me entender. E ele, não, cara, só vem. E como eu falo pra todo mundo, ele me abraçou como mais um dos filhos dele, né? Abraçou, acreditou no meu sonho, bem antes de eu acreditar mesmo em mim, pôde me colocar no caminho, poder fazer com que eu evoluísse, porque quando eu fui pro Diego lá, eu era só um moleque do jiu-jitsu, né? Eu só sabia jiu-jitsu e era o que eu sabia, e aí hoje, como eu falo, me sinto um lutador completo de MMA, então eu já fazia parte da shootbox sem fazer. Né? E aí quando eu pedi pra ele, ele me abraçou como mais um dos filhos dele e pôde proporcionar tudo isso pra mim.
Diego, what started as master and apprentice, it turned into a years-long relationship. How did that transform like that? Well, the truth is we already knew each other. Like he said, he would come up to train there sometimes at Macaco, and his first fight up there, I was there, and so we already had a friendly relationship. But in 2016, when we started to work 100% together, that was when we truly spent all of our time together. Then our friendship grew more and more. The most important, even though his profession is a fighter, I think the most important is the friendship that we build, because, last month, you have to look back, but look at the path that you took. It's very important, but it's just an object. You can put it up on the wall. I don't think the belt is worth nothing if you don't have a story behind it. That's the most important thing from our accomplishments. It's not the trajectory, but it's the friendship, everything that we fought for, and that there's a lot of things to come down the road. Well, talking about this story, what about the most recent fight that Charles have? 9 months ago, you had your first knockout. It was a moment that a lot of people thought would impact your career, and then 9 months later, you were completely dominating a fight against one of the division legends. I want to understand, during those 9 months, what was most important for recovery? Was it physically, have your body prepared to take on the next fight head on, or was it a mental thing that you had to convince yourself again how strong you were and that you were one of the
na realidade,
dangers in the
não vou
division?
nem te falar assim físico ou mental. Na realidade, naquele momento quando eu perdi, eu tinha sido nocauteado. Eu nunca tinha sido nocauteado na minha vida. Eu tinha tomado knockdown, levantado e caído pra dentro, perdido na decisão, mas eu nunca tinha sido nocauteado. Então, assim, quando aconteceu aquilo ali, que eu pude voltar pro hotel, que a gente ficou na casa ali, sabe, tipo, batia aquilo muito na minha mente. Será que eu já fiz tudo que eu já tinha que fazer, sabe? Será que já acabou? Será que é isso aqui mesmo, sabe? Será que, tipo, já foi? Só que, assim, de verdade, as mensagens, sabe, das crianças, sabe, esse círculo de pessoas aí ao nosso redor, sabe, que, tipo, pô, me abraçou e me impulsionou pra frente, tipo, não, vamos voltar, vamos descansar, vamos respirar. E aí a gente voltou pra casa e aí, pô, ficar perto da minha família, escutar um pouco, não, vai dar tudo certo, Deus sabe todas as coisas, né, você não é um cara de fé? E eu falava, não, sim, eu sou. E aí foi quando eu pedi pro Diego, falei, pô, Diego, eu preciso lutar, eu quero lutar, me coloca no Rio, sabe, poder viver tudo aquilo que eu vivi, voltar, vencer no Rio de Janeiro da forma que foi que aconteceu, sabe, poder ter a nossa bandeira, o nosso povo todo a nosso favor, poder fazer essa festa gigante, né, há menos de um mês atrás, poder lutar pelo cinturão BMF, né, e vencer, sabe, dominante, sabe, e cara, são várias sensações, são muita coisa louca, né, a coisa que eu nunca vou esquecer, assim, no momento que eu tava voltando ali com o Alan ali, que eu abracei ele, e ele falou, pô, alguns meses atrás você tava falando pra gente, será que tinha acabado? E você sabe o quanto que, tipo, dá pra ir pra frente. Então, eu acho que na realidade foi um conjunto, sabe, de pessoas que estão ao meu redor comigo, que sempre acreditam no meu sonho, sempre acreditam no meu potencial, no meu trabalho, que pôde me acolher, me abraçar, sabe, junto com a minha fé de poder voltar e voltar melhor.
So, listening to Charles here, we can see a big difference in the career as a fighter from the beginning and versus the UFC level. The fights are maybe every 4 months. There's a huge amount of marketing behind the fights. Every win and every loss has a tremendous impact on the career. In Brazil, it's like a tournament every month. You're going to fight someone, you don't even know who they are. If you lose, you start again, you continue. So when someone starts to go up in their career, they start to grow, what is the biggest barrier that they face with that difference? Well, the thing is, the biggest obstacle for MMA fighters are themselves, because when we say it's them against themselves, looking in a mirror, I actually disagree. They can see themselves, they can overcome, but time is the one thing we can't beat. It's invincible. We can't waste time, regardless of where we are. One day that he doesn't dedicate himself is a day that people get ahead of you. So I think the most important thing is to always be ready for everything, because when they're starting their career, many times they think about giving up. They take a long time to see a return, because UFC is so big today that it's developed more than the sport. The sport is MMA. Are a UFC fighter? No, you're an MMA fighter, but UFC is so big, it's bigger than the sport itself. So today everyone's wants to go to the same place. UFC, there are lots of organization events, but UFC is the measuring stick for everything. And it's very hard to get there. The most difficult is to maintain incentive, focus, and a lot of faith in God in first place, because you have to get there and believe that you'll continue. Just like Charles, for example, an incredible trajectory that he's had coming to UFC and in the UFC. From the beginning to the end, you have to have a lot of confidence in yourself and And you have to have the right people around you. That's the most important thing in life. It's not what we have, it's who we have. Who's around us, that's what's most important. Understood. Thank you very much. Speaking a little bit about fighting and the feeling of being in the ring. You've trained many people. Chandler, Poirier. During the fight, you end up taking a punch that knocks you off balance, and people are looking like, man, Charles is going to lose now. And all of a sudden, nowhere, you come out on top, you stand up, you're focused, you do some sort of magical submission move. When you land that punch and or when that punch is landed on you and you get destabilized, what goes through your head?
Não, na realidade, tipo assim, são flashes muito rápidos, né? São coisas muito rápidas que acontecem. Porém, na realidade, eu costumo falar assim pra galera que, tipo assim, a galera só tá acostumada, elas só estão assistindo aquilo que tá na telinha, o que eles estão ali, ou aqueles 5 minutos, 10 minutos, 15 ou 25 minutos de luta. Só que por trás de tudo isso tem um treinamento, tem tudo aquilo que passa lá por trás. Né? Eu costumo falar que na realidade, quando a gente sai na porrada ali, é porque vocês não viram o que aconteceu na shootbox lá atrás, né? Nossa equipe tem uma equipe que a gente somos forjados verdadeiramente no aço. Então, na realidade, tá o seu sonho ali, tá a sua família, tá o seu passo pra frente, tá aquilo que você quer almejar lá na frente. Então, você não quer perder de forma nenhuma. Então, quando você toma um golpe ali, que você toma um soco forte, ou o cara tá encaixando a finalização em você não quer se entregar, você não quer perder. Então, vem tudo ali, tudo aquilo que eu te acabei de falar. Família, sonhos, vontade, mas tudo aquilo que a gente treinou, sabe? Então você não quer entregar de forma nenhuma. Então quando você toma, você só quer levantar e voltar melhor.
You just want to get up and come back even stronger. Something we notice, Diego, about fighting during the time in the ring, it's not linear. You don't know who's going to win or lose. There's like a turning point. There's a point where someone finds something and adapts in the middle of the fight. That's very interesting because in the fight, different fighters have different qualities. Some know how to adapt better. Others are very strong. Others are very quick. Others have better technique. There are many different gifts. To you, what is the one that defines the most the person who will win and come out on top? I think it's the one that never stops believing. When you're fighting and you're in the middle of the round, you could win at any time, any second. One takedown, the blink of an eye, it's over. So it's the one that believes until the end and seeks victory until the end. That's the one that's most likely to win. Because it's difficult when you enter. There are people that enter the fight not to lose, but there are those who enter to win, and there's a difference there. How do you try to transmit that onto your fighters? That's just in the daily training, just as Charles said. At the gym, we train with fights, and our fights are wars, so that's how we prepare. That way, at the time of the fight, we are 100% prepared. As you said, Charles, many people come to the fight, and they remember the 25 minutes in the ring, but many times the fight starts long before that. The journey, the story to get to that point is much bigger. For example, 2 hours in the changing area, there's no cameras, you don't know what's happening, you're waiting, the anxiety to get into the fight and to do what needs to be done. The psychological aspects there could go anywhere. Oh man, what if I lose? What's going to happen to me? What am I going to do? What is he going to do? At these moments, at this silence that no one can see you, what are you thinking? What are you saying to the people around you, and what are you saying to God at that time?
Cara, na realidade, sendo muito verdadeiro, naquele momento ali, até esse dia eu tava brincando com a minha mulher, que eu falei assim pra ela assim, eu só não quero estar ali, sabe? Só não quero estar ali naquele momento ali. Eu tô pensando em outras coisas, eu tô pensando na minha família, eu tô pensando num passeio de cavalo, eu tô pensando numa festa, sabe, na praia, numa bagunça com os amigos, sabe, dando risada. Eu não quero estar ali, eu não quero que o nervosismo tome conta de mim, eu não quero que nada me atrapalhe tudo aquilo que eu treinei, porque eu sei que eu tô pronto, sabe? Eu não penso que eu vou perder, em nenhum momento chega isso passar, sabe? Mas o nervosismo eu sei que ele te atrapalha, porque quando você tá nervoso, você acaba errando dentro da luta. Então, eu simplesmente aprendi que, tipo assim, eu não quero estar ali dentro, sabe? Então eu tô longe, tanto que às vezes os corners mesmo brincam, pô, e a corrida do cavalo, tal, é amanhã, né, tal, e aí, pô, como que foi isso, tal, pô, e o Dom, sabe, e a Tailinha, sabe? Eles já acho que realidade, são muitos anos juntos, são 15 anos de UFC praticamente. Então eles já entenderam que eu não quero estar ali, sabe? Então a gente está com a mente em outro lugar, focado, fazendo em outras coisas. Porém, a gente sabe que daqui 10 minutos, 15 minutos eu tenho que entrar pra luta para poder escrever mais um capítulo da história. E eles sabem me ligar, né? Eles sabem me deixar pronto para isso. Então, quando a gente tá ali 2, 3 horas ali, eles estão me colocando na mesma base que eu gosto, que é me deixando longe daquilo ali. E quando falta 5, 10 minutos para entrar na luta, eles ligam. E aí eles começam a falar da família, eles começam a falar da minha história, eles começam a falar que eu tô pronto. E aí eu sou o cara que me emociona muito rápido. E aí, sabe, tipo, ligo a máquina. A gente tá pronto para lutar, a gente tá pronto para entrar e fazer uma grande guerra.
So you don't really think a lot about what you're going to do or how you're going to start.
Sim, com certeza sim. Porque na realidade, tipo assim, são 2, 3 meses de treinamento, ou até menos, porque às vezes marca a luta muito em cima, então eu sei que eu tô pronto. Quando a gente vem pra uma luta, a gente vem pronto. A gente já passou por tudo que tinha que passar. Como o Diego falou, a gente sempre tá treinado, a gente sempre tá pronto, sabe? Então, a gente sabe que já vai acontecer ali. Então, eu só não quero estar ali naqueles... Pô, eu sei que daqui 3 horas eu vou lutar, 4 horas eu vou lutar. Então, pra que eu vou sabe, tipo, começar a lutar agora? Não. Quando faltar 5, 10 minutos pra entrar, eu vou lutar. Eu tô aquecendo, sabe? Eu tô ali com a galera, dando risada, brincando, pensando em outras coisas, escutando meu louvor, sabe? Tando bem, brincando. E aí, pô, eu acho, não tenho certeza, são tanto tempo junto que eu acho que até num olhar, sabe? Às vezes o Diego olha pra mim, eu olho pra ele, outro dia com uma posição, qualquer coisa assim. Você sabe, tipo, o que o outro quer, sabe? Você sabe o que tá precisando, o que tá faltando. São muitos anos juntos, então, quando chega no momento que eles sabem que eles precisam ligar a máquina pra falar, pô, vambora, tamo pronto, eles falam poucas coisas que já sabe que vai ligar, que eu vou estar pronto pra aquilo e a gente vai 100% focado, sem nervosismo, sem estresse de nada, sabendo que a gente só vai escrever mais um capítulo da história.
So, we see as an example here, like you said, it's a big challenge. As fighters, what do you have to teach them before the fight? If they get very stressed, they're fighting before the fight starts, then they're tired. But if they're turning themselves off completely, they enter the fight and they're not mentally fit for the fight. So, what do you do to kind of find that middle ground so that the fighters are completely prepared? Well, we always have them prepared. We have to have trust, and when our mind is right, we have trust and we're prepared. That's 80 to 90% of the fight, like Charles said. On the fight day, you don't need to be focusing on the fight all day. That's going to give you a lot of anguish and anxiety. So we try to relax and just forget things and rest during the day. Do a little training in the morning just to sweat a little bit, lose a little bit of weight from the day before. Same thing, we warm up, musculature, all that stuff, but when the machine is turned on, it's like 5-10 minutes before the fight starts. That's when we start to speak loudly in the changing area. We use some words that we know are important to light the fire. So that's what Charles said. We do as much as we can during the day, resting, so our body can rest, our minds, and then 5 to 10 minutes before the fight, that's when we turn the fire on. So that's what we try to do with all of our athletes, so that they all have basically the same standard procedure pre-fight. Regardless of the results, how is the post-fight scenario? What's that look like? Do you guys celebrate when it's a win? Do you enjoy yourselves, or what do you try to do? We always pray after the fight, regardless of the result, because our entire team has a lot of faith in God. Thank God. They're very connected to God, so we pray a lot. Before the fight, we always pray before entering, and afterwards, regardless of the result, we always thank, whether it's for the victory or defeat. We want victory, but sometimes the defeat is part of the profession. We work a lot to come out on top, but we know that losing is part of it. We believe, Charles believes that God knows what he's doing, everything is at the right time. It has to be within our reach. But we know up top someone's already written our story, so we, at the end of the fight, we always pray, regardless of the result. When we lose, we cry together. and we get ourselves back up together. And when we win, we hug together, celebrate together. It's always together and unity. That's the most important. Understood. Charles, fighting is something for you that's been long before UFC. It's in your DNA ever since the beginning of your life. It's been something constant for you. Do you believe that your story makes it easier to deal with the pressure pre and post fight based on what you've
Cara,
lived
na
through?
realidade eu acho que é tudo teu mental.
Well, truth be told, it's all
Porque,
mental.
sendo bem verdadeiro,
Because
a minha história
to be
de vida
honest,
ela já é uma
my
história
life
de
story
vitória. Eu
is
sou um campeão de
a
vida.
victorious one. I'm a
Né?
champion at life.
Porém, eu não me entreguei quando criança. Quando o médico falou que nem uma bola de futebol eu poderia jogar, eu falei para meus pais, é forte que eu vou falar para meus pais, eu prefiro morrer se eu não pudesse ser uma criança normal. E os meus pais falaram, não, que isso, tal, principalmente minha mãe, que se apegou muito nisso, mas meu pai acreditou, então vambora. Sabe, então assim, eu acho que é muito o teu mental, o meu mental ele foi muito forte, de poder fazer história, de poder, sabe, construir um legado, e como a maioria das vezes eu sempre falo assim, que nada que vai acontecer dentro do cage ou no meu dia a dia vai ser maior do que eu já passei lá na minha vida. Então, assim, a minha história é uma história de um campeão, minha história é uma história de vitória, sabe? Então, assim, mas a porrada lá não vai me bater mais do que eu já apanhei na minha vida, sabe? Então, eu acho que é muito teu mental, muito teu consciente, aquilo que você acredita, aquilo que você quer pra você, sabe? Como eu te falei desde o comecinho ali, desde pequeno eu sempre acreditei no meu sonho, eu quero aparecer nessa revista, e eu lutei pra aparecer. Eu quero ser uma pessoa reconhecida, e eu lutei pra ser reconhecido, sabe? Eu não simplesmente sonhava e deixava acontecer, não, eu sonhava e trabalhava pra acontecer. Então, eu penso muito que tudo na tua vida é o teu mental, a tua fé, as pessoas que estão ao seu redor.
People that are around you, that's what matters. Understood. Speaking of fighting, Diego, you have work that goes beyond just the fighting. You help the youth on the outskirt regions. Well, yeah, in 2014, it was the first time we had an athlete from another state to come to train with us. Then after that, we started to have a lot of them. So currently we have around 80 athletes, professional athletes. 80% of them are from other states and countries. The majority of them come from remote regions spread out throughout Brazil and the world. It's existed for a long time, but we formalized it. We have a physical address. For the last 4 years, we've had a physical address, so we're continuing to work with all the athletes. Not only do they train, we have a classroom where they study English, financial education, legal education. All of them have to go to the doctor. We also opened up the Baptist House. It's for children newborn up to 17 years of age. We also do studies, classroom setting for 11 to 14. There are around 390 children approximately. There are the kids between 11 and 14 that we do fighting, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu. We have some that want to start musical instrument lessons with the guitar. So we're able to take in children in the Baptist House, but also spreading martial arts. And it's regardless of what they are, we need to help them. So this is a distant dream for most people, but finding a reason to be alive, a purpose, it's so difficult, but what is the belt that you try to help them imagine? You know, getting a UFC championship belt is very hard for them. It's very far off, but I think, you know, the thing is to be an institute for kids, 14-year-olds, they're going to fight on the same mat as an amateur, as a professional, and Charles, they're all on the same mat. Charles trains on the same mat as them, so I think that's a huge incentive for them. They have an example nearby. The example's right there. He got there, why can't I? So we have all the generations together there. That way we can strengthen these children so they can get there. If you, before starting the fight, something to prove to yourself and to prove to the world that you deserve to be there, you deserve to be a champion, you are now inspiration not just for your family, but for millions of children around the world. You take that, the idea of being inspirational, you have extra energy from that makes you go beyond, to go the extra mile. Have you thought about how close the public is to you after your knockout? Is that
Cara,
what
na
made
realidade,
you move forward?
eu falo assim, né, que na realidade
The
é meio que
truth
peso
is,
que você tem ali, né?
it's a weight that you
Principalmente
have
para
on you,
mim,
especially,
que quero deixar legado para as
you want to leave a
crianças
legacy for the
que elas
children,
podem sim acreditar,
so
porque eu
that they
vim de uma
can
comunidade,
believe. Because
tive
I
todos os meus
came
problemas de
from the
criança e mesmo
community,
assim
I had all my
eu
problems in
continuei
childhood, but
batalhando em
despite
busca
that,
de
I
um sonho.
continued fighting
E hoje eu sei
and
que
going
tem
after
aquilo
my
que eu sonhei
dream,
que as
and I
pessoas me
know
vissem e
that
acreditassem no meu
I
talento. Hoje eu sei
dreamed
que
that
tem
I'd be
muitas
well
pessoas e
known,
muitas
and
crianças
I
que
know
estão
many kids, many
querendo seguir o
people
mesmo caminho que
want
o
to
meu.
go
Então, assim,
down the same
eu não
path
quero
that
falar
I've gone.
palavrão, eu não quero beber, eu não quero
I don't
usar
want to
drogas, eu não
swear, I
quero
don't want
fazer
to
nada
drink,
de
I don't want to use
errado,
drugs, I don't want
para
to do
que essas
anything
crianças
wrong,
possam se
because I want
espelhar em
these
mim,
kids to be able
sabe?
to
Cada dia mais e ver que,
see themselves in
independente do
me,
que as
so
pessoas
that
falam, que se a gente acredita no
regardless of what
nosso
people
sonho,
say, if we
a
believe in
gente
this
pode
dream,
sim trabalhar
we
e pode sim
can
dar
work
100% certo, né?
and
Porém,
can
lógico, tudo isso é
completely
um
work
peso
out. Of
que a
course,
gente
that's a
tem,
weight that we carry,
mas com
but
certeza eu nem sinto esse
definitely,
peso, porque na
I don't
realidade eu
even
só
feel
estou
that
realizando
weight,
mais um sonho,
because
que é fazer com
I'm
que as crianças acreditem
realizing my
nelas mesmas e
dreams.
possam
One
se
more of my
tornar grandes
dreams that
campeões,
kids will
né? Então, eu fico muito
see
feliz e
me
sou
as
muito grato a Deus por poder
an
proporcionar
idol,
isso,
and
poder
I'm
ver as
thankful to God
pessoas,
that I can
né,
be in that
acreditar no
position,
nosso sonho,
and
né? E
thankful
como o Diego tinha
to
mesmo
people
falado
for
ali,
believing in
eu
our
acho que os
dreams.
cinturões deles é isso,
I think that's
poder
their
treinar no
belt.
mesmo
Be able to
tatame, onde que
train on
tem
the
um
same
amador, um
mat
profissional e os
where there's
grandes
a
campeões estão
professional
ali.
fighter
E o
and there are
tratamento, o
champions
respeito, o
there,
carinho
and
é
have the
igual
same
com todos.
respect and
Então,
care with all of
só
them.
dele estar ali, com
So
certeza, é
just the
algo
fact that
gigante,
they're there
porque
is
lá no
something
começo eu sonhava de
gigantic,
estar perto dos
because
grandes nomes e eu não tinha essa
I
oportunidade,
dreamed about being
né? E
near the
hoje
big
saber
names
que a
and
gente é
never
um
had
dos
that
grandes nomes
opportunity.
e ter as crianças ali perto da
Today,
gente
I'm one of
é
those
algo
big names
mágico,
and the kids
é algo
nearby, and I
que
think that's
eu sou
something
muito grato a
magical, and
Deus
I'm
de poder
very
proporcionar.
grateful to God to be able to be part of that.
And in that sense, how do you feel when you go back and you see the children nearby? Does that give you energy, but also do you feel pressure for? Do you feel responsible for
Cara, na
continuing to be a
realidade,
good fighter?
eu sou, como eu te falei, eu sou um cara que se me
Like I
emociona muito
said, I
fácil,
get
então,
emotional
de
very
poder ver
easily.
as crianças te abraçar, de
So
poder
to be
ver a
able to see
felicidade
people,
deles, de
meet
poder
kids and hug them and
ver que
see
você
their
tá mudando
happiness, see
algo,
that
né?
you're changing
Porque
something, right?
eu posso falar daquilo que eu
Because I
vivi, né? Um moleque veio
can
de dentro da
say what I've
comunidade, ele já
lived
tá, desculpa, na merda ali de
as a
tudo. E
kid
poder ver que na realidade
in the
você tá mostrando
slums.
pra eles
You
que
know,
eles também
they're
podem,
in the
sabe?
shit there.
Se eles
You're showing
verdadeiramente
them that they
acreditar
can
no sonho
climb out of
deles,
that crap.
se eles realmente
If they
continuar
really
treinando,
keep training
se
and
focando naquilo.
focus,
E como a gente sempre tá falando lá, a gente, lógico, a
as
gente
we
quer que eles
always
sejam
say,
grandes homens na luta, mas
you know,
a gente, o verdadeiro sentido é se
the
tornar
real
homens e
idea is
mulheres
to
de boa fé,
become
sabe?
men and
E
women
você
of good
poder chegar ali,
faith
igual
and
agora
be
a
able
gente
to
chegou com o
go
cinturão, de
show up
poder
there
ver o
with the
carinho deles,
belt
sabe? De
and
poder
see
pegar,
them
sabe, na mão, de poder
hold that
abraçar
belt
eles.
and to be able
Ele
to,
é algo
you know,
gigante, é algo
embrace
que
them,
eu
give
sou
them a
muito grato a
hug.
Deus,
It's
sou muito
something
grato a toda a
huge.
nossa
It's
família, equipe ali,
I'm
de poder
grateful to
me
God for our
ajudar
whole
a poder
family
proporcionar tudo isso para
that
eles
helps
e,
me give
sabe,
them
continuar
this,
fazendo esse trabalho gigante que a
keep
gente
doing
vem
this
fazendo,
amazing work we've been
que é se
doing,
dedicando
which
em
is
busca
to
desses
dedicate
grandes sonhos para poder as coisas
ourselves,
dando muito bem certo.
keep things going well. What we notice in this conversation is that it's not just about trading punches, it's something that transcends the fight. Martial arts, some people think it's aggressiveness, but it's really a way of finding yourself, finding motivation. When you find a poor kid that wants to fight, sometimes they have aggression in them. How do you use that to motivate them to find themselves and respect themselves? Many of our athletes went into martial arts because of personal problems, family problems, to defend their mother sometimes. We have several people in our team that train to defend themselves and their dear ones. So martial arts, how can I say this? It isn't just a way to defend themselves, but they find things that they didn't know that they had. They find peace, tranquility. Even though martial arts is a contact sport, you learn something about, modesty, humility, and loyalty. Martial artists evolve very much as people. And I think after a while they save some people in several aspects of life. When you started with martial arts at 6 years of age, and then you turned into an instructor, did you realize that? Or did you notice more and more magic when you started teaching people? When I started getting to know my athletes is when I noticed the magic more and more. They thank me, but I have to thank them because I learned a lot from them that I might not have learned if I didn't have them by my side. I learned a lot about overcoming obstacles. I don't know if I would be where they are if I had gone through what they went through. They teach me much more than I teach them, really. So I thank God for being near them because I learned things. I think I learned values. I learned things that are priceless that I learned by being around them. Chaz, given your whole trajectory, your path, career path, what does being a champion mean to you? Some people become UFC champions and they lose themselves, they lose their way. What does it mean to you to be a champion in your daily life?
Sendo bem verdadeiro,
To be really
para mim,
honest,
ser campeão, na realidade,
to
foi
be
tudo
a
aquilo que eu me
champion
dediquei,
was everything
sabe? Tudo
I
aquilo que
dedicated
eu
myself to,
acreditei, que eu
everything I
batalhei,
believed
sabe? Para poder
and
se tornar
fought
campeão, para
for.
poder dar certo. Só que olha só, eu
But
sempre
check
pergunto
this
para as
out.
pessoas que estão mais
I
próximo
always
de mim:
ask people
eu estou
near
mudando?
me, am I
Eu
changing?
mudei? E eu
Did I
escuto sempre a mesma coisa.
change?
Não, mano, você é o mesmo moleque, você é o
No, you're
mesmo
the
cara.
same kid, you're the
Hoje tem uma
same
condição
guy.
melhor, hoje vive melhor, mas você é o mesmo cara, você não
Yeah,
mudou em nada.
you're
Então isso pra mim,
living in a
com
better
certeza,
situation
é
now,
muito
but you didn't
importante,
change.
porque eu
That
sei
to
da
me is
onde que eu
really important
saí,
because I know
na
where I
onde
came
que eu
out of,
estou e aonde eu quero
where I
chegar.
am,
Mas
and
o
where I
mais
want to
importante de
get to.
tudo,
But
toda
most
essa minha
important,
trajetória, tudo isso que eu
my whole
vivi,
path,
eu
everything I
subi sem
lived,
pisar em ninguém.
I
Sabe,
came
eu
up
acreditei
without
no meu
stepping
sonho, eu
on
acreditei no
anybody.
meu
I believed
talento,
in
eu
my
tive pessoas
dream,
verdadeiramente que
in my
pegaram na minha
talent.
mão
I have
e me
people
ajudaram a
that took
subir
me by
degrau
the
a degrau,
hand and
por isso
helped
sou
me go
muito
up step by
grato a
step.
eles, sabe?
I'm very
É igual eu
grateful
falo,
to
eu mato
them.
por eles. A minha história foi
And
escrita porque eles acreditaram no
my
meu trabalho.
story
Mas de verdade, é isso que é um
was
campeão.
built
É
because
saber
they
tudo que
believed in
passou,
me.
é saber tudo que
That's
viveu,
being
mas
a
saber que na
champion, knowing what
realidade
you've
eu
been
não fiz
through,
nada disso
but that I
sozinho.
didn't, also knowing that I
Sabe,
didn't
tudo
do any
foi
of this
essas
alone.
pessoas que me ajudaram, que trabalharam
These
comigo, que
people
se
helped
dedicaram
me,
comigo,
worked with me,
né? E um
dedicated
cinturão
themselves to me.
um cinturão é
The
só algo
belt
que você
is just
tá na sua mão ali, que
something
tá
you
no seu
have in your
peito, na
hand,
sua cintura. Sabe,
on
que
your
você
waist,
batalhou, que você se
that you
dedicou
fought
gigantescamente
for,
por isso,
you
para poder se tornar campeão.
dedicated
Mas
yourself
o mais
in a
importante de tudo é
gigantic
aquilo que
way
você leva
to
para a vida,
become
pessoas
champion,
que
but more
realmente
important is
acreditam no
what
seu
you
sonho,
take to
que
your
choram
life.
com você na sua
People
vitória ou
that
na sua
believe in your
derrota,
dream, that
que
cry with
independente
you
de
when you
qualquer
win, when
outro
you
resultado,
lose,
independente de qualquer outra
independent
coisa,
of any
vai
other
estar pegando na
result,
sua mão, vai estar te
they're going to be
aplaudindo
there
contigo, vai
with
estar te
you
levantando,
and
sabe? É te dando, mandando
lifting
energia
you up,
boas ou
sending you good
ruins, sabe?
vibes
Mas
or
falando sempre
bad
pra você
vibes,
o que
but
é o
also
certo.
telling you what's
Às
right.
vezes você tá pensando que você, não, pô, tá bom. Não, as pessoas
Sometimes
têm
you
que falar
think,
pra você,
oh,
mano, tá
no, I
ruim.
think this is
Você tá
good,
fazendo errado.
things are good,
Sabe? Isso
and
é
they'll
ser um
say,
campeão. Você
no,
entender quando você
no,
tá
you're
errado,
doing
você
this
escutar
wrong.
as pessoas que estão do seu
When
lado
people
para que você possa
understand
vencer.
that if you're a champion, you have to listen to people around you so you can win. Given everything you've lived and are going to live still, what's the legacy you want to leave?
Com certeza, isso é o que eu mais sei, o que eu mais falo.
That is something I
Moleque
really
que veio de
know.
dentro da comunidade pro mundo,
A
que
kid
sabe
that
de onde
came
saiu,
out of the
aonde
slums,
está e aonde
that
chegou, mas o mais
knows where he came
importante de
from and where
tudo,
he got
que
to.
nunca precisou
More
pisar em
important,
ninguém para
never
subir na
needed to
vida, que
step on
nunca precisou
anybody
falar
to
nada
move up
de
in
ruim
life.
de nenhuma
Never
outra
had to
pessoa.
badmouth anybody.
Eu acho, não, eu tenho a maior certeza, eu acho que eu sou o
I'm
cara mais
very
respeitoso
certain
que tem
that I
nesse
am the
jogo no
most
mundo do
respectful
MMA. Eu abraço,
MMA
beijo,
artist there
eu respeito. Às
is.
vezes as pessoas
I
falam
respect people,
algo
I hug
pra
them,
mim
kiss them.
e eu,
Sometimes
tipo,
people say
fico
something
na
to
minha
me.
quieto, sabe? Tipo, falo,
I just
caraca,
keep
pô, não
quiet.
precisa disso,
It's
sabe? Às
like,
vezes
I
eu
don't
vejo outra
need
pessoa
that.
fazendo tal
I
coisa, eu
see
falo,
other
pô, acho que
people
não
doing some
precisa
things
disso.
and I think, you don't need
Então,
to
acho
do
que com
that.
certeza o meu legado está sendo escrito
So
muito
that's
bem
my
escrito.
legacy.
Eu acho, não, eu tenho a maior certeza que daqui a
I'm
muitos
certain
anos pra frente, as
that
pessoas vão sempre falar a
in a
mesma
few
coisa.
years, people
Esse
are
moleque era um
going to
moleque
keep
mais humilde,
saying
um moleque mais respeitador,
that kid
um moleque
was
que tem
a
uma história
really
gigantesca,
humble
desde pequenininho,
and
a história dele
respectful
já
guy
estava
ever
sendo
since he was
escrita
little.
e
His
foi
story
crescendo
was
na
written ever
vida,
since he was little.
sabe? Vencendo, mandando
He
muito bem,
won.
fazendo história, foi
He
campeão,
kept
se tornou
winning. He
campeão
became a
BMF, vai se
champion.
tornar campeão mais uma vez, sabe?
He's going to be a
Mas o mais
champion
importante de
again.
tudo, sem pisar em ninguém,
but most
sabe?
importantly,
Sem ser um cara
without stepping on
desrespeitoso, o cara
anybody,
mais
without
humilde que tem sou eu.
disrespecting anybody. I'm the most humble guy there is. And along the same lines, Diego, in your day-to-day, you live through others. Your daily energy is helping those around you. How do you help so many people at the same time, but still have time for yourself? Those are choices, right? Every choice brings with it some things that you give up we live our lives together. When Charles fights, the fight is ours. When the guys are going to fight, it's our fight. So I think that's what I chose, to be with them, to travel with them, to be at their fights with them. I would do it all over again for certain. I don't see myself doing anything else other than that. Whenever I'm with them, they're taking care of me. So I'm really satisfied with what I chose for my life and what I'm living. And along the same lines, what is the legacy you want to leave for the future? Jeez, I can't tell you what legacy I want to leave, but what I really want is that all my fighters reach theirs. Their dreams are my dreams today. When people that go into UFC, they want to be in the UFC. My job as their trainer and their manager is to get them there. That's my dream too. That's what I want to leave. I want to be able to say that as many people as possible reach their dreams, that I may be near them when they reach them. Getting to the end, I'm going to ask one more question. I'd like to ask both of you about this. Fights are very similar to real life. The difficulties, you get punched in the face sometimes, and the resiliency you need is similar to the resilience you need inside the octagon. If you could tell the people that are here, the entrepreneurs, researchers, teachers, what can you tell them about the fight?
Cara, na realidade, sendo bem verdadeiro, eu sempre coloco na minha mente o seguinte, que nada na vida vai ser maior do que sua felicidade, do que sua alegria, sabe? De você estar vivendo aquilo que você faz. Né? Na luta, às vezes você treina algo e você chega lá e não dá certo, e você acaba tendo revés, você vai se abater por isso, você vai parar por isso, lógico, você fica triste, somos seres humanos. Só que a gente tem que voltar e fazer acontecer. O meu pai sempre falava assim, que a vitória ou a derrota, ela só dura naquele dia. No dia seguinte, se você não levantar cedo pra você treinar e se dedicar, vai ser derrota na próxima vez e assim por diante. Então, quando eu venço, é só aquele dia. No outro dia eu tenho que voltar a treinar e me dedicar. Se eu perco, é a mesma coisa. E é a mesma coisa na vida. Na vida nem todos os dias vai ser bom, sabe? Mas você tem que se dedicar todos os dias para poder fazer acontecer, para poder ser melhor do que você. E uma das coisas que eu mais aprendi na minha vida, que nada é da forma que a gente quer, é da forma que Deus quer. Às vezes você quer que seja por aquele caminho e não dá certo de ir. Por que não deu certo? Porque não era para você ir. Lá na frente Deus tem um caminho melhor para você. Mas o mais importante de tudo isso é você nunca desistir, você sempre manter sua cabeça no lugar, acreditar que Deus sabe melhor para você, para que tudo dê certo, tanto na vida pessoal como na sua vida profissional.
So that everything can work out in your personal and professional life. I think it's what Charlie said. Believe in yourself. God has written your story already. When you fall, get up again. And keep fighting for what's yours. What's ours is written, and nobody's going to take it from us. So a round of applause for Charles and Diego. I'm going to open up for questions. If you have a question, just raise your hand. I'll give you the mic. Good afternoon. I'd like to ask, Charles, what are your next steps, short and long term? We know UFC is very dynamic. Time goes by. In soccer, we see a lot of players that go to trainers or managers. They change them. Short term, what does Charles plan to do? Do you want to try another UFC title? A title that was yours at one time? Do you still have that dream? And long term, what is Charlie's dream of doing when you get to the end of your career as a
fighter? Fala, meu amigo. Obrigado pela pergunta. Cara, na realidade, com certeza, né, se tornar campeão de novo, eu fiz uma promessa, tem que pagar essa promessa, então eu estou nesse foco de poder se tornar campeão de novo. Né, eu creio que a gente tem muita oportunidade de poder lutar ainda esse ano por esse título, então eu acho que a gente tem que ser muito estratégico agora para pensar qual seja o nosso próximo passo para que a gente possa lutar por esse título e se tornar campeão. Eu não penso em me aposentar ainda por agora, então, né, se tornando campeão, a gente tem que defender, dar próximos passos, mas pensando lá na frente, com certeza, se eu quero continuar nesse mundo da luta e quero ser um cara como o Diego, né? Um treinador, um empresário, né? A gente tem ele como da mesma forma que ele nos ajuda como atleta, a gente tem ele como espelho também, né? O empresário que ele é, o cara que ele é com todos nós, né? Atletas, tanto amadores como profissionais, com essa molecada toda. Então, com certeza, se a gente puder chegar um pouco próximo do Diego, ser igual o Diego, com certeza vai ser algo gigante para mim.
If we can be like Diego, that would be an amazing goal for me. Another question? Charles, I'd like to know about fights involving influencers. In Brazil, we're going to have Popó fighting Whindersson.
Cara, na realidade,
é
algo muito louco, é muito legal isso aqui, né? Porque quando lutou o Popó e Whindersson pela primeira vez, a gente brincou muito sobre isso, né? E o Popó mesmo falava que ele nem tinha, né, essa pegada toda de ter tanta gente, de fazer tanto dinheiro, de tanta mídia em cima. E aí você viu do nada o Popó, um cara que foi campeão, que fez uma história gigantesca, que estava apagado do nada, veio nesse hype gigante. Então, assim, sendo bem verdadeiro, eu acho que independente do resultado de qualquer luta, a gente só tem que estar ali para aplaudir, porque eles são influenciadores que acreditam, que estão treinando e estão fazendo luta entre eles, né, que não são verdadeiramente profissionais, mas estão ali fazendo luta entre eles, igual o Whindersson mesmo, quando teve a primeira oportunidade de lutar contra o Popó, né, tatuou, estava muito feliz de estar ali, de poder ter lutado como um ídolo, como o Popó, e agora tendo a oportunidade de lutar de novo com ele, com certeza eu acho que é muito gigante, muito mais pro Whindersson do que pro Popó, mas de verdade eu acho que é algo muito legal, faz com que todos eles ganhem dinheiro, todos eles voltem a estar na mídia, então eu acho que é algo legal, mas eu acho que a galera tem que entender que são influenciadores que estão lutando, não lutadores que estão influenciando.
Good afternoon, Charles. How are you? My question is, talking about the fights, that preparation, having to lose weight before and then hydrating afterwards, is it easier with time? And how is the mental part of that? The documentary that we saw,
Cara, né?
it seems really
Obrigado pela pergunta. Cara, eu acho que na realidade é algo muito difícil, com certeza é a luta mais importante que tem, a mais difícil, que é o corte de peso. Eu não sei te dizer se na realidade com o tempo fica mais fácil ou fica mais difícil com a sua idade, né? Você vê, eu acho que quando eu perdi agora o peso para a luta do Rio, eu acho que foi muito mais fácil, sabe? Tava muito mais tranquilo. Para essa agora não foi difícil, mas também não foi como foi do Rio, sabe? Não foi tão tranquilo, entendeu? Então, assim, sempre vai ser difícil, sempre vai ter, né, o seu momento de dificuldade, mas como eu acabei de falar agora, é o mais difícil, é o mais importante, sabe? E aí você vai lá e consegue bater o seu peso e no dia seguinte você vai lá, faz uma grande luta, então é o mais importante, é você estar bem, cortar o seu peso bem, perto das pessoas, né? Eu venho cortando meu peso perto da minha família, junto com meus amigos ali, a galera que sempre vai estar mandando energia positiva, sabe? Sempre te mandando pra frente, é o mais importante.
My guys are always giving me good vibes and helping me through it. That's what's important. Last question, and we'll end the panel here. It's a pleasure to hear your story, Charles. It's very motivating, the way you talk about Diego. And I've got a message that I'm leaving here today. I hope I can meet with all due respect to Diego for my life, somebody that really believes in me. So we were students, entrepreneurs, need somebody there that is going to say, I believe you, when we're getting a little desperate. I take that message from here today. And I'd also like to ask you, in the octagon, when you go in for another fight, citing Spider-Man, Anderson Silva, who called himself the showman. He would kid around there. it was really a show. Your style of fighting when you're in the octagon, do you feel like you have a chance to finish, take out your opponent? You have the most of that in UFC MMA history. Do you like to
Pô,
get around
primeiramente, obrigado,
things, or
feliz
do
de
you
saber
like
que, né,
to
com
wait
tudo
and
aquilo
see if
que
you
a gente
can
estava
last
falando
another
aqui,
round with
você
them?
escutou e com
Thanks for the
certeza você
question.
vai
You
achar, né,
listen
o
to what
seu
we
Diego da
said.
sua vida.
I'm sure
Eu
you're
acho que é o
gonna
mais
find your
importante,
own
só para resumir
Diego.
isso aqui, né, quando eu comecei a entender mais ou menos o que era o meu jogo, o
When I
que era que eu
started
tinha que ter para minha vida,
understanding
eu
what
fiz um círculo de
I
pessoas que
needed,
estavam
what my
junto
life was going
comigo,
to be, I
para que
put
elas
together a
pudessem tomar
circle of
essas
people
pancadas primeiro e quando viesse
so that
chegar
they
até
could
mim, já
get
revelasse bem
hit.
pouco, porque eu
And
queria
then when
simplesmente focar em se
people got
dedicar, em
to
treinar, em
me, I wanted to
lutar,
be
sabe?
focused
Que elas
on
pudessem focar em trazer
training and
patrocínio,
fighting
em marcar minha luta.
so
Então eu
that
não
they
queria
could bring
preocupações e graças a Deus eu pude formar
sponsors. I wanted to
esse
train for my
time, não, essa
fight.
família
I was able
gigante,
to
né?
put together this
E
giant
cara,
family
sendo bem
to
verdadeiro,
shield me.
eu
To be
falo pra galera que
really
meu jiu-jitsu é um
honest,
jiu-jitsu
I
de oportunidade.
say
Se ele aparecer,
that
eu vou pegar, eu vou fazer acontecer, sabe? Eu não
it
gosto
all
de
depends on
brincar.
opportunities.
Né?
I don't
Eu
like to
quero ir lá e
play
fazer
with
acontecer,
or toy with
principalmente que o
my
nosso MMA, ele é
opponent.
algo que eu falo pra galera que ele é algo ingrato.
MMA,
Um soco, um chute, um dia
one
que você
kick,
acorda mal, pode te
one
atrapalhar na luta.
punch
Às
could
vezes
mess
você
you
vê uma
up in a
luta de um cara e você
fight.
fala, pô, mas cara, o cara não
Sometimes you
lutou nada. Não, foi um
see
soco que passou de raspão,
a
que fez
fight
com que ele não
and you
lutasse nada.
see
Ou simplesmente foi uma noite mal dormida,
that he
sabe?
missed the
Alguma coisa que
punch
você
or
teve.
you
Então,
just didn't
se a
sleep well the
oportunidade
night
aparece
before,
pra mim, ou do
and
nocaute,
then
da finalização,
opportunity
eu
shows
não vou
up.
brincar, eu vou lá e vou
If there's
fazer
a
acontecer.
knockout I can get, I'm not going to fool around. I'm going to go out and get it. So Diego, who's your Diego? Who motivates you? Who gives you confidence behind the scenes? These guys know and they believe in me. They put the most important things of their lives in my hand, which is their lives. I deal with their careers. They're my Diegos. They're the ones who strengthen me and help me have a solid base there to keep fighting for what I believe in, which is our joint dream. Round of applause for Charles and Diego once more. Let's take a picture. Thank you. Thank you, Charles.
Obrigado de coração, fiquem com Deus.
Hang on, Charles.
Senta aí, vamos tomar um café. Ou será que você prefere um hambúrguer grelhado no fogo? Talvez um frango crocante marinado por 12 horas? Ou quem sabe, um footlong brilhantemente montado por você mesmo. Você acabou de descobrir quem é a Zamp, o ecossistema de restaurantes por trás do BK, Popeyes, Subway e Starbucks. A gente é assim, tem um pé em New Orleans, mas adora quando gera conversa em Nova Orleans, interior de Santa Catarina. A Zamp é do Brasil, porque é feita de gente brasileira, que acorda, trabalha, monta, serve, batalha, cresce, toma atitude e retoma quantas vezes forem necessárias. A gente faz plano de carreira para barista, chama colaborador de artista. E de vez em quando faz barulho com os artistas também. Onde tem conversa, a gente entra, porque a Zamp não é só uma companhia que cresce cada vez mais. A Zamp se orgulha de ser companhia para milhões de brasileiros que se sentam à nossa mesa todos os dias. Zamp, a marca por trás das marcas que você ama. Senta aí, vamos tomar um café. Ou será que você prefere um hambúrguer grelhado no fogo? Talvez um frango crocante marinado por 12 horas? Ou quem sabe, um footlong brilhantemente montado por você mesmo. Você acabou de descobrir quem é a Zamp, o ecossistema de restaurantes por trás do BK, Popeyes, Subway e Starbucks. A gente é assim, tem um pé em New Orleans, mas adora quando gera conversa em Nova Orleans, interior de Santa Catarina. A Zamp é do Brasil, porque é feita de gente brasileira, que acorda, trabalha, monta, serve, batalha, cresce, toma atitude e retoma quantas vezes forem necessárias. A gente faz plano de carreira para barista, chama colaborador de artista. E de vez em quando faz barulho com os artistas também. Onde tem conversa, a gente entra, porque a Zamp não é só uma companhia que cresce cada vez mais. A Zamp se orgulha de ser companhia para milhões de brasileiros que se sentam à nossa mesa todos os dias. Zamp, a marca por trás das marcas que você ama.
Na Brasil Conference, acreditamos que o respeito à pluralidade humana é um compromisso coletivo e inegociável. Por isso criamos o BC Acolhe, um espaço para escutar, orientar e apoiar todas as pessoas que participam da conferência. Se você vivenciar ou testemunhar qualquer situação de desrespeito ou desconforto, pode registrar uma ocorrência de forma simples, pelo aplicativo da Brasil Conference, acessando o QR Code disponível no evento ou procurando diretamente o espaço do BC Acolhe. Estamos aqui para ouvir você e contribuir para que a Brasil Conference seja um espaço seguro, respeitoso e acolhedor para todas as pessoas.
tarde, pessoal, tudo bem? Eu sou Patrick das Chagas e eu sou parte do time de organizadores da BC 2026. Queria pedir para vocês se acomodarem, porque a gente vai dar início ao painel do Lifestyle Negócio, Mercado de Wellness em Expansão. Primeiro, obrigado pela presença de todos também. Para esse painel, a gente tem a honra de contar com a participação do César Carvalho, que é fundador e CEO do Hub, plataforma de bem-estar corporativo que conecta funcionários aos melhores parceiros de fitness, terapia, nutrição e sono. O César está atualmente radicado em Nova York e ele foi reconhecido como empreendedor do ano pela Ernst Young e um dos 100 empreendedores mais intrigantes pelo Goldman Sachs. Por favor, uma salva de palmas para receber o César. A gente conta também com o Ricardo Rossetti, que é ex-piloto de Fórmula 1 e sócio fundador da Track and Field, uma das maiores marcas de lifestyle esportivo do Brasil. Com mais de 435 lojas e presença internacional, a Track and Field é um case de sucesso e de escala na construção de marcas.
In the building of a brand, please, a round of applause for Ricardo.
E para moderar esse painel, a gente conta com o Elton Vitorino, que é empreendedor social.
We also have Erden Vitorino, studied at MBMAC and MBA at MIT. NGO involving youth leaders, finding solutions for Brazil. Wellington, please, a round of applause. Well, Cesar, Ricardo, and Wellington, the stage is yours. Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. It's so cool. Almost 5 years here in Cambridge, here in Boston. I'm from Sloan. I'm at home here, and this is an opportunity. I've had other opportunities to speak, but never in the best room in MIT. I have some great friends here in the audience. I also have to recognize my wife, Mariana, my daughter, Beatriz, and my 11-month-old daughter, Esther. A round of applause for them. My wife is also here at MIT, but let's go. And she's doing her master's, and they came to take part in this. I have two great entrepreneurs here. They are examples for anyone. Our theme today has to do with entrepreneurship and wellness. I wanted to bring 2 points here that are a little off topic, but it's interesting about the two of them. Cesar Carvalho, he has there's a saying here, people that entered college, but they had the desire to build something so big, and they didn't come back to college for the following semester. He left Harvard Business School MBA to build the Well Hub. Many people may know this. It's called Gym Pass. And on the other side, we have Ricardo Rossetti, who was a Formula One race car driver. He talks about his story. He started the brand around 20 years old. His family at first was like, no, that's very risky. He started to make some money. He bought a car and started racing, and then they saw they had potential. He went to live in Europe. And when he wasn't racing in Europe, he came to help his two entrepreneur partners. And so one thing there are two questions I always like when I meet entrepreneurs. First, what was the biggest risk? What is the importance of risk for you in your lives? What was the largest mistake that you would say to us in this audience so that we don't make that mistake? Of course, you're both not risk adverse. No, I'm not going to go back to Harvard anymore. I'm going to follow my dreams as an entrepreneur, or I'm going to be a race car driver, Formula One. We were talking, he was a driver after all this that happened, so I wanted to start with that question. What is the importance of entrepreneurship regardless of risk, and what was the largest mistake that you guys think you made? Okay. First, Wellington, thank you for receiving us here, moderating. Good afternoon, everyone. Very happy to be here. This is the first time I participate in this conference, and so it's a great pleasure. So quickly about myself. I'm Cesar, founder of WellHub. A lot of people know it as GymPass. I think if I had to say, taking risk is part of building a business, but I think if you say it, it's only the person that's building the business takes risk, but everyone takes the risk. The difference is just the size of the risk and what the potential return on that risk could be. I think the biggest that I took was to stop, as Wellington said, stop my MBA here in the U.S. I was here in the city, and what helped me a lot in this process was the fact that my co-founder was going to MIT at the same time. He also took the same risk that I took with me. He also abandoned his MBA in the middle of it. So that helps when you have other people around you that are supporting you taking this risk. Sadly, he was here. He studied with me. He's a friend of mine. He worked with me for a long time at WellHub, and that helps a lot in this process. The largest mistake, we're going to talk a little bit more about this after, but my biggest mistake was when I started the company, I thought that I would be able to do things alone. The challenge for well-being, to transform people's habits, to help people leave behind being a sedentary person and take on a new lifestyle, that's very difficult. We should not use partnerships and alliances. We shouldn't ignore those. In the first 9 months, I was doing everything alone, and then I discovered a partnership. We started working together, and then that's when transformation started to happen. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's also an honor for me to be here. I want to thank you all for the organization. It's an impressive event, and you can see that the students are quite dedicated to make this event work, so congratulations to everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Well, taking risk, as we were saying, my name is to take risk in every area of life. I also abandoned college. I did 1 year of engineering. At that time, I was working, and we are 3 founding partners. We started at 20 years old. Fred, the daughter of my partner, is here. 3 big, great friends started together. And at the same time, I had a dream of being a pilot ever since I was small. I would take cars apart, carburetors. I always loved to play with cars, take them apart, put them together, mechanics. I started with mechanical engineering, but I was working, and I saw that that was really not... The thing is, I liked engineering, but when I started to take courses and work, I thought that that was not really what I wanted. I didn't feel happy doing that. And so we started to make clothes at first in '88. 3 friends, we would make clothes for other brands, surfing brands. And at that time, it was around 89, 1990. Berto's uncle was very good friends with people that were going to open up a mall in the area, and they were like, hey, you guys are making clothes for other brands. Why don't you make clothes for yourselves? We were 20 years old. I'm like, okay, uncle, but, I don't know if that's going to work out. And he was like, hey, no, you should do it. I'll put your name there. I think he was an angel that illuminated our path. On a certain day there, the mall was ready. It was completed, and we were also doing marathons at the time, training, and we were like, why don't we open up a brand that's sportwear? At that time, they didn't have that. We would utilize Nike, things like that. But there was no sportwear internally, so we decided to go into that niche. It was an unknown niche. It was tiny. And we started our first store. I also purchased the cart, our first cart. I was invited to Europe to do a test. I did very well on the test. the other drivers there. I started two parallel careers simultaneously. My partners would say, no, go chase your dream. They thought I was going to spend 1 year abroad. 1 year turned into 6. It was one invitation after another, and I went to Formula One. I got to Formula One in 96. And then after that, in 94, I sat in the car. That wife had died, and at that week, Barrichello was one of the 4 drivers there. He had suffered a terrible accident at weekend. He had a terrible accident. Samberg died, and Santa also died. So imagine a family that doesn't have that tradition of driving. They didn't want me to race. The pressure that they put on me to come back. But I believed in the dream. I was watching Charles talking just now, and you can feel that you're going to get there when you have a dream like that. Somehow it's inside of you, and you think that, I think when you're young, you see that way out in front, and you think you're going to get there, and I believed. I started at age 20, so today, the person that just went now is 19. I started at 19 or 20, so it's something. Within 6 years, I got to Formula One. That's difficult to do, but after 98, it was very difficult to continue in Formula One. Brazil was going through a phase where it went from 1 to 2, and the sponsorships were not feasible. So I talked to family, my partners. I started to decide that I was going to come back. I was already married at that time. So I decided, I think it would be best if I just came back and helped this other dream to build a company that we ended up building. This company also believing in the dream. We didn't know which direction it would go, but, it worked out. Cool. Cesar, tell me something. Tell us a little bit about the size of the wellness market and the relevance of it, both in Brazil and, in your case, abroad in the United States, living here. It's a hub in over 18 countries. It's gigantic. It has a tremendous amount of potential to reach more areas. Tell us about this entrepreneurial vision to enter this market, and if there's any connection with your personal trajectory, personal/business trajectory. Why did you decide to invest in this area? Well, 2 things. Maybe the first, to start the market. I consider the wellness market to be a wellness service. Physical activity, nutritionists, therapies, meditation. This is all wellness services. The market today, in the countries where we operate, they generate $1 billion per day. $365 billion per year. 12 years ago, it was a tiny industry, and now it's growing a lot, and it's going to continue growing in the long term. Brazil is in a unique position. A lot of people don't realize this. It's the second largest market in the world in terms of the number of gyms, and that makes sense, right? The presence of physical activity, a more healthy lifestyle. This is something that exists. I believe it's in Brazilian DNA. That's why I think it makes so much sense to have a company that comes from Brazil to be a candidate to be a global leader in that category and everything that goes with that. The service that we provide to companies to give well hubs to your company, to your employees, you come to the company and you have a benefit for your workers. So for us, for each employee, it's unlimited access. All the gyms, all the apps, the studios, everything that's registered. I live in New York. I use my gyms there. I'm here in Boston. I went to Orange Theory this morning. That's the idea on this wellness hub. So this service makes it so that many new people start to do physical activity, especially people who weren't previously engaged, because it's cheaper. than if you just go to each partner, each gym, and you have the benefit of using everything. If you want to do different activities, or if you are traveling, or if you move. So this has made the market grow. That's why I'm super excited about what we're doing. I think there's a lot of space, a lot of potential for growth. And where did the idea come from? I had the idea. It's a little bit connected to my experience. Before I built the hub, I worked at McKinsey. Every 3 months, I was at a different client. So there was a time where I had 3 different monthly payments to the gyms, and I wasn't using any of them. So the idea was based on that. But I was in the middle of a class for my MBA here. I stopped paying attention to the class at that moment. I was like, man, wouldn't that be cool if we were able to help gyms bring people that weren't active before to come back to physical activity? But it has to be a product that is different than the current access modalities, something that's less expensive. So the idea came in the middle of the class, and that launched the user experience that I had as a consultant that wasn't happening at that time. So something spontaneous, well, I'm very grateful to the MBA, because if I hadn't come here, I would not have done any of that, which I did. So I think for me, it was so good that I did everything in 1 year, and I didn't have to come back for more. I'm a fan of the MBA course. It transforms people's lives usually in 2 years. For me, it was even better. It transformed my life in 1 year. Excellent. And you tell us a little bit about your vision. You already told us about how you started there selling shirts. This angel came, brought some direction to you. But how do you see today the market potential for wellness? I know track and field has stores in Portugal. It's more than 430 stores. I think it's growing in Portugal as well. Tell us a little bit about the potential in Brazil and in the world, please. As Cesar said, the market does not stop growing. I think we were lucky that it started way back when with surf, and the question's always been, how big will it get? And we always say it's not stopping growing. We open stores throughout São Paulo, many different municipalities, and we're surprised at how much demand there still is. We're only talking about Brazil at this point. We also have tech sports. That's an experience that we had, the run series, the races, without sponsorship. That's something we've always had in our head since '92. The first time we sponsored a run. We always wanted to be involved with the community, being well connected to our clients. In 2005, we had the idea to connect the stores and the mall, connect those activities. Last year, we organized over 3,500 events. That's between runs. During the pandemic, we had a modality called continuing movement. It was 4 to 5 classes online, so people would not stop moving. That garnered a lot of attention. Now it's over 2,000. We do a number of different experiences in the same way that we built the franchises. We made it so that the franchisees can put on events. Our team helps and with formatting, and so it became something that over 1 million people have gone through some sort of event. You can see the immense size of what we're doing. The market is enormous. You can see the brands growing more and more. I'm not even going to talk about the big ones like Nike, Adidas, etc. All these others. But more and more brands are coming about. So the same way that corporations and people want to do that. We do it too. We're going to talk a little bit about excellence. Sometimes we have a mutt syndrome, so they say. We see what happens in other countries, we think it's better. I think that's the tendency. You don't value that. Brazilian examples that are garnering space abroad, they have a competitive advantage compared to international players. I can start. The benefit, I would say, that the Brazilian market is big enough for you to have enormous companies only operating in Brazil. I think that's a benefit that perhaps those who are starting a business in Finland, they don't have that. In Switzerland or Austria, you don't have that when you're building business. They are restricted by the size of their internal market. Not only do we have the entire Brazilian market, but we also have other geographical regions. That's the main point. I think more brands, more companies are going to do that in the long term. I have the Hub hat that I wear, but I also have the Endeavor hat, which is an NGO for entrepreneurship that I have the pleasure to be the chairman of. And the focus there is to make Brazil not just top 10 in the economy, but also in entrepreneurship, innovation, and the birth of new companies. So why do I think we have the right to win in this area? Because first off, Brazil, the digital products that we consume, I'm talking a lot about the convergence of technology, which is where Hub operates. The tools that we use are the same products that are used in the majority of the US, Europe, and in Latin America. Netflix, YouTube, WhatsApp, all these products are the same. So what that means is that our preference, our intuition for products is aligned with the others from around the world. So we are trained for that. The second thing is that we have in Brazil a great deal of talent that, in my view, these are talents that are aligned with the world's current requirements and demands. We have inflation, high interest rates, etc. When we built the hub in the U.S., we didn't have any corporate contract that had a clause for inflation adjustments. Why? Because in the last 20 years, there was no inflation in the U.S., so they didn't even waste their time putting inflation clauses in the contracts. Our company was one of the first ones to put that, and the clients that sometimes thought it was strange, and they're like, whatever, you can leave it, that's fine. But now it works really well because everybody has that. And so I think the Brazilian talent, not only is it good, we are more trained to deal with uncertainty and instability, and that is something that is around the world today. That's why you look at many large global institutions, the incentives that are there, the leaders at these companies, they're all Brazilian. Coca-Cola, there are many, and you'll see that the Brazilians are at the forefront, and I think that's going to increase even more going forward. There is also a transformation, especially in the wellness market in Brazil, where we need to pull forward a little bit more, because Brazil's always been seen as beauty or whatever it may be, but how you feel, self-esteem, vanity, but if we keep doing a good job, we have a chance to get there. But this is really going to turn into health. It's prevention. This is what it means to live better. It's not superfluous. It's essential. When we get there, I think we're going to bring the true value to wellness and in well-being, not just in Brazil but worldwide. But then this industry will not be 365 billion; it will be trillions. There's going to be a lot more investment. A lot of people are going to be more involved with physical activity. When you look at the Brazilian population, 5 to 8%, depending on the indicator, are doing some sort of physical activity. In some companies that we launch, this number goes to 50%. And then you think, when I have all the corporations on my hub, we don't want to leave any behind. Everybody has to do it because this is the true healthcare plan. It's not a plan to treat disease. This is a true healthcare plan. It's something that I completely believe in terms of its development from here on out. How about you, Hosech? What do you think about this? Well, I agree completely. I think that currently people are using wearables. You use it, I use it. They use them more and more. They see the benefit that that's there. We have technology with data today that it is clear how much physical activity improves your performance. Even as executives in this day and age, we see a high performance platform. The executives are physically high performers. You can see someone, that doesn't take care of themselves, that doesn't have the minimum amount of awareness of their own wellness. Those people, the people that have that are already above on another level. So we sponsor people that do the Ironman competition. So people that are finishers, not about winning necessarily, but there's data that shows that they have better roles and better salaries than people that, they are people that are disciplined. If someone can do that, train, work, have their health, energy, that's really changing a little bit about the mentality in terms of how important that is for performance, not just for health, and the data shows it. All the indicators show this. So the wave is coming, but I think it's going to be even stronger. There's been a change in behavior in this new generation. People that, we see it with our events, how they fill up with young people. They don't go out for the nightlife. They're reducing their alcohol consumption, and they're increasing their consumption of events. It's happening. It's something that's happening, and it's just at its beginning. Continuing with you, Hosech, that's an excellent response, by the way. Talking about their relevance, we don't build anything alone, right? And so Cesar mentioned this point at the beginning during his first response. I wanted you to start to talk a little bit about the importance of building partnerships to be together with your stakeholders, your shareholders, in terms of the growth of track and field that's come through franchising. You more than anyone know that you have to support your franchisees to help them grow. And then after that, I'd want to pass the mic to Cesar, because growth at the end of the day, Well Hub uses registered establishments on one end and convincing of companies on the other end, so that they understand that they can also offer that as a benefit to their employees. So I wanted to start with you now, please. Well, what I think is it starts in society when you're going to format something of this nature. I think it's very cool for you to have partners. The more diverse, the better. People that complement each other with their skills, but they have the same values, right? And so this helps a company a lot. It makes a big difference because you have the trust. If you have the mindset to trust other people and their different opinions at different moments for the company, it makes a difference. In our case, with the franchisees, the biggest challenge is to pass along to them the culture and DNA of the company. That was the biggest challenge when we decided that we were going to go into this franchisee model. It's a very different than the normal franchise model, because we kind of, I would say, like partners of the franchise, because we only get paid at the sale of the franchise. Not when we sell to the franchise. It's when the franchise makes a sale to the end client. So that's very different. It's not like a consignment. We sell to them, but the minimal stock so that they can start to get the store going. And then after that, there's logistical things to get going, and they start to restock what's being sold. Because we are in all the states throughout the country, sometimes the north, south, northeast, wherever it may be, and the sizes also differ. And so we take that risk as a company in terms of the stock. We put the stock out there, they start to sell it, and then we refill what they're selling. And I only get paid if he makes the sales, and so we're aligned to the end point. So with that, they trust us. They trust that I'm not just pushing product on them, but I make it so that he earns money, and so it's a partnership, And we choose carefully who we're going to work with so that they have the same DNA, this vision, this business vision, that they treat their clients well, etc. And now with events, this year we gave a prize for one of the franchisees. She did 100 events in the year, so imagine that's basically two events per week. That's one franchise.
So they're so inside the culture. I understand our mission is to connect people to an active and healthy lifestyle. So it's not just a transaction of selling a piece of clothing, it's connecting these people. Transmit the importance of practicing sports and engaging the community. Excellent. How about you, Cesar? The Well Hub mindset is very similar to track and fields because we're setting up a business for it to be a win-win so that everybody wins as part of this ecosystem. In our case, Wellington said, we've got the gyms, the studios, apps that are part of this ecosystem, and then the companies that are also protagonists in this story. Maybe the companies, the partners are driving it, we're passengers, and everybody's going to a better future. What I would add maybe is one of the things we did to make this ecosystem work well is to guarantee that at every point, everybody's incentives are aligned to make the ecosystem grow and to treat the ecosystem well. Beginning with the gyms and the studios, they get more when people go there more to engage in physical activity. That's different from the monthly payment plan, regardless of whether people go there or not. That makes everybody on that side of the equation is as an incentive to deliver better service so that people will come back. Nobody's going to win if people don't come back. On the side of the companies, our model today is one where a company pays a fixed fee to have access to WellHub's plans for their employees. That fixed fee generates some friction at first. They ask, why do I need a fixed fee? I don't know who's going to do this or not. Once we overcome that, the incentive for the company is to communicate that as much as possible. They pay it for everybody, and they have an incentive to get more and more employees to take advantage of that. And that's why we get these high collaboration indexes that we have. So it's for self-growth, for all the parts to be aligned to make this ecosystem work and go farther together. Great. Now a little bit about sports mentality and entrepreneurship. I would really like you to talk about how the relationship with sports and physical activity, having a more active life. I like that phrasing. How did that shape the way you act as entrepreneurs and how you take decisions? I think everybody's heard already that people that practice sports have an active lifestyle, have more discipline, resilience. that obviously helps to get a better performance. Can you tell me how you use that in your day-to-day lives and in your teams? I've been involved in sports all my life, so I think it's essential for you to lead a team. You need to have a lot of clarity, a lot of clear, calm thinking in your decisions. For me, sports releases that stress. Your mind works more clearly for decision making. I think a lot of people, when they start working at track and field, people that are sedentary, they lose 15, 20 kilos, and we start putting these people to work on our events. They start participating, getting engaged, and it can change the whole family. Somebody comes to work at our company, they start working our events, they understand this healthy lifestyle mindset, and it influences their whole family. And we see people's performance. The people that work with us that practice sports, they may start just walking. And it's incredible how much it changes and how their performance at work changes. I think it's essential. It's a path that is getting stronger and stronger. I agree 100%. I can bring 3 bits of data here at WellHub. We're in a unique situation because we have a lot of access to information. We know the physical activity of each person that is involved in WellHub, all our partners. Everything I'm going to say here, I'm certain that nobody's going to disagree with, but for the first time, we're able to quantify that with data. The first is that if you're involved in physical activity, you're going to spend less with healthcare. Nobody would argue against that. Nobody's going to say no. Are you going to cost, spend more? No. We sat down with 10 of our biggest corporate clients and analyzed 36 months of usage of the WellHub services, and the people that started doing physical activity before, they had the same sort of health care costs as people that didn't start exercising. And then 18 months later, they're spending 35% less on health care as a group. Transformation, that's a clear gain. Second thing, resilience. The physically active person, and this is not a high bar here. We're talking about people that do maybe 100 minutes of physical activity a week, 2 sessions a week. If you have that minimum amount of physical activity, you have a 40% greater chance of continuing to work at your company. A lot of talent is lost by burnout because people get frustrated with their employer, their boss, their peers, and the problem sometimes isn't them. The problem is that they're not feeling well physically. They're not feeling good about themselves. So if they have this resilience from physical activity, you are better at your job. And then there's the days you lose from if you're ill. You have 33% less sick time days than people who are involved in physical activity. So everybody knows all this is true, but now we are able to quantify this with data. Healthcare plans are deciding whether they want to subsidize physical activity, and this data helps a lot with that. Last thing I want to say, everybody's talking about longevity, how long you're going to live, and whether you're going to live well, but people aren't talking enough about longevity in leadership positions or longevity in your career. And to me, longevity in a career so that somebody can lead a company for 10, 20 years and still have a high quality performance, well-being is important. Looking at their physical activity is critical, if it isn't already, to quantify their career longevity passes through this focus of physical activity, their relationships with others, and you have to keep all these balls, you have to juggle all these balls up in the air at the same time. And if you don't have the physical activity, you're going to have to pay the piper sooner or later. Okay, so here we got some people that are in their 20s, 30s, but focusing on the people that are studying here outside Brazil, people that got scholarships, people whose parents are footing the bill, people that want to be entrepreneurs. What would you tell them? It's always a big dichotomy. Those of us who live here in the U.S., a country that is getting more and more complicated for people that want to stay here in the U.S. in terms of work opportunities. A lot of people are wondering whether they should try or if they go back. You know, everybody wants to give back to Brazil. People are thinking of being entrepreneurs. What would be the first steps? I know it's hard, but I think you guys may have good insights for people that want to take these decisions. I can start. I think you got to believe. You got to get out of your comfort zone. I think that's essential. You got to take a risk. There's no entrepreneurship without risk. You have to dive in head first, and I think at this time, at that age, that's the age to do it. You got to try because you have time. You don't have maybe not yet family, kids, wife to take care of. You can take more risks and believe. You really have to get out of your comfort zone and try. If you think you found a niche, something, I think Cesar's example is good. Sometimes I tell my kids, they are like, where am I going to do this? Maybe you don't know yet where you're going to try to be an entrepreneur, but they try something and then they get an insight about something else. So you have to be, always looking around and alert. Maybe you come to Boston to study one thing and you see there's something to deal with, some other subject, and you think, I think I want to go into this area and maybe create a platform to help students that are coming from outside. Keep an open mind and take risks, because if you don't take risks, you're not going to learn. What about you, Cesar? You're the chairman of Endeavor now. It's an institution that promotes at a high level, helps entrepreneurs, male and female, in this way. What would you say? Go to McKinsey first to learn, or try first? I kind of set you up there. Nothing against McKinsey. Just to say something good. For me, the time I spent at McKinsey was a magical period. I spent 2 years there. I had an opportunity in 2 years to have 6 different supervisors. And every boss is different, has their own style, things you like, things you don't, good things, bad things. That diversity, those different styles in such a short time was very special. I don't think I could have found that anywhere else. So I'm very grateful to the people there for that. But if I had to say, first thing I would say is today, the moment today, with AI and how easy it is to iterate and build new things, test and build technology products and put them on the market. Man, I don't know if there was any period in the past, in the last 20 years, that was as opportune as this one to think about a new business. And I don't know how many windows like this are going to exist in the future where you have so much technology available, and that creates a really great opportunity. The second thing is, Ricardo talked about this a little bit. Let me detour around in a different direction. My theory is, since we're going to live much longer, and technology is making the cost of entrepreneurship lower, I think the cost of creating software and technology is going to go down. It's going to tend to get very near zero. If that's true, then I think the cost of opportunity, the cost of you chasing after a new idea is going to be much smaller in the future. So I don't know if I was young, I wouldn't keep in my head the idea that this is my only chance. I think, yes, there's a chance now, but 10 years from now there will be. 20 years from now there'll be another chance. And probably in 30. If I'm 30 now, when I'm 60, I'm going to be able to start with something then. I think you're going to see more entrepreneurs in their 60s and 70s. I think there are going to be many more. The barriers are coming down. A lot of people are going to try it. And the cycles are going to be different. For people of all ages here, I think, the water's great. Dive in. There's chances and opportunities for everybody. All right. Now, to wrap it up, I'd like you to pass on a message. It was great to be here with you. What message do you want to leave this audience here with? Their second day, heading towards the end of this event. What message would you pass to these students, the people that come here that are spending time and money to talk about Brazil? You as entrepreneurs that have already done a lot, and we know that you have potential to do even greater things in that sense for our country. What message would you transmit to them? I would say, take advantage of this moment. Life gets more and more complex with time. It's a window for people that are studying here. In this moment, as Cesar said, this moment in technology, my older son started showing me the other day. He had an idea. What did I think? He set up a site in 30 seconds with AI. I was just stupefied. He said, I want to do this, this, and this. All of a sudden, the site was ready. I remember when I set up my first website, it cost a fortune. It took forever. So I think, drink from the fountain of wisdom here. I think technology here is ahead of us. Drink deeply here. Take some courses to be able to take advantage of this wave of technology. And I think go back to Brazil. As Cesar said, there's a lot of opportunity in Brazil. There are a lot of barriers too. There's good and bad. I always look at the positive side. The fact that there are barriers, taxes, and etc., it creates protections too in a huge market. It's very hard for outside companies to try to come in. FedEx is leaving Brazil. Brazil is not for amateurs, as the old saying goes. We Brazilians know how to navigate in that environment. So drink deeply here and then be entrepreneurs in Brazil. Yeah, that deserves a round of applause here. And just to build on top of that, I'm very optimistic about Brazil. I had the idea of setting up Well Hub here in the U.S. The first thing I did after my last exam in my first year, I went to Brazil and set up my company there, and we're growing there. And I'll repeat, look at Brazil very carefully because there are a lot of opportunities there. I set up 2 apps and a website all in one day. There's a lot of stuff happening with AI now, and Brazil is great at consuming things. We're very creative. We're very flexible. That skill of ours is going to be the differential in the age of AI. It's not about having the answers anymore. It's about asking the right questions, and AI is going to give us the answers. Once again, our creativity is unique. We have the spice, all the spices we need to make a great soup. So go out there and kick ass. All right? I wanted to thank Patrick, Marcelo Bernardino, Vice President of Content, Ricardo Rossetti, that was here with us, Cesar Carvalho. Guys, thanks for being part of our panel, and let's keep going. Full steam ahead.
Eu só me candidatei para esse trainee, porque se eu penso em carreira, eu penso em Ambev. Sonhamos grande e conseguimos. A companhia realmente desenvolve pessoas excelentes.
O programa de trainee é um sonho grande se realizando. Eu acho que nada fala mais alto do que o brilho nos olhos de quem está chegando agora.
Fue un proceso muy enriquecedor, fue una gran experiencia. Cuando vas pasando por diferentes etapas, vas aprendiendo cosas, descubriendo cosas nuevas.
Todo mundo me deixou muito à vontade para ser quem eu sou.
Eu não conhecia o caminho, então além de ter aberto o caminho para mim mesmo, eu tenho certeza que eu abri caminho para outras pessoas que vão vir depois de mim.
Podem contar comigo para tudo, de trabalho a amizade, a beber uma cervejinha no final do expediente.
Vamos a meterle con todo a ver si lo sacamos para adelante.
Reservar quantos? 10, né? Isso aqui, a gente aqui é 10 lugares.
Eu tô reservando 2 fileiras.
2 fileiras? Tá bom. Aqui era reservado. É só tiraram.
Quando a galera dá uma sentada, pra poder se acolhe, mas se quiser dar uma música,
só pra... Mas assim... Que isso, obrigado. Obrigado, viu? Obrigado. Quero só brincar com você, mas não vou do meu
Boa tarde a todos. Por gentileza, podem se sentar, o painel já vai começar.
Na Brasil Conference, acreditamos que o respeito à pluralidade humana é um compromisso coletivo e inegociável. Por isso, criamos o BC Acolhe, um espaço para escutar, orientar e apoiar todas as pessoas que participam da conferência. Se você vivenciar ou testemunhar qualquer situação de desrespeito ou desconforto, pode registrar uma ocorrência de forma simples, pelo aplicativo da Brasil Conference, acessando o QR Code disponível no evento ou procurando diretamente o espaço do BC Acolhe. Estamos aqui para ouvir você e contribuir para que a Brasil Conference seja um espaço seguro, respeitoso e acolhedor para todas as pessoas.
Eu só me candidatei para esse trainee, porque se eu penso em carreira, eu penso em Ambev. Sonhamos grande e conseguimos. A companhia realmente desenvolve pessoas excelentes.
O programa de trainee é um sonho grande se realizando. Eu acho que nada fala mais alto do que o brilho nos olhos de quem está chegando agora.
Fue un proceso muy enriquecedor, fue una gran experiencia. Cuando vas pasando por diferentes etapas, vas aprendiendo cosas, descubriendo cosas nuevas. Todo mundo me deixou muito à vontade para ser quem eu sou.
Eu não conhecia o caminho, então além de ter aberto o caminho para mim mesmo, eu tenho certeza que vai abrir caminho para outras pessoas que vão vir depois de mim.
Podem contar comigo para tudo, de trabalho a amizade, a beber uma cervejinha no final do expediente.
Vamos a meterle con todo a ver si lo sacamos para adelante.
Oi, gente, tudo bem? O nosso próximo painel já vai começar, então, por favor, vamos todo mundo sentando e limpando o palco e o fundo das salas.
Na Brasil Conference, acreditamos que o respeito à pluralidade humana é um compromisso coletivo e inegociável. Por isso, criamos o BC Acolhe, um espaço para escutar, orientar e apoiar todas as pessoas que participam da conferência. Se você vivenciar ou testemunhar qualquer situação de desrespeito ou desconforto, pode registrar uma ocorrência de forma simples, pelo aplicativo da Brasil Conference, acessando o QR Code disponível no evento ou procurando diretamente o espaço do BC Acolhe. Estamos aqui para ouvir você e contribuir para que a Brasil Conference seja um espaço seguro, respeitoso e acolhedor para todas as pessoas.
Peraí, ela falou que não. Pode falar que não. Boa tarde a todos e todas.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Me chamo Carol Shahim.
I am Carol Mishoka Shahim. I study biology at Boston University. I'm part of the organization of the Brazil Conference. We're going to start now our next panel, New Communication in Brazil, and the phenomenon that could be. We're going to talk about how to see one of the greatest digital media transformations in Brazil. We're going to discuss the challenges, decisions, and strategies behind the PODPA, authentic connection with the public, and an content ecosystem with publicity. We have the honor of having Igão, creator of PODPA, along with PODP, a fundamental part of the group.
A conversa será moderada por Preto.
This will be moderated by Preto Zezé, social media, global president of CUFA, one of the largest national podcasts about the social impact, youth, communication, and transformation. Please, the stage is yours. All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Você tem fã-clube aqui, né?
You have a fan club here, huh? Where are my fans? I'll take that. I was interviewed by Podpa. You see how it goes. This is the Brazil conference. Now, I'm going to take it out on Zé. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Oh, my gosh. Oh, man, he's starting to waste his English. I came prepared. I'm so sorry. This is how the Brazil conference affects us. But, hey, good afternoon, good evening, actually. I just want to say first, I want to thank you once again for having me here. I think that today when we opened up, it was very emotional. Our youth are here. They spoke about the importance of this moment to talk about Brazil outside of Brazil so that we can go back to Brazil and go back renewed and strengthened so that we can start to introduce what we're taking from here. We want to introduce the Brazilians to the Brazilian problems. It's not to criticize anyone, but we have to look at ourselves a little bit, how we are producing a lot of, crazy things in Brazil. I travel all over the world. I see people saying, oh, but the festival in Berlin, those parks, it's beautiful. Rock in Rio in Portugal, we came out on the stage, everyone, Rock in Rio in Rio de Janeiro, it's, really cool. There's a lot of intelligence in Brazil, right? They make a cool party. Man, we're really cool in Brazil. It's so easy here in Portugal, but what does that have to do with Pode Pá? Pode Pá, when I said to the girls, you think that's cool in Brazil? To me, the revolution is Pode Pá. In some momento, Regina Casé was the revolution. Right now, the revolution, it's mídia com Igão cooperating there. Better than Celote, Victor Assis coordinating this movement. This would resolve the problem with the national team. Even Neymar agrees to that. But these guys are doing something that's very cool in Brazil. In this conversation here, we don't have a whole lot of time, but I'm just going to get right to it. We'd have to do a Brazil conference just to understand these cases because they are leading a revolution in a place where they said it wouldn't happen. So I want a lot of noise for Mídio, Covito, Assis, and Igão. And I'm going to get right to it and ask the first question to start here. We're going to exchange bullets here. We're taking the gloves off. So if you guys weren't from the favelas, from the slums, from the north, would Pode Pá exist if you guys weren't from those areas? Well, I think it would be something else, but it would not be Pode Pá. Everything that we've been building, it says a lot about where we came from. Mídico comes from a very diverse area, which is Pará. I'd say it's like the state that when you travel there, you feel like you're in another country because it's so rich in culture, diversity, and whatnot. I come from the outskirts of São Paulo, and so I think this brings with me a lot of baggage that I end up laying out on the Pode Pá, urban knowledge, remote territory knowledge. So this is fundamental for who we are. For those of you who are here, you know that your upbringing is a determining factor. Yeah, we have a friend here from my family. It's a pleasure to see you, brother. My father is a musician, so he's from the army as well. So I was moved around many parts of Brazil. That helped me with my upbringing. I saw a lot of cultures and peoples throughout the country. I participated in a podcast, and I was like, man, and the presenter was like, man, you know how to talk. I think that helped you to be more tolerating, right? You went through many cultures and spaces, different people, a lot of different foods, right? And so when Pode Pá started, I was like, man, I want to have a podcast too. I think I could do it, but I need someone to be with me as a dupla. I need someone that, that knows about the slums. I need someone that comes from the streets, someone that knows all about this stuff. So then Igão came into my life in 2020, thank God. We knew each other before, but when I called him to start Pode Pá, he had the name, the color, the culture. I was like, man, I love you. This is going to work out so well.
So I'm like, hey, man, Egon, this isn't working with communication podcast. We're going to talk about real things. We're going to talk about things from the streets. Real things. There's a lot of podcasts talking about games, things off the internet, but I'm not seeing anybody talking about the real things on the ground. So then Egon came. I think Victor can give another perspective because he's a young man like you guys who got his studies abroad. He's got his suit, hey, how's it going? But, he understands our case as well. Well, Comidico, Egon came with a name, a logo, a color. Even with me, he brought me. We started to build Podpa. We know the experiences. You lived a lot of that. Experience is what builds someone's character. So Podpa would not be what it is today if it wasn't for everything that these guys have went through. I also say my life because Podpa has its side that it has to do with the building of it. As he said, I was able to build an academic career that's more involved, and that's contributed to what Podpa is, and I'm very appreciative to be here. Can I say something about Victor? When I found out we were going to be big, we were doing 70 million podcasts every day, and our first that we started Podpa, we didn't have a location yet. We just had determination, and that was it. It was the third month of the podcast, and I saw Victor at a table. That's for the people here that study. Victor was at the table. He had headphones on. I don't know. He was speaking English and Spanish. And I was like, hey, Egon, he's speaking 3 languages. He's like, yep. And I'm like, oh, man, thank God we have this guy. So make sure you guys keep studying. You see in our life when we come from the bottom, is it guaranteed or not? Maybe this will end when we get a little bit better in life. When we're in a family cycle, everybody's basically screwed. But, you think you have to give everyone money. There's a lot of cousins you've never seen. You get over 200 relatives, and everybody wants a Zelle transfer that week, and everybody's looking for money. There's a Zelle, then another Zelle, and you're like, man, I'm out of money. And then it's like, what's going on? We're always in that space. I thought it was just us in Latin America, but I've discovered that Michael Jordan had to deal with that too. And the person that revealed that was Barack Obama in an interview. He asked Michael Jordan to help a senator to help fix Georgia. He was very famous, and Michael Jordan didn't do it. And Obama went there, and it was like, he was all pissed off. And he's like, come on, Jordan, you got to help, you got to engage. And Jordan was like, he was kind of keeping to himself. He's like, I'm not getting in this crazy polarization at that time. And then Obama was being interviewed now. And Obama was like, now I understand. On that day I was pissed, but now I understand. He gave me and the guy asked, but what was the justification? Because Obama was pissed, right? He squeezed him till he confessed. And he said, Jordan's like, I can't get into that. And he's like, why? Obama was asking, why not? Because Jordan said, the Republicans and Democrats all buy my sneakers. That's why. It's a sensation that's like, man, it worked out or didn't. We're not guaranteed. We have to evolve more. Because success, it's a lonely place, but, how is your psychology going with that? Well, I didn't reach that certainty until going through therapy, to tell the truth, because that's something that I would take to my psychologist, my analyst, because it's something that we're always going through. We're always, chasing our own tail, running around, work, until you earn a certain amount of money, but then you're afraid to go back to the, poverty or some sort of situation that's not as prosperous. And only through therapy are we able to free ourselves a little bit from these traumas and calm down a little bit, because we are forged in insanity, right? I grew up in craziness, working from age 11, truly working, and accepting that was the condition of life, that you'd be 20, 30 years old, and you're like, oh my God, I can't stop. There are no weekends. I'm just going to work. I think that's something that comes from way back when. It's insecurity, right? Yeah, it's a great deal of insecurity. It's a lot of fear because we come from a place that's really not cool to be in. So I think it's through therapy that I was able to get into this safer space where I'm like, you know what? It's fine. You can go to Boston, spend 4 days there. It's no big deal. Oh, this is Brazil conference, right? Thank you. But to continue here, you're... like Lula says, you're a guy, I want to know, what is the first big money and the first big fear? Talking about this insecurity with your dream. The first big money, I don't say money. You don't have to say how much, because otherwise, people are going to start asking. But I think it was when I was able to put my parents into a house in Belém with a pool. I think that was my greatest satisfaction. I put them in a safe place so I could have peace and continue moving forward. Because, it's not a sensation that I had a victory, so to speak. I'm just continuing on therapy a lot. She says, calm down, everything's fine. But I'm like, no, but I already put my family in a house, and what if I put them in a better house? And there's a lot of people that can help. And so I'm going through that process of calm down, help yourself too. I think that's what's important with the money is you have to love people, but I have to increase my vision, look at other things. I think that's kind of what it is. Now looking at Victor, I think he crossed over this mixture with you, hunger and desire and just wanting to eat. It's because when you're hungry, you look for anything you could eat, even a rock. But the pode pá, the whole content thing, it's very nice, your dream, but I wanted to go into this real part that a lot of people see now. They think it's all, it's all easy going and it was all an easy path and no challenge, but they don't know the full story. What was the biggest mistake, business mistake, and what was it? Accept or refuse the money? Well, talking about business mistakes, I think when pode pá started, I was working with Igor before pode pá, and we always worked in this market of the creators economy, and we would sell Igor as a content creator, reels or something like that. When we created pode pá, we naturally went to implement the same business platform. If you think about an error for pode pá, the first 2 or 3 years, we sold pode pá as a creator, not as a media platform. In the middle of the journey, we had to change new platforms, and we started to change the interaction with brands. Now the brands enter pode pá as a media platform that, for our end users, the biggest profile of social media users in Brazil. So we have more collaboration with brands. So we had 2 to 3 months of relationship with brands previously, and we couldn't project our future. Now we have at least 1 year, 2 years, 3 years of partnership with brands. They use pode pá as a media platform so that they can do their business. So we come from the slum. We don't trust people. We're very suspicious. So how was it to deal with this thing that they didn't want? They didn't want that close relationship, security, someone more technical, someone with publicity, a business guy. A business plan. I think Anna was the one that talked about that. A business plan. Yeah, that's kind of tough, right? Business plan my ass, right? That's what he said, something like that. What did you have to professionalize so that the street, or the feeling from the street for ego, that they resist? We're gonna get stuck into that. Was there pushback on that? Well, I think it was fundamental to build pode pá to what it is today. We're full-time focused on the content so that we can communicate to our audience. We try to bring solutions into pode pá. So when you're there and it was proposals from both sides, we found business solutions. Now we have a market share that few have. So that helped us to build a tool Marks, our commercial director, a lot of brands, but it's a long-term solution that we found. But we have to go through a professionalization process. I brought a friend to do the podcast. We called another friend here or there. So it was at one point 7 friends doing Podpah, and then we had to grow. Now there's over 100 people working there. We go through a professionalization process for the company. All of that comes through knowledge. We go through that today so that we can produce a relevant product, something that's safe for the brands. The 3 of us always working together and other employees were able to move forward with our trajectory. That's a concern from the very beginning, because if you stop to look, we've had over 1,000 episodes on the podcast, many other programs, but from the very beginning, our concern for me and Egon, how are we going to attract brands to this? Because if we do well with the brands, we'll be able to capitalize that and do more podcasts, and in the future we'll have new programs. So we know from the very beginning the importance of brands. So at the beginning, Egon and I, we didn't have a lot of money, but like, man, hey, let's buy a soda, a sandwich, some crackers, whatever it is, and we'll leave it on top of the table, because I'm sure if someone sees the brand of soda or chips there for 2 or 3 hours appearing the whole time, maybe one day the market will look at us and say, hey, our product's going to be there. They're going to be drinking our product. They're going to consume it. So this idea came from the beginning, to have good relationships with brands. I think the other thing is within Podpah, it's the respect that we have for each other, because as I said at the beginning, Victor is a guy that studied in London. We are graduates of online, so, in the streets. So he asks a lot. He questions us about what's going on with content, and we bring to him this urgency, like, hey, if there's a soda here, okay, that's fine, I understand. But to get to the soda, this is how we have to do it. And then we're like, okay, play the game. So we respect each other a lot, because I think this contributes a lot. He doesn't put his diploma above us, right? And we don't put our experience that he doesn't have above him, right? It's not our way or the highway. So it's a big team. We work together. Talking to Michel Coffarado, I'm a fan of this guy, Michel. See, Michel, you're a witness. He's going to Podpah because of me, see? It's guaranteed now. I'm the witness. 10%, all right? I'm being humble here. A humble request. This is business. It's flowing through my veins. Oh, look at the other one. Look at the other one. He's coveting what's going on here. Get out of here. Oh, she's an entrepreneur. She's just waiting for opportunities, this one here. But not just putting him on Podpah. I brought him for a discussion. This guy started saying that he was sold, it's like a rich thing because he's black. Oh, because he's black. Everyone's talking about racism all the time. And, he's a low-income rich person. Just so you know. He's rich, but it's low income. But he said that people were criticizing him. No, I'm already sold. I've been sold for a long time. In this trajectory, for you guys, you come from the bottom up. When we start to make money, you start to get famous. It's like, oh, everyone's the same. Solidarity hashtag, and organ donors, etc. But when when you're there, you post and you're living the life. You're in the VIP lounge with Michael Jordan, and people start looking like, these guys, they're bought and sold. But, we're making money working with the culture that's our culture. They're complaining that we make money, but when we're screwed, it's like you're going to be, exalted in tragedy. But when you're there, like, what's the limit? I'm going to go there, and they're accepting us. It's very sweet. Or I go back here. We're not going to open up this image. So how is this relationship between limits and openness? So I can understand a little bit better. I'll start, but I think these two have more to say about that. Networks, the internet, their experience is different than mine. But I looked at, we do occupy space. We have to be in the VIP launch from Michael Jordan with Nike as a partner for the game in Brazil, because it's a relevant brand in Brazil. we do have to occupy space there. I've always said, I was talking with the team here recently, and I was like, look, we're going to participate on a panel at MIT to talk with the elites of academia. And academia is stopping to hear 4 people that aren't obvious. It's not obvious for you to be here, for me, for any of us. It's not a given. So yeah, we do have to occupy these spaces, and yeah, we have to value that more and more. Obviously, when you have visibility, as these guys have, to have instant feedback on the internet, we know that this affects a lot of people currently. This is something that becomes much more sensitive, but when I'm looking here at a macro level, taking a step back, I think that we do have to be in that space. Yeah, we do have to conquer those spaces more and more. I think for you guys it's a little bit different, but you share this idea with me. Yeah, completely. But I'm a guy that's gone through therapy already, so I believe a lot in what Victor just said, because I think that's right. We do have to be in the VIP lounge with Jordan, invited by Nike. You like that, right? We grew up watching soccer, so why isn't it time for us to empower ourselves to enjoy that and do that? I'm completely at ease with that idea, because I know that we communicate, and only these people matter to me. The other people that work against you, it's not that they're not important to me, but I don't give attention to those types of people. I give attention to the people that want to be with me and inspire themselves with me, and they think it's cool. So I think I'm going to move forward in that fashion. I don't have any problem with that. Good clothes, whatever, traveling, whatever. But I have my convictions, and that's why I changed my ideas.
I have a radical idea. If people that work produce riches, it's only just that those who produce riches have to have access to the riches that were produced. You understood, right, Michelle? That's capital and work. I've been doing videos for 15 years on the internet. I think communication needs to be real. How old are you? 35. You don't even look like it. That's Belém. It's the water there. The acai, it's different. Yeah. Acai and cassava flour. So I would make my videos, in the shack with rats. I would film reality, because the internet deals with a lot of different things. People want to film only ostentation. Why not film reality? I live in a shack. It's full of rats. Someday my life is going to get better, and I'm going to keep showing it to you and recording it. Am I going to think about not show so much? But if I showed myself in that situation, why not show myself to the same people that used to follow me then? Look, things are working, fam. And people that are loyal followers since then, people that say that used to watch me back then. Oh, I've been watching ever since you used to eat dog food. Oh, gee, thanks. You can see that they identify with that. People come up and say, "Oh my God, how can you be here today?" Why not keep that visceral, real communication with people? I'm going to keep that forever. You see the Pode Pá vibe here? Another thing about the future. You guys went to the Council of Porto Seguro and BTG. BTG was getting together with several other companies, screwing everything up, and I'm seeing that you guys, they bought a building, guys, the size of MIT, just so you know. They're something else. They created a communications complex, the president of Global. So a lot of people went there. You guys are expanding. You're following the same path. What's the future of PodPa? It's not two guys just talking and a wizard hidden behind there just throwing some spices in the cauldron. I see things are getting huge. Show us, tell us about it. We're not afraid of investing and risking and daring. Every time we went to a new studio, a new location, something that we'd never seen before, like Michiko said, We didn't have a studio, and now we have an 80 square meter studio. That was surreal to us. You sure? You can do it? Yeah, trust us. We invested in it, and we went there to go to the 3-story building in Pinheiros. We thought it was crazy. We had to invest everything we had again and believe in it again. And it worked up till now. Trust it. Have faith. What if I have to go back to Osasco? Oh, my God. Come on, believe. So now we're not afraid to double our bets. And we also save money. We put some money away. We invest. But you can't be afraid of investing in ourselves. We can't be afraid of having excellent equipment, investing in our work. If you work with a camera, try to buy the best one. You deserve to deal with the best camera. Your work is going to be transmitted through that camera. Don't be afraid of investing in yourself. We invest in so many things, and we don't invest in ourselves. So you really have to be fearless. Podpah is a company that has 3 of us as partners. The Podpah group started as a podcast, then it transformed into a content hub. We went to Pinheiros, started making new programs in the same channel. Then a second transformation, we became Podpah TV with 8 companies inside the Podpah group. So I think our greatest conquest was keep going after more. A company formed by 3 kids, like 35-year-old, like Michiko. We're young. We grew and grew, and you were there. You participated when Podpah Records, Rafael Romano, our operations chief, studied the market for 20 months so that we could create a business model that was relevant so Podpah Records could be launched. So all these people are involved, a lot of planning. We're like little ants in Podpah group now. We're just the cherry on top. Well, do you guys think you were dragged in? Brazil is going through a very unhealthy political period. Things are really messed up right now. And you decided to take up some position. When you're younger, it's easy to be radical. I remember a debate at UFRJ, the Federal University in Rio. We did some research about banks in favelas, and then people were criticizing it, saying, oh, we're selling the favela to the banks. No, the favelas already owes the bank. We just don't have banks there. Oh, you have to set fire to capitalism, the banking system, and this and that. All right, so let's set fire to the agency here on the campus. Nobody wanted to do that at UFRJ. It's like Michael Jordan. You guys took a decision in front of Michael Jordan, you guys being big and relevant. You took a candidate to the presidency, to your program. He was elected. The fact that you're close to a political figure, people want to know if that person farted or talked wrong, used bad grammar. You guys are there talking about the brand of your computer. Brazil ended. Brazil lost. It was because of those guys. You guys saw that interview. So you guys were really brave. What was the repercussion? I remember Paulo Vieira. Paulo Vieira got into politics, and he lost $10 million in contracts with one hit. It's very unhealthy. You guys deal with big brands, with opinions, with behavior. You come from an area that where you don't have any inheritance. A lot of heirs to big fortunes here, billions. But you took a position. It wasn't. It was the most violent, intense moment where politics was really violent. People were going there. So your direct messages, you must have needed to really clean that out. Now, how did that affect business? I think for business, not at all, to be honest. We're very responsible with what we do and what we say. Even when we choose a side, we tend to be responsible. You don't act radical in a mistaken way. I think everything that was done up till now was very much talked about. We have a lot of meetings. We understand the context of the moment. We take the decisions. We're going to do what we're going to do. We're not afraid of the consequences. If we get scared, we're going to end up not doing a lot. We're just going to be inside a bubble. And then the people that put me in this situation here, whoa, Egon wasn't like this, Michiko wasn't like this, Vitor wasn't like this. We can't be afraid of being who we are. I think it's very prejudicial in our country today and the whole world. There's no more dialogue. Nobody wants to deal with somebody who thinks. I don't have any problem in talking to people that think differently. I'd like to be able to talk to people. I took photos with a lot of people. I hugged them all. Not all of them think the same way I do, but they all respect me, and I respected all of them. I wish we could go back to that, to having a conversation, but it's difficult. Thank you. I think that's it. We have to open up dialogue. On Pode Pá, that's what we do. We dialogue with whoever. If you click on one of our podcasts, you're barely going to hear our voice because we're listening. We need to listen more. I think that's what it is. You guys are even going up on the table there. Now, Vitor, I'd like to talk about some entrepreneurs here, people that are thinking of going back to Brazil to start a business. If you go, you're going to have to do this. If you go there, you're going to have to set it up there. Mateus, there's a show up here. There he is. And you know that Marilyn is going to be a partner because she's the one that set up our relationship. And you're going to get, in trouble. We're from the Northeast. We have big knives. You guys are doing this. You don't know the engineering, but there's a lot of technology there. And I think many times I was talking to Michelle, how much it bothers people that go out and occupy a formal space of visibility, and that space has a protocol, liturgy. And you guys said, no, we went this way. And we got sometimes to a more important position. For example, we were fighting about Wagner Moura's interview, which brought out the hater, the good-natured hater, people criticizing and demanding that you knew this, that you talked and more, and blah, blah, blah. I'm going to give you some gossip here. I'm a good gossiper. Michelle said he went to a program with a podcast, and the guy had to interview him about his book. Imagine if you did let people know about this gossip. The guy lost the book, but Michelle said it was the best interview he ever had because the guy talked to him 2 hours without having read the damn book. So that's technology, that's know-how, and that puts you in a place too. I heard Wagner Moura's fans at the time, all their progressive, radical leftists, talking about black people in the favelas, and they were talking shit about 2 kids that came out. It's not slang, it's a dialect. And I said, wow, it didn't seem like a criticism. They have to get better because the podcast isn't a studio program. It's not an interview in front of Maria Gabriela. It's not like that. It's like here, we're talking on the street. You guys dealt with a wave. I saw that things got very tense. And it was really fucked up. But what made me proud was that even in the more cultured and educated sectors, they had to go to the TV to be seen by others. So there's a certain sophistication, a simple sophistication. I think that's the true sophistication, is to be simple, independently of being from Osasco or Belém or in Michael Jordan's box at Gillette Stadium. What about you, Vitor? You're here, but when something goes wrong, you have to give them the bad news, right? Because they shot at, but you're also commanding the troops here. Talk about your various approaches to this scenario. We learned on the way. When we started Pajpat, we didn't thought it was going to be what it is today and have the relevance it has today. I think during the pandemic, 2019, 2020, Brazilian communication began to be decentralized, and I think Pajpat was part of that. When you have two kids talking in popular language with two people that didn't have that visibility before, and then they saw that MEC had these rap artists have something important to say, that maybe that singer from the northeast of Brazil is somebody that's interesting to start listening to his content. I take care to avoid saying amplify. People had voices, but they weren't reaching anywhere. We helped amplify that, increase that reach. But this is all new, and then we have the thinkers, people that are more conservative, and they're saying, oh, this is wrong because these two didn't study what I studied, and their conversation seems very empty and simple. There's no substance. And those were the progressive. When I say conservative, they were conservative leftists. And then we went through a moment where people start realizing there's a very big population, a very diverse and young population that wants to consume a simple conversation with simple language. And I'm going to use the word cultured and educated because, some people want to hear podcasts like that. They're just different types of culture. One is not better than the other. They have to be part of everything. It's part of the hurricane of renewal. Something that happened when we started doing interviews, international interviews. It's pretty crazy. Now we're learning English, but how am I going to communicate with somebody if I don't even speak their language, like an actor? We've talked to Ryan Reynolds, the Wolverine, Chris. I got very anxious. This guy was 7 feet tall, big guy. I was there with Ego. I was like, I'm a little anxious. After 2 years of interviews, I'm a little anxious. And Ego said, look, he's a human being like us. Let's talk about what he likes and what he doesn't. We watch movies, we get all ready, but there's anxiety. But then, all right, we're going to talk about your movie, but how's your human side as well? Like recently, I interviewed Shaquille O'Neal. I thought that was crazy, but before, when we were looking at what we were going to talk about, in '98 he did this and that. I don't want to know, I want to know how he's doing, how his soul is, what he's doing now, what his heart's like, this real communication. I want to demonstrate that I know 100% about his life. I don't want to compete with his greatest fan, showing how much I know about him. Let's talk about '98, yeah, but let's talk about how you are today and your heart. That's how we try to deal with things on Pajpat. Not just, I forget his actor, Hugh Jackman. Sorry. When that interview, I'm burning up my English here. How cool to do this podcast with you, because I realized that when I'm talking to you, you were letting the conversation flow. You weren't just asking questions one after the other. And when you listened to me and asked about what I was actually saying, yeah, you brought that. They asked about us, but when people are attacking us for something silly, oh, Igor didn't know that Wagner Moura, his favorite soccer team was Vitória. What's wrong with that? I mean, that's why I asked. I didn't know. When you guys are talking, it's like, hang on, say that again? The problem is ours gets recorded and people are ready to jump on top of that. Now, what's the problem of my not knowing what Wagner Moura's soccer team is? It's just something I asked to find out more about him. And That's important what Michiko talk when people are going to value more when it's somebody that's from outside the country. Ryan Reynolds, Hugh Jackman, and Hugh said it was the best interview I gave. He said, "You guys are really paying attention to what I'm saying. Thank you. Looking me in the eye. How is it normally? Usually the guy asks me things in a very intellectual way, and when I'm answering, he's not even listening to me. He's looking at the next question. And you're here with me." And then I realized we're on the right path. Did he show you Wolverine's claw? And the thing about Wolverine is that was after the hating about Wagner Motor, and people were thinking, oh, these academics were disparaging them, and they were talking about Umberto Eco. I don't know if it's his phrase. Now people say any old phrase. There's a lot of things that they say is Brau, and it's not him. It's crazy on the internet now. The guy wrote like this: Internet gave voice to the idiots. Another would paraphrase it, and to those who are ignorant. But if Umberto Eco was alive today, you'd say, good thing this damn internet came up to give voice to the idiots. Otherwise, only educated people would have voices, and they would be the only voice. And it's a good thing that the ignorant people were able to occupy stage. We have until 7 o'clock. Where's production? They want to act Brazilian, but they put a little grease in here. Let's go until 7. Nobody yelled. All right, let's go. Nobody complained. Now I'm talking about the other side of the fence. At Brazil Conference, we're going to have International Podpah. It's going to be next year. Come on. Go for it. All right, there you go. There's a commitment. We're going to bring somebody from a favela here. He's going to close the deal here. André, think about it. We're going to have Nike here, PayPal. Think about it. Only people with big money. Okay, don't bring people, those low-income rich guys. It has to be billionaires. All right, André Esteves. Send me a Zelle. But I see you guys are going towards an international career with favela English. You mix favela language with English, favela English. But you guys are international already. Explain this. This is so cool, this great relationship with Marcus, because my biggest regret is my father paid English course for me, but I would cut class because I was in love with this little girl. And I would cut class, and that's my biggest regret. I don't know how to speak English. Was it Yazazi? It was a private class through the Navy. But I just remember the verb to be. And they said, let's sponsor this. Ego and I said, yeah, let's do even better. Let's get the money to reinvest in us. Let's study too. So let's do a cool partnership. As time passes, you'll see our English will improve because we're coming here a lot. We're ambassadors of the Miami Dolphins team. We came various times here. We've been here during the NBA season, interviewing. I'm never going to forget Igão, without speaking English, interviewing players in favela English. That's very important for us. I think we've gotten to the point where, it's past the point of us learning English. We really need to. And it's not just a matter of people learning how to speak Portuguese too, right? They should learn Portuguese too, where if they go to Brazil, yes. According to my partner, Michel Colforado, ice on your face, that's a rich man's thing. $6 at 6 reals is something for rich people. Now just English. Okay, let's try to put in Portuguese. These guys are good at putting things together. In fact, I think even with us speaking English, I think I'm going to keep doing episodes with simultaneous interpreting, because we do the podcast not for gringos. Here's an interesting thing. Our content in English, we always upload it with simultaneous interpreting. So you can hear all of them in English, but also hear Igor and Mitchell in Portuguese, or the interview answering in English. We have 3 different audio tracks. 80% of people listen to the dubbed version. They're people that don't speak English. They're Brazilians, born in Brazil. We create content for those people. It's not that I can't learn English. I am learning English. I'm going to speak English, but I think what people want is that I show everybody that no, that's not what. I have to speak Portuguese because I'm talking to Brazilians. Shaquille O'Neal obviously is going to speak English, but a Brazilian that's interested in Shaquille O'Neal is going to hear him in Portuguese or English. But Michiko and I, naturally, we speak Portuguese. We are here in a good era. We have pens that make you get skinnier. Maybe they'll invent a pill that makes you speak English immediately. So this is a good game. Time to get in the game. We don't have to suffer anymore. It's too much. He's humiliating people with his humbleness. Okay, so we have Pode Pá International next year here at Brazil Conference. The data is here. 1,500,000 people online organically. Okay, that's what's going to happen next year. Is that true? Pode Pá is going to blow up the internet. There are people selling black market tickets here at MIT. They came in with us. So we're getting to the end of our talk here. Pode Pá, Pode Preto, Preto Pode. What I want to ask is, there's some kids taking over the internet about the discussion about AI. AI is coming in uncontrollable. Nobody can hold that back. Somebody told me that in Brazil, only 8% of the people know how to read, write, and interpret what they read. That's very sad. It's a difficulty in formal learning. Imagine a world where there's digital learning, and where a bigger difficulty. Our country is being bombarded by so much false information, so much so that people start believing things that are clearly lies. Imagine with AI, with images. People like Duda said sometimes he couldn't tell one communication from another, what's AI and what's real. So how are you preparing yourself? How does that change your business plan? How does that speed things up? What's good, bad? How are you going to deal with that in creating content? That's a subject that people have asked us about a lot. How are you going to deal with AI in terms of content production? I don't really have a very obvious answer because it's something very new. AI is coming in to change the way everything is done, even consuming information. We put in some AI tools to help us with some procedural things in Pode Pá. Just like Excel used to help people work with spreadsheets, Word to help people that used to have to type. We don't let AI take care of ideas, for example. Yeah. So what limits are we going to put on that? And what are we going to do for good or bad? There's a lot of forms of using AI, but also to make production of content and new tools. This can help with innovation. It's going to depend on who's using AI rather than what it can do. I'm very happy to have you guys here. Where's your now it came through. They'll cut it when they edit. Look, guys, I'm very happy to be able to. We started talking about this idea of being here. We're here at the biggest center of technological production. These guys have this very advanced production, putting together Osasco, Belém, Ceará, bringing it to MIT. That's our big, strong trump card. As I was talking to Professor Michel, we resisted academia because they thought it was this lab rats. Let's research people. They would talk about, oh, okay. They would write down notes about our lives and then present their thesis here. They'd get a doctorate, get research funding, and we would stay in the favela there, still living our little lives. Now we have our research institutes, we have our podcast, and we don't show up here to get revenge. We're here to show that nobody knows more than anybody else. That's our logic, at least. We have different types of knowledge, you know. Místico, Igão, don't have all these structures of technology and communication like our educated fellows want, but you show that Brazil can create impressive content with creativity. Thank you, and thank you for coming here. Thank you. And Pode Pai is like this, you know, people say whatever. Just to close it out, I think we were always creative. Now being able to have more resources, rappers and MCs, the MCs, when they come, they make a point of putting more friends, people that they identify with. We've always had that power. Now we have more resources. And if you're not with us, you're going to be behind. It's not Pode Pai, but the people, you know, front that are workers. Can I take this bottle home? I'm going to save it as a souvenir. I think it seems like it's spontaneous. He earned a few dollars just saying that, holding up that bottle. Thank you.
Gente, por favor, a Merlin.
Já tá bloqueado, amigo. Tá tudo certo. Vem, amiga.
Não, vai você.
Depois, quando eu falar o encerramento. Samberg Batista.
Como você tá? Prazer te conhecer pessoalmente. Obrigado.
Tô muito feliz. Eu não consegui abraçar vocês, cara.
Foi legal? Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado.
Vamos lá pra sala?